Testing audio, 1, 2.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, March 20th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining us shortly will be Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. We have with us today as well Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. We're also joined today by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Jonathan Bishop, Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so this is both being in person and webcast. So if you are joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcasts on YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda and on the board's website. But if you're having any challenges getting onto the platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on today's item. For everyone in the room here, good morning, good to see you. We're in the Cal EPA building here in Sacramento, and just a few announcements for us as well. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out of one of the exits here over to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further instruction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's item, there is a QR code on the side of the room. There is also a tablet to be able to sign up. And when you come up to the mic, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you have. We do have a court reporter here today as well, so I just asked everyone speak slowly and also we'll make sure to be taking breaks throughout the day. With that, we can get into our main item. We're here on our workshop today for the Making a Conservation a Way of Life regulation. Just a kind of brief reminder of where we are in our process. Back in August, this proposal was first released. We held a workshop then last fall, received a lot of feedback, and it's good to see a number of folks back from that discussion. Since then, a lot of discussion has taken place in the public, and we have actually had about 20 two-hour meetings with many of the water agencies, nonprofit groups, community groups, and importantly, just interested parties to be able to understand how we can create some flexibility. And that's a proposal has been released. We are now in a second comment period now, which ends March 27th, and we are holding this public workshop in the middle of that comment period, which is around the adjustments that the board has made. I know for myself, and I know many of the board members, we're in listening mode. This workshop is a discussion space, and appreciate the discussion that we've had and look forward to what I know is going to be a lot to unpack as we talk about the changes. Importantly, remind Californians about the criticality of conservation, how it fits within the water supply strategy, and how important it really is in the face of the extremes on climate that we continue to see. So I really appreciate everyone's time this morning, and I'll kick everything off here to James Knockbauer. And just for note, we have about 50 commenters. At this point, I'll go ahead and keep the 5-minute per comment time there, but it will be here, if you can do the math, like myself, even as an English major, for a good number of hours. So just look forward to what will be a lot of discussion here before us. Mr. Knockbauer.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm James Knockbauer, Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, and I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues David Rose, Charlotte Ely, Karina Herrera, and Garrett Lenahan, and maybe later, our economist Pedro Aratanya will join us. So yes, this is a staff presentation on the changes to the proposed regulation to make conservation a California way of life. We will be going into some detail into the various changes that staff made in this version. But first, let me give a very quick overview of the regulatory framework itself, and then we will get to the changes. After discussing those changes, we will speak briefly about what this means for the costs and benefits associated with this current draft of the regulation and next steps in the rulemaking process. Next slide, please. So, for context, and I think everyone here knows this well, but in 2018, the legislature passed two bills, AB 1668 and SB 606, We refer to these as the Making Conservation a California Way of Life statutes. And these created a framework requiring water use objectives to be calculated for urban retail water suppliers as a way of achieving increased statewide water conservation over time. That legislation also required our colleagues at the Department of Water Resources to provide recommendations for your consideration. Next slide, please. As you mentioned, Chair, the rulemaking process began last year. We had our first public comment period after the first draft was posted from August through October of 2023, and had a formal public hearing here before you on October 4th. As you mentioned, since then, we've hosted extensive meetings with various working groups, and finally, recently, on the 8th of March, we noticed this workshop, and then on the 12th, we posted the updated draft text and are inviting public comment. I will note all public comments are welcome, of course, but our focus at this session here is really on the changes to the reg as much as possible. So here we are at this workshop. We are in the middle of the second public comment period. That comment period runs through March 27th. And then we'll bring, hopefully, a revised version, or maybe not, maybe the same version, back to you for consideration for adoption this summer. And if the board adopts it, it would become effective in January 2025. Next slide, please. I do want to pause and emphasize yet again the degree of engagement we have been having both with, with many different interest groups here, with suppliers, with environmental groups, with environmental justice groups, with community groups, and with associations. And so that's happened over the course of pre-rulemaking workshops, public hearings, and smaller meetings that staff have been holding over time. And that's been a really productive process. We've all learned a lot about different elements of the water sector, and we hope we incorporated adequately a lot of the input we received during all this engagement. Next slide, please. So to the framework itself, under this regulation, as directed by the legislation, each supplier adds up different water budgets to get their overall water use objective. And that objective is a volume of water that they can achieve in any way they want. They don't need to hit any particular budget, with the exception of the water loss budget, in order to comply with regulations. So the components are indoor residential use, water loss from suppliers' distribution systems, outdoor residential use, outdoor institutional, commercial, and industrial use, and then other volumetric adjustments come through variances or bonuses. The regulation we're talking about here is really focused on what's numbered 3 and 4, the outdoor residential use budget and the outdoor commercial, institutional, and industrial water use, with a focus on landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters. So I will now, one more, I think. Yes, next slide, please. And finally, other components beyond that volumetric budget are performance measures for various classes of users, and so some associated requirements for suppliers. Suppliers need to classify their customers, their commercial, institutional, and industrial customers, and then offer best management practices to qualifying customers. And there are also associated reporting requirements. I'll now hand things over to my colleagues, to Karina Herrera.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Hi, I'm Karina Herrera, and in the next few slides, we'll be summarizing what was recommended by the Department of Water Resources, what was in the first draft of the regulation released in August, and last, what is in the current draft of the regulation, also highlighted by a red box around the text, since the focus of today's workshop and the comment period that we're in is for the latest revisions to the draft regulation. So as a high-level summary, the changes in the March draft moved compliance with the objectives to 2027. They made alternative compliance pathways more accessible for certain suppliers facing large reductions, extended the ramp down of the outdoor standards, and tied the allowance of the budget for 20% of additional irrigable landscapes for suppliers unable to meet their overall objective to data updates. And I'll go over more detail over these changes in the next couple of slides, as well as other changes to simplify and streamline performance measures and reporting. Next slide, please. So Section 966 of the draft regulation goes over how and when a supplier would calculate their objective, as well as alternative compliance. The first draft of the regulation starts assessment of compliance with objectives in 2025. However, the legislature directed the State Water Board in coordination with the department to adopt the long-term standards for the efficient use of water by June 30 of 2022. Seeing that we are 2 years behind in the process, the second draft of the regulation has made the change so that compliance with the objectives is assessed in 2027 and later. However, suppliers are still required to annually calculate and report their water use and objectives. Next slide. DWR recommended that the State Water Board consider a limited time cap on the annual reductions that suppliers would be expected to make. The first draft of the regulation proposed expanding the use of the .63 outdoor standards through 2040, so an additional 5 years, for suppliers who had to reduce water use by more than 20% or more. This included additional requirements determined by whether suppliers were above or below 80% of the statewide median household income. The second draft of the regulation provides 2 updated pathways for alternative compliance. So path 1, seen as the very top row of this table, a supplier is eligible for path 1 if their MHI is less than the statewide MHI, and they estimate they would have to reduce current water use by 20% or more to meet the 2040 objective. Current is defined in the text as the average of 2024 through 2026 water use. Under path 1, supplier would be deemed in compliance with the objective if they are reducing water use by 1% per year, and if they create and implement a plan to achieve their water use objective based on the long-term standards. Path 2, which is the second one in the red box, a supplier is eligible for path 2 if they have to reduce current water use by 30% or more to meet the 2040 objective. There's no eligibility income threshold for this path, and under path 2, a supplier would be deemed in compliance with its objective if they are reducing water use by 2% per year, verify adherence to the G480 standard, and create and implement a plan in order to achieve its water use objective based on the long-term standards. Next slide. So using the provisional data set that is also available on the State Water Board site for download, we estimate that about 64 suppliers representing 9% of the population are eligible for the alternative compliance path 1. These are suppliers who have a service-wide income that is less than the statewide MHI and have reductions greater than 20% if we're applying their 2040 standards. We also estimate that about 18 suppliers representing 2% of the population would be eligible for alternative compliance path 2. These are suppliers needing to reduce water use by 30% or more to meet their objective, and suppliers who are not already captured by path 1. And just a note that when we are looking at greater than 30 or greater than 20%, this is without accounting for any unknown variances or special landscape areas that might affect their expected reductions. Next slide. So moving on to the changes made to the two outdoor sections, which are sections 968 and 969. For context, the outdoor standards are landscape efficiency factors used to calculate the aggregate amount of water a supplier may need to deliver to customers so that they can maintain healthy and efficient landscapes across the supplier's service area. A higher LEF value corresponds to a service area characterized by higher water-using plants and less efficiently irrigated landscapes. A lower LEF value corresponds to a service area characterized by lower water-using and more efficiently irrigated landscapes. The proposed regulation would set LEFs that change over time to more efficient levels. So next slide. DWR recommended a LEF of 0.8 for both the residential and commercial, industrial, and institutional landscapes with dedicated irrigation meter standards from the time of adoption until 2030, and an LEF of 0.63 starting in 2030 and thereafter. The first draft of the regulation added another time step to the outdoor standards starting in 2035. So a standard of 0.55 for residential and 0.45 for CI&I landscapes with DIMS. The second draft of the regulation proposes that both the outdoor standards be 0.8 from the time of adoption until 2035, so an additional 5 years, 0.63 from 2035 through 2040, and then the residential standard be 0.55 and CII landscapes with DIM standard be 0.45 starting in 2040 and thereafter. Next slide. And just to take a moment to further contextualize the outdoor standards, since sometimes numbers can be confusing, another way of thinking about the outdoor standards is through landscape examples. In the middle, we have a yard that might be at the 0.55, which is the 2040 proposed residential outdoor standard. Majority of the yard is low water using plants irrigated with drip, with some warm season grass using overhead sprays. On the left, we have a more efficient landscape that would represent a lower LEF value. For example, a greater number of native and low water using plants and using majority drip irrigation. And on the right side, we have a less efficient landscape representing a higher LEF value. For example, could be majority or all lawn being irrigated with inefficient sprinklers. Next slide. Moving on to irrigable, not irrigated landscapes, or I&I. DWR recommended that 20% of I&I landscape area be included when suppliers calculate their residential outdoor budget, because additional landscape area may have been irrigated before or after the imagery DWR used to conduct the landscape area analysis. And their recommendation was that this 20% I&I buffer always be included. The first draft of the regulation included this 20% I&I buffer until 2027 for suppliers not meeting their objective. The second draft includes the 20% I&I buffer for suppliers not meeting their objective until a residential landscape area is updated. This provides the buffer for suppliers that need it until new and improved landscape area data becomes available. Next slide. And residential pools. DWR included residential pools as part of what they measured as irrigated landscape. So it's part of their, what they called irrigable irrigated landscape area. So their recommendation was that residential pools be incorporated same as any other irrigated feature on a residential landscape and have the outdoor standard be applied to that area. The first draft of the regulation provided a temporary provision for residential pools that effectively allocated the standard, the LEF of 0.63 for an additional 5 years. And then the second draft defines residential pools as residential special landscape areas, which also means that they have an LEF of 1.0. Next slide. And because this is a really large regulation, there are just several of other changes that were made. So quickly going some of the other ones in the outdoor sections. The second draft modifies how the regulation incorporates references to the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. Some of the references to MWILO have been removed, and instead the context is just written out in the draft text. To ease reporting for information that may not vary from year to year, special landscape areas need only be justified every 5 years rather than annually as in the first draft. And the same data may be reported for each of the 5 years unless otherwise stated. The first draft of the regulation allowed agencies to use new landscape area as reported in the MWILA reports to adjust the outdoor budget to account for these new landscapes. The second draft includes 2 additional methods for suppliers to include new residential landscape area, on-the-ground measurements, and remote sensing. And it also clarified approval process for alternative data. The second draft clarifies that approval will be done by the department in coordination with the board. Next slide. Okay, so one of the impacts to the proposed changes on the residential outdoor budget is that it has resulted in larger budgets and smaller water savings. And just to note that these bars are only for the outdoor budget, the residential outdoor budget, not the objective. So we have 2 bars representing the first draft of the regulation and the revised March draft for each of the years that one or more standards change in 2025 through 2040. In the first draft of the regulation, the 20% I&I buffer phased out in 2027, which is why you don't see it present in 2030 through 2040. This is shown in the draft bars, in the first draft bars changing from 2.1 million acre feet in 2025 and then down to 1.6, 1.4 and 1.4 as the standards change and the I&I goes away. In the revised draft, the 20% I&I buffer may be included until landscape area is available. Here we assume that landscape area has not been updated and the 20% I&I carries out throughout 2040. The standard of 0.8 remains in effect until 2035, which is why we don't see a change in the 2025 and 2030 revised draft bars. In 2035, the standard changes from 0.8 to 0.63, and in 2040, the standard changes from 0.63 to 0.55, and pools have a standard of 1.0 for all time steps. So starting in 2035 is where we start to see the budgets decreasing for the revised draft, going from 2.1 million acre feet to 1.7 and then 1.5 in 2040. For all years, the revised draft results in an aggregate statewide residential outdoor budget that is either equal to or larger than the first draft of the regulation. And then Charlotte will give a little more background on the residential outdoor budget later on in the presentation, since that is new data that we now have since the department released it at the end of last year. So next slide.
Hi, sorry if you could, do you happen to have handy the amount of water that's in the 20% irrigated, not irrigable budget? And if you don't, you could come back later, but since we're talking about the numbers here and how that changes over time, I just wanted to understand.
I have it. I don't know how handy, but.
For which year are you interested in?
2040.
The difference of including the INI buffer in 2040 looks to be about 127,000 acre feet when you compare, what the, total sums would be under each draft of the reg. It makes the biggest difference in 2030, where the INI buffer would add an additional 184,000 acre feet to the aggregate statewide objectives.
Okay, thank you. That helps. We'll come back to that later.
Thank you to our wonderful
Dr.
Rodero.
Rodero also confirmed, so we're good.
So moving on to variances. Variance sections can be found in both 967 and 968, and actually 969 too, which is CI landscapes with gyms. DWR's recommendations did not specify how often suppliers should request and report variances. The first draft of the regulation required suppliers to annually request and update all associated data with variances to ease the process for applying for variances, and that given some of the variance data may not change on an annual basis, the second draft requires that suppliers request variances every 5 years and allows, unless otherwise specified or updated by the supplier, that the same data be used for those 5 years. Next slide. So per statute, variances are for unique water uses of water that have a material effect on the water use objective. DWR recommended a threshold of 5% of the objective for most variances, a 1% of the objective threshold when using more accurate calculation methods for certain variances, and a 0% threshold for ponds and lakes, since that is water use that is required by regulatory requirements. In the first draft of the regulation, the thresholds were consistent with the department's recommendations. In the second draft of the regulation, the threshold of significance is now 5% of the relevant budget for most variances. For example, the variance for evaporative coolers would have to be at least 5% of the residential indoor budget, or the variance for horses and other livestock would have to be at least 5% of the residential outdoor budget. The threshold of significance can be 1% of the relevant budget when using more accurate calculation methods for the same variances as in the previous draft, and the 0% threshold is still present for ponds and lakes. Next slide. And moving on to section 971, which covers the bonus incentive. DWR recommended deferring a method for direct potable reuse and calculating the bonus incentive until the use of DPR is allowed. Following this, the first draft of the regulation did not include DPR in calculating the bonus incentive. However, the State Water Board adopted direct potable reuse regulations in December of 2023. And because of this, the second draft now includes a method for calculating the bonus incentive with DPR. And that is it for me. And then I'll pass it on to Charlotte to go over the remaining changes in the second draft.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Charlotte Ely. I'm the Climate and Strategy Advisor in the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance. It's good to be with you all here today. I will be describing the changes that were made to the CII performance measures. I'm doing this in place of our colleague Chris Martinez, who has moved on to the Air Resources Board, and we're very sad to see him go, but he was outside today to greet us. So I should be able to cover most of this, but I'm not as expert as him, so please bear with me as I try to summarize this very detailed part of the reg. So there are several different sections that pertain to the commercial, industrial, and institutional performance measures, section 972, 973, and 974. While I feel like we haven't talked about these sections very much, as in these public workshops, they are of great interest to a number of interested parties, and we had very lively discussions in the CII working groups that were held over the winter. And so a lot of what I'm going to be describing here today does reflect the very strong engagement of a number of interested parties. So 972 is the section that describes the classification requirements for CI&I water use. The department's initial recommendation was for 18 categories, and 14 of those aligned very nicely with the Energy Star portfolio manager broad categories. The department also recommended that suppliers would classify their CII customers in 20% intervals with complete classification occurring, I think, in 2027. The first draft of the regulation reflected the department's recommendations with regard to the sort of interim milestones and these 20% intervals, but it differed in that we cited that urban retail water suppliers would classify customers according to the Energy Star portfolio manager categories, and then for those categories that the department recommended that were not part of Energy Star portfolio manager, we also included those. So that was things like laundries, large landscapes, water recreation, and car washes. With the revised draft of regulation, there were a number of small changes, and we're highlighting the, I guess, most significant here. The first was the term large landscapes was replaced with landscapes with dedicated irrigation meters, because this is something that urban retail water suppliers would already be identifying as part of the budgets for CII landscapes with DIMS. Second, we removed the sort of interim milestones and have proposed that the urban retail water suppliers would complete classification for what the revised draft reg refers to as existing connections. And so for all this CII performance measures, one of the things that was done was to introduce this term existing to refer to customers that exist at the time of adoption. And a lot of the goals, the timelines that are outlined in the CII performance measures do refer to sort of these existing customers. That's what the main goals apply to. And then afterwards, the proposed reg says to maintain sort of a 95% sort of assessment. And the other change here that, again, we see throughout the CII performance measure sections is that it no longer refers to customers, but rather to connections. And that was a recommendation we heard from a lot of suppliers, because that sort of aligned better with how they are currently reporting water use information to us, and how they are engaging with those CII users. Next slide, please. Section 973 outlines the requirements for qualifying what are called large landscapes under the reg. The department recommended that this threshold for what a large landscape would be defined at 1 acre. And they similarly, as with 972, identified these interim milestones for urban retail water suppliers to make progress in either installing dedicated irrigation meters on large landscapes, or employing in lieu technologies and offering, that should say BMPs, not DIMS, and offering best management practices to the connections associated with large landscapes. The first draft of the regulation proposed using a volumetric rather than size acreage threshold for evaluating what a large landscape is. It sort of followed the department's recommendations for the interim milestones, proposing that, the agencies identify all large landscapes by 2030. We proposed an additional BMP as well that was focused on sort of efforts to slow spread sink rainwater. With the revised draft of the regulation, the proposed threshold for large landscapes is now 1/2 of an acre. It similarly refers to existing large landscapes. We made a number of minor changes to clarify roles and responsibilities. We got a lot of sort of anxious calls from suppliers asking, like, how are you trying to say that it's going to be our job to install and audit the irrigation systems? That's not what we do. And so we made minor tweaks to the language to make sure it was clear who was doing what. And then, as with the other performance measures, we removed the interim milestones and sort of pushed the compliance obligations further out. With the Section 973, suppliers now have until 2040 to complete the work associated with 973. Thank you. Okay, so 974. Next slide, please. A lot here. I think the bottom line is that what we have done with 974 is tried to increase flexibility for suppliers to offer BMPs to customers. There's a number of different sort of paths that urban retail water suppliers can take depending on what makes the most sense for them. Other high-level changes is that we have proposed an off-ramp for suppliers with very little CII water use. We've removed interim milestones. And again, pushed back the date for when all this sort of work would need to be complete. Given the time, I think I will sort of not go into as much detail here, but happy to answer any questions if you guys do have them. Okay, next slide, please. Reporting, Section 975. Just say here as well that there were a number of small changes just to provide greater clarity on what the required reporting elements are, rather than, for example, under 974, we had previously suggested a CII best management practice that was in some ways contradictory with what had been sort of proposed with 1572, but with the passage of 1572, now there's this additional reporting requirement to just let us know what agencies are doing vis-a-vis their 1572 obligations. We've made sort of changes to the reporting requirements to specify what variance and provision data needs to be updated annually, since, as Karina mentioned earlier, most of that data will now only be reported every 5 years, but some would need to be updated annually. And then lastly, we've made changes throughout the reporting section to really align with the changes that have been made to other sections of the reg, such as the proposed changes to alternative compliance. Next slide, please. Finally, the no backsliding provision is something we'd like to spend a few minutes on, because we've received a lot of criticism recently about it from a number of interested parties. This is in Section 966 of the proposed reg text. We addressed water code requirements 10609.d, which directed that the long-term standards are to be set at a level designed so that the water use objectives, together with other demands excluded from the long-term standards, such as CII indoor water use and outdoor water use that isn't connected to a dedicated landscape meter, exceed statewide conservation targets. the department, when they provided all their recommendations to us, their ideas for handling this would be that for each supplier that would appear to be exceeding their SBX 7x7 target, that the board would individually adjust like discrete components to prevent backsliding, to prevent them having an objective that plus exceeded demands was higher or less efficient than their SBX 7x7 target. In the first draft of the regulation, we proposed something that was more formulaic, and this again is all outlined in section 966, and basically identified that if a supplier was exceeding its SBX 7x7 target, its objective would be equal to its target minus excluded demands. So in the second draft of the regulation, it was sort of the same formulaic approach. The difference being that we added the words beginning in 2040 and also specified that this sort of assessment would be based on the individual SBX 7x7 target. Next slide, please. We wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about this, given the coverage and given the concern that has been raised. So again, this proposed change would only apply this SBX 7 by cap, we're calling it, in 2040. And compared to average use in 2017 to 2021, we do see that a number of suppliers are already using water a lot more efficiently than what would be budgeted for the objectives based on the 2025 and 2030 standards. So an estimated 266 suppliers, are looking to be more efficient than what is suggested based on the 2025 standards. 231 suppliers are looking to be more efficient than what is suggested by the 2030 standards. And then when you look at the SBX 7x7 targets, 356 suppliers have sort of already surpassed, their objectives. So this has raised these concerns that unless state rules specifically prevent it, right, urban water use could increase to its urban water use objective, or a supplier's water use could increase to its water use objective or its SBX 7x7 target. So of course, we don't have a crystal ball, right? We don't know exactly what is going to happen in the future, but we can explore different scenarios. So what if a supplier's objective is higher than current use? Yes, it could increase to the level that's set by the objective. Yes, it could increase to the supplier's SBX 7x7 target. Use could remain steady, right? Our use could continue to decline, which would be consistent with existing trends. And then there are, of course, a lot of other possibilities in between. So let's go to the next slide, please. There's a lot of information here, and so I'll try to move through it slowly. We're showing with numbers what I just sort of conceptually described on the previous slide. We're looking at the potential volumetric change in statewide water use by looking at these 4 different scenarios for 4 different time periods. 3 of the 4 scenarios, the orange, the green, and the pink, share one major assumption, and that is that all urban retail water suppliers that are sort of affected by the reg would decrease their water use to meet their urban water use objectives. And then what's different is that we look at, what might happen if suppliers, unaffected by the standards were to increase their water use. So for example, in 2025, the orange bar is showing, what would happen if every urban retail water supplier were to meet their urban water use objective, those that would need to decrease and those that could increase. And theoretically, urban water use could increase by 543,000 acre feet based on those 2025 standards. If there were a cap, as described in the proposed reg. So if we were to place this cap on the SBX 7x7 targets, that would sort of limit the level of increase that could otherwise occur. And urban water use could increase based on the 2025 standards by 376,000 acre feet. The pink, which is what we've actually been sort of assuming in a lot of our modeling, and what reflects the most current version of the draft reg, it shows what would happen if urban retail water suppliers were to reduce water use, met their objectives, and those that didn't have to do anything would sort of stay at current water use levels. And so finally, the blue is a little bit different. This is assuming that suppliers would not only sort of decrease their water use to meet their objectives, but would also be capped by the SBX 7x7 target. And so we see that in 2025, there's a slight difference, right? The difference between 132,000 acre feet of savings and 139,000 acre feet of savings. So we looked at this, ran these scenarios for each of the 4 time periods: 2025, 2030, 2035, and 2040. And of note is that it is not until 2035, which is under the proposed reg, when the standard for 0.63 comes into effect, that we would see savings under all 4 of these scenarios. One more thing on this slide. I just want to call attention to the blue, the largest sort of column for 2040, the blue savings. So this is the approach that we have been using to calculate prospective savings with the reg and a lot of our sort of analysis and messaging. So that 499,000 acre feet based on the 2040 standards is what, if you move to the next slide, please, you will see here. So, our assumption is that based on the sort of current iteration of the reg, that conservation actions, including those that urban retail water suppliers take to comply with the objectives based on the 2040 standards, we can save as much as 500,000 acre feet of water. Next slide, please. So here we're showing the sort of estimated reductions, the estimated impacts that we would see based on the 2040 standards, looking at the number of suppliers that would fall in these different impact categories. So for example, today we're seeing that 122 suppliers would face no reductions based on the most efficient standards. So this is fairly different from the slide, this exact slide that was shared back in October, which showed that 71 suppliers would face no reductions based on the most efficient standards. So you can here see the effect of the policy changes, as well as of the new data that we have. In October 2023, we estimated that as many as 84 suppliers could face reductions of more than 30% based on the most efficient standards. Today, we see as many as 47 could face reductions of more than 30%. So something to keep in mind as we're looking at these numbers is that for some suppliers, we do expect that that the impacts will be smaller because of corrected data, because of the budgets associated with variances that we don't yet have data for alternative compliance, and other long-term trends. Another thing to keep in mind too is when we're looking at this data, we are looking at the subset of demands that comprise the objective. And so when we're looking at sort of 30% reductions, we're talking about 30% reductions as is applied to the subset of demands that comprised the objectives. If we're looking at total water use, these numbers are smaller. Next slide, please. So we wanted to just make a quick note about the addition of the residential ag budgets, just because it did make a very significant difference for a number of suppliers, and that is part of what was driving the changes that we've seen. And so some context on how the department sort of analyzed landscape area is that because it knew that residential agricultural landscapes would be subject to variances, what it did is it actually classified residential areas as non-irrigated. So for the purposes of our analysis, we were for some time unable to include, the substantial sort of acreage associated with these residential landscapes because we didn't have the data that we would need to calculate the budgets. So now that we do, this was data that the department made available in December, we have been able to calculate those budgets, and we have been able to sort of weave them into the impact analysis. And we see that for the majority of suppliers, objectives increased by less than 5%. And of course, by increasing their budgets, that means we have smaller savings. It's easier for them to comply. But for about 19 suppliers, objectives increased by 20% or more. And that's certainly one of the reasons why we saw that big drop in the number of suppliers that would have to potentially increase by 30% or more because of the reg, right? Just by adding in that res ag budget, some of them now don't have to do anything. So we expect a few variances to make sort of big impacts like this. Others probably not so much, but again, we don't have all the data to understand how this reg might impact agencies, but we do think that the information that we're sharing today probably represents the maximum impact that might occur. Next slide, please. Here's an updated map showing how the regulation may affect suppliers across California. Each dot corresponds to a single supplier. The larger the dot, the larger the service area population, and the lighter the color, the lower the reduction. So any dot that appears dark red indicates an estimated reduction of 30% or more. Something to keep in mind too while we're looking at this is that any supplier that would have to reduce by 30% or more would of course be eligible for one of the alternative compliance pathways as proposed. So, and again, for agencies that do face such large reductions, we expect impacts to be much smaller for all the reasons that I've described before. So I think with that, unless there are questions from the board, I'll hand it over, I think, to Pedro.
Thank you, Charlotte. My name is Pedro Aratanya, and I'm the economist for the Water Board. Next slide, please. I will provide you an update on the cost-benefit analysis of the proposed regulation in the next couple of slides. Most of the work so far has been focused on addressing the main comments that we received from the public on the cost-benefit analysis in the SWRCB. And some of the main comments addressed were related, for example, to the double counting that I made when calculating the supplier avoided costs. So that has been addressed. The other point that I have addressed in the cost-benefit analysis was related to how we are calculating or projecting future supplier avoided costs. And this has been a source of many comments, many constructive comments and views about what to consider when projecting what would be the avoided costs by suppliers that can be attributed to the proposed regulation. And what I do now is I address those comments by factoring in not only the projected future operational costs that are specific to the suppliers in the data, but also to the projections related to the cost of alternative sources of water in the future, as some of the comments that we received were pointing out that the further in the future we are, the more important it is to take into account the cost of developing new sources of water, alternative sources of water. So that has been addressed in the cost-benefit analysis. A third point related to the comments that we received from the public relates to the growth at which we project the cost of water will take place in the future. So initially in the SWRCB, we had an assumption of 4.2% annual growth in the real cost of water. And we have received comments on one hand pointing out that, or claiming that that is a high number, the 4.2% is too high. And on the other hand, we also received comments pointing out that that may be an underestimation of the actual cost increase in the cost of water for certain suppliers. So the current cost-benefit analysis is trying to take both views into account, and we have now allowed the cost-benefit analysis to have this rates of increase in the cost of water. We allow that to differ depending on the some of the characteristics that we have for the suppliers in the data, such like MHI, or the medium household income in their service area, their size in terms of the number of customers in the service area, and their location or hydrologic region. And we are now allowing for suppliers that are located inland or lower income and smaller, we allowing them to face higher growth rates in the cost of water that they might face in the future. So we added this layer of complexity in the cost-benefit analysis. That's on point D, we also incorporated price elasticity in the determination of the assumed rate of decline absent the proposed regulation in residential outdoor use per capita. So before we had a fixed assumption for how fast we believed the residential outdoor use per capita would decline over time. And now we are allowing that rate of decline to depend on, or to be sensitive to future increase in prices in water rates. And lastly, we have also been performing several sensitivity analysis around the main parameters in the model, and several comments pointed out that because we have many assumptions regarding the cost-benefit analysis, would be interesting to see how our results, how the costs and benefits would change depending on how we change those parameters or those assumptions. So we have been performing sensitivity or scenario analysis for like a list of different parameters that we are assuming in the cost-benefit model. So these were one of the main types or areas of comments that we have been addressing in the cost-benefit analysis. Of course, there has been lots of other very good comments on the cost-benefit analysis of the SWRCB, and those are also being addressed. Other than the comments, we have also updated the cost-benefit analysis to reflect the changes that were described here today to the reg text or the draft reg text. And we decided to expand the period of analysis in the cost-benefit analysis by 10 years from 2040 to 2050. And for several reasons, we had comments related to the period of being considered in the analysis, but also because we have changes taking place closer to 2040. And because of that, changes to the reg taking place closer to 2040, and because of that, we are required to have more time after the last change is effective. The Other change that we are incorporating to the cost benefit analysis relate to the tools that we assume would be available to suppliers for those suppliers who need to achieve their objectives. And again, this is a modeling assumption. We are not comprehensive in those assumptions. We initially, or in the SWRCB, we are assuming that suppliers have 4 types of conservation measures to be at their disposal to be implemented in their service areas. And now we are assuming not only those 4, but also water rate changes. So in the model, we are allowing suppliers to change their water rates so that would help them achieve, if necessary, their objectives. So that's another layer of complexity that we added to the model, but which we think is it's closer to the reality than we facing the suppliers are facing than we had before. Most of the comments and most of the changes that I have implemented in the cost benefit analysis are related to the residential water use and savings. So in the next slide, I will be focused on some preliminary results for residential water use. And this is important because I have not done yet the incorporation of the other relevant sectors affected by that would be affected by the proposed regulation, including CI&I and wastewater. So those are still relevant. Those are still going to be part of the cost-benefit analysis, but I'm not going to be talking about them today. Thanks. Here I'm showing the summary of the preliminary analysis looking at the impact of the proposed regulation on the residential water use. And what we see is that the preliminary analysis gives us a result of approximately $1.27 billion in net benefits over those 26 years of analysis. And I break down that number into the costs and benefits, and the breakdown is following the same breakdown that we had before. So you're still looking at the same drivers of benefits and the same drivers of the costs of the proposed regulation. The main driver of the main component of the benefits being analyzed is the supplier's avoided costs. So we are estimating that under the current proposed reg, suppliers would be saving $2.7 billion over the entire 26 years, and that's in present value terms. Suppliers would also lose revenues as a result of the proposed regulation of approximately $0.9 billion. They would spend some money to implement the conservation measures, including having the rebate programs, and that would account for $0.8 billion in that time period. We have a new category of costs, and that's the rate-making cost or cost of service studies. And this is because now we are allowing the supplier to use to change their rates in order to achieve their objectives if necessary. And because we have this additional tool available that's also costly to suppliers, and we are estimating a cost of $300 million for all of the suppliers that are affected by the regulation in the 26 years analyzed. Sure. The question is about lost revenue, clarification about what that means and about rates. So the way I'm computing lost revenues here is the following. I am comparing the revenues that suppliers would obtain in absent the regulation, and comparing that revenue projection with the revenue that suppliers would obtain under the proposed reg. And there are two factors affecting the supplier's revenue. One is the projected water rates in the future, and the other factor is the quantity of water being sold to their customers. And so we have these projections for these two states of the world, one in which the regulation is effective and the other one is absent the current regulation. And several things are happening. Under the proposed regulation, suppliers would be selling less water to their customers compared to the amount of water that they would be selling in the absence of the regulation. So that's one thing. The other thing happening is rates. Rates, we assume, would be increasing over time in both states of the world in general. However, because some suppliers might be increasing even further their rates under the proposed regulation, that's also taken into account in the calculation of their revenues under the proposed regulation. So we're looking at those factors independently and for each of the two states of the world and comparing revenues in the absence of the regulation and under the regulation. And in aggregate, we are expecting revenues to be affected in a negative way because of the proposed regulation. That's what that number means.
Which number are you talking about when you say that number?
Sure, it's the second one, the negative 0.848 lost revenues.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for where increased rates, where is the category for potential for increased rates at the household level?
Yes, so increased rates, the equivalent category for households is the avoided costs, and that's the first row in all households at 0.848 avoided cost water. And that's exactly the same amount as the lost revenue because these are just two sides of the same coin. What's happening here is that we estimate that that customers would be purchasing less water under the proposed reg than they would in the absence of the reg. And that's the main driving force behind the avoided costs. So that's what it means to have avoided costs. So despite potentially greater water rates, the savings would more than offset the increased water rates. That's what that positive 0.848 means in avoided costs. And the next line, avoided costs related to energy, that's basically savings that households would obtain from replacing washers with more effective washers under the rebate programs. Finally, they would have to spend, households would incur costs of implementing some of the conservation measures promoted by their respective suppliers of negative $0.594 billion, or $0.6 billion over the 26-year time span. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So now we'll wrap up, but before we do, just wanted to get back to where we are in the process. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are in the second comment period now, and that ends on March 27th. And then we hope to bring the regulation to you all for your consideration for adoption this summer. And depending on if you adopt it or not. We would be hoping, if you did, to bring it to the Office of Administrative Law in August, and then it would become effective in 2025. Next slide, please. And finally, this is more, I guess, not for the board members, but for folks here who may be making comments. You may submit written comments by email. Comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov is the email address. You may also use fax, mail, or hand delivery, but email is nice. And now that concludes our presentations.
Really appreciate that, Mr. Knockbauer, and appreciate Ms. Herrera, Ms. Ely, everyone, the great work I know that has gone on for years now, and the participation of all the water agencies and many folks out there that are really interested in this, including the press conference. I know there's been a lot of good faith discussion, and I'll be candid, maybe sometimes not so good faith. And so I look forward to hearing from folks where we are on this balancing that we're in the middle of. I'm very much open to hearing how we're continuing to refine and get this right. It is a very complex bit of regulation we have before us, but I'd note, please do read the enacting legislation. It is a very complex task that we've had given here before us all. So before, I know sometimes there's some ascribing to the board of a desire to make this as complicated as possible. We're in fact doing what we can to make this as implementable as possible. And I know, again, there's a lot of good faith folks that are at the table with us on that. And so just wanted to thank everyone's good time and look forward to hearing what I know will be a lot of discussion here. But before we get into that, I'm looking to my fellow board colleagues for any questions or consideration and comments here off the bat. Board Member Firestone, and then Board Member Morgan.
Great. So thank you all staff, but especially stakeholders that have put in a huge amount of time in this public process. I think it really is exemplary of why we do a robust public process to roll up our sleeves and figure out how to get it right. So just really appreciate that. I think we've made a lot of good changes here, and I think there are two major issues that remain for me, ones that I think I want to see us continue to adjust. So I wanted to make sure we have some time before we get into more public comment to sort of flesh some of those out. The first one was, I think, straightforward, and we can talk about later, which is around the backsliding provisions, and I appreciate staff being able to flesh that out. I think where we ended up, maybe inadvertently, is allowing that not having backsliding provisions allows increase in water use, as staff slides, I think it was 27, 28 highlighted, which I appreciate. And I think we would all assume that water efficiency would continue, but the reality is that water suppliers are in the business of selling water, and we have already seen water agencies proposing to cut conservation programs, and I think to address missing revenue. So I think we need to make sure that we're moving forward, not backwards, and so I'd want to see backsliding provisions go in place in 2025. So that's my first issue. The bigger issue that I think I'd like us to consider is around the challenge of where we landed in this draft is pushing back the 0.63 outdoor standard to 2035. Means that the majority of agencies that serve the vast majority of population don't have to increase or really do anything on improving water use efficiency for a decade after this goes into effect. And I think the effect of that is that we are less prepared for drought. We're more vulnerable. We are less likely, I think, to ultimately meet the 2040 standards because we don't have a more straightforward glide path to get there. We have a sudden drop off towards the end. And it's going to mean higher, ultimately, the less water we save means higher costs for consumers, higher greenhouse gas emissions, and also just means less supply for other needs like housing stock that we desperately need in this state and the environment, which we're increasingly trying to figure out how to balance with our water supply needs. So finally, I think it also doesn't, it really sets us up to fall way short of the governor's water supply strategy goals. You know, the governor water supply strategy goals were 500,000 acre feet by 2030. We won't be even close to that without moving our 0.63 objectives to 2030. And I think the purpose of that isn't just a number, but it was to allow us to be able to adjust to a hotter, drier, more kind of extreme climate that we are in already. And we need to make those adjustments more urgently. That said, I think that it's very clear to me why we initially proposed this, which is, or not initially, but in this draft proposed this, which is what we were trying to do in these changes is give more time to agencies to achieve the savings so that we can allow agencies to transform outdoor areas to California friendly landscapes and avoid unintended consequences like dead trees or xeriscaping that actually exacerbate urban heat islands and other climate impacts that we're trying to avoid. So there were really good reasons why the changes that we made here are extending timelines and providing a clear alternative pathway for those agencies where this is going to be a really big lift. But I think while we made those important changes to allow flexibility and that longer glide path, I do think we missed the mark and went too far in the near-term savings. And I think that problem is ultimately undermines the very local and regional conservation programs that we're going to rely on to achieve the larger goal. So I think I'd like to propose that we go back to the recommendation that DWR had on 0.63 and 2030. You know, both the LAO and Aqua, at least in the, public process that I was able to see were supportive of DWR's recommendations, including that 0.63 standard. And I think importantly, the 0.63 standard was the average water use in the state in 2018. So that's 6 years ago. And I think it's reasonable for us to expect that systems in 2030, so that's more than a decade later, that the agencies are able to achieve what the majority achieved in 2018. And that those few agencies where that really is too big of a lift have a clear alternative compliance path, which I think we've really built up and done a good job in creating. So I think that's a better balance. I asked staff, just because I know this is a major change, I wanted to bring this up early because I want to make sure commenters here are able to address that and that we're able ultimately to have a real discussion, because we, the purpose of this process is to be able to discuss things in public. We can't discuss it amongst the board members together without this. So I did just ask staff if they could provide a little bit of information to help us understand this proposal and what the impacts would be. And I'm just wondering if you could do a couple things briefly. One would be just to help explain what the potential savings under that scenario would be for moving things to the 2030. Moving specifically 0.63 standard to 2030, what the costs and benefits would be and how this would affect suppliers. And just to, I think, allow us to understand that proposal in terms of our discussion as a board. And I really appreciate the time and look forward to discussion on it.
Yeah, thank you very much, board member. Very similar questions I know I've been having with staff as we've all been engaged with folks, and would like to, before we start to really digging into it, I provide a chance for the other board members to make sure and speak their points as well. So I'd like to go to board member Morgan.
Thank you. So I know that, it's been a long road to get to where we are today. I want to thank everyone who has participated. It's not just this past year, it's been, several years. And so also, I want to thank everyone who's going to, I know who will continue to participate and stick in till the end. Really do want to hear your comments, later today. We're really, all here to work together so that we can have a regulation that will fully implement, that can be fully implemented, and that will help us to achieve, making conservation a way of life here in California. One of the things that really does, stick with me is that, this draft that we have now has several action items that all agencies will have to continue to work on. Start, at 2035 and before 2040, and by 2040, everyone will have to achieve their goal. So, it's, while the dates may have changed, still by 2040, everyone has to get to that goal, and there are, check-in points to make sure that that they will get there. And so I want to, really thank staff on making sure that there is a compliance pathway that is laid out there, to where it may not be by a specific date that they have to achieve a specific goal, but besides the 2040, but there is this pathway to make sure that they stay on a goal to get there by 2040. And then later on, I want to talk just more about compliance and enforcement. But then, other things, it's just that, I believe that with this or with any regulation that's being implemented, we need to make sure that we are, educating communities of color in those communities that have been historically left behind. I know that's not something that is going to particularly, be solely with the water board. We're going to have to work with, our state, our state partners, and make sure that that is occurring. Because just, growing up, I was always reminded that knowledge is power, and knowledge is something that can't be taken from you. And so we have to make sure that in order for this or anything else to really stick and to be really successful, we need to give communities the knowledge of why we're doing this, what does it mean, and what is the implication, so that they can then implement and make the changes that are needed to make this regulation a success, and that it will continue to be a success in the long term. I also believe that to truly move racial equity and environmental justice forward, we must listen to, learn from voices of color and those with lived experiences, and not continue to suppress them and leave them behind. And part of that is really with that education curve. And so, it's really listening to the voices, understanding what that need is, and providing that education. And so, again, with this path, I want to make sure that this time is also used to make sure that that education is provided, and that we are listening to what the needs are, to make sure that we are able to have something that is really solid in place in communities. And that we're not just giving a rebate and then walking away and, then that fixture or that washer or whatever, it breaks, in the understanding of why the more efficient appliance was needed. And so making sure that is worked into the overall the overall program. And so, with that, it's also, that brings me to, how compliance and enforcement is going to be key. And so something that, when this does come in front of us, I would like to see, resolution language or something that directs staff to come back to the board with like an enforcement policy for the conservation regs, so that both the board and stakeholders can weigh in on what compliance and enforcement is going to look like. So that, it's, because what I'm looking for is something that is really similar to what we do on the water quality side, where we're really working with communities on compliance, making sure that they understand what we're working to achieve. And, and with those communities that just aren't doing anything, that make sure we have a clear enforcement path to make sure that we really are achieving our goals, and that when we get to that achieving the goals, that it really does stick, that we are continuing to move in the path that we all want to, and that it is going to be success. And with that, also just wanted to make sure that I have a clear understanding of what does enforcement look like in 2027, and that and then I do have another question about just to get more clarification around the I&I buffer and the differences that are seen there, because I think I have maybe a different understanding, or maybe the incorrect understanding. I want to make sure I understand what that buffer, what it was for originally from DWR, and how that it may have changed even under the previous draft.
Thank you for that, board member. I appreciate the comments and focus on the implementability of this regulation. I know that's front of mind for all of us here at the dais, and everyone in the room, is not just how do we get the balance right on the amount of conservation and efficiency we're looking for, but how can we ensure that that's implementable here across it. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Well, I'll just start off by talking about an unrelated topic and how things seem to be somewhat similar here. We've been spending a lot of time with implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and it just strikes me that we're really wanting communities to be successful locally. I think that's something that we all stand behind. And also safe drinking water. We're looking to give communities the tools, like even when we step in, we don't come in and make decisions for communities. We want communities to come up with a pathway that will be successful for them. And so I think wherever we are all coming from, I think that there's a lot of different ways to provide communities with that flexibility and with the tools that they need. We just may have different approaches. And so I'm going to just share some of the thoughts that I have. I'm looking at slide 18 that, it had those bar charts that show through time where the regulation, at what point the bars really change, depending on when those dates kick in for the standard. And so I'm just kind of tracking Board Member Firestone for teeing up some of these issues, and exactly when should point 3 kick in. And I'll just say that I'm really looking forward to the comments that we receive. Because for me, making any adjustment, I really want to make sure I understand how that's going to work, again, going back to the community level, and whether or not communities are going to have the tools that they need to achieve these goals. I think we're looking out for them to be successful, and I concur with Board Member Morgan's comments about maybe coming back with some guidance on an enforcement policy so that we can keep the pressure on appropriately and provide for discretion where that's appropriate as well. And looking at the Department of Water Resources and what they may have had in terms of their suggestion, they did not have 0.55. And this is an area that I've learned from my decade plus being on the board. that it's important for me to compromise. So I have very strong feelings. I'm very nervous about 0.55. I've spent a lot of time at UC Davis at the Horticultural Institute and looking at irrigation efficiency, and just because you get a brand new system, it's not going to stay brand new. It's depending on how the homeowner operates the system, how they don't pay attention, how maybe the gardener or the neighbor steps on a sprinkler and then nothing gets done. And so again, that kind of gets back to communities and what Board Member Morgan said about education and, looking at ways that we can achieve those standards. So whatever we adopt, I know it's just a one and done. I wish it weren't. I wish we could do this incrementally, but if this is the approach we're going to take, I think that it's important for us to collect the information, for us to continue to be informed, for all the stakeholders to continue to be informed, and for the legislature to continue to be informed. And my concern in particular is communities of color, disadvantaged communities, social injustice, communities that whether there are racial issues or economic issues, communities that have been historically left behind. And I think a lot of this can be solved with money, but unfortunately, we're not in that sort of a state right now with the budget. But it's important, I think, for me to be a team player. I'll support the 0.55, but the other components, it's a package. For me, it's a package, in terms of flexibility and some of the things, Chair, that, you talked about, the complexity of the legislation, and maybe this regulation is developing to be even more complex. We're trying to streamline wherever possible. Really want to hear suggestions about how we could do a better job of that. But we all need to recognize that in order to provide for flexibility, it's going to be more complex. So then that's on us to make it the complexity, reduce the complexities so that we provide the flexibility at the same time. So I can't really give an opinion. Otherwise, really want to hear what folks have to say, and probably a lot of stakeholders will be providing more detail, in their comment, and I would, encourage you all to do that. Unintended consequences are at the forefront of my mind. Unintended consequences on affordability. That's why I asked the question I did on the economic analysis, and also communities and tree health. I want to do this as, I'm hoping that we can do this as quickly as we can, but thoughtfully. I think we've all seen those gardens that get changed out and then things don't go well. So just want to make sure that whatever glide path we're on, we move as quickly as we can, but thoughtfully.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. And just, again, really appreciate the maturity of this discussion. I mean, really, you look across nationally, and we know that there's no other state in the nation that's taking efficiency and conservation in water as seriously as the state is here. And so just appreciate everyone's joint leadership and yours and that, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Going to be challenging to add much to all the great comments that we've already heard, but I'll do my best. And I also have to say thank you to staff and to all the stakeholders who have been engaged. I personally have been on the water board here for a little bit over 5 years, and working on this regulation has been a friend of mine that entire time. So this has been a long, long process to get to where we are today, and it shows, because I think the regulation in this revised version shows a lot of consideration of all the unique challenges that water systems face across such a diverse state. What really sticks in my mind is that map of California that shows the differences in the water savings be from the inland areas to the coastal areas. There is a big difference there by and large. There's exceptions for sure, but that's where it gets challenging when you start to come up with a single statewide standard and you start looking at averages and things of that nature. It becomes very difficult because averages don't treat everyone evenly, and we're not all starting from the same place. And one of my views as well from the beginning has been, how do we set everyone up for success? Because wherever we set the target at whatever year that is, it's not that a system does nothing up until that point, and then the night before, January 1st, on December 31st or 30th, they realize, oh, I have to save 27% of my water use. No, this is a long progression. This is a long investment that water systems have to do in collaboration with their customers. So this doesn't happen overnight. I think we all know this, and we know this because water use efficiency programs have been so successful. And that's the other thing that's making this so challenging, is that we've seen great reductions in water use to the point where many systems are actually well below even the 2040 standard that we're talking about today. Well, there's a reason for that, because they get it, because they've made these investments, they've worked with their customers, they've spent hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know what the total investment is, but I know it's a huge number. The state has invested bond funds to support conservation programs, and we've seen the results of that. We've seen increases in water resiliency. We've braved and survived through 2 droughts, and yes, there were times that were tenuous, but what we've also seen is that water systems and Californians step up when there's times of water shortage. We all rise to the occasion and reduce our water use accordingly. So this standard, to me, wherever we land here, and I'm listening, I want to hear all the comments today. I'm here, I'm very interested to hear what everyone has to say. But for me, this is a long-term change in how we use water in California. This is a long-term investment in water use efficiency. And we're trying to come up with a strategy here that sets everyone up to make those investments and better understand how we get there. So I appreciate the comments about working with communities, disadvantaged communities, communities of color. That's exactly right. Even in, you can look at any area, there's communities that if they see their rates increase, I agree that water systems could use that as a tool, and probably will, to send a signal. But there will be unintended consequences from that. And so how do we have strategies to help support and minimize those types of impacts? I heard Metropolitan Water District is considering or implementing a new program to incentivize planting of shade trees. And that's wonderful to hear. We need more shade trees across the state. We need to be making those investments, and we need all systems to have those types of amazing programs, but not all systems can afford that currently. We don't have those types of resources. Not all water systems come from the same place. So I'm trying to figure out where that balancing is. How do we get to that? How do we get to that point? Now, all that being said, this notion about the backsliding concerns, I've been working on water use efficiency issues for almost my entire career, including during the implementation of SBX 7 and 20 by 2020. So that does give me some pause. I really don't believe that systems will take the foot off the gas. I think they will continue to implement their conservation programs ultimately, regardless of whether they have a stricter standard or not. So I don't think we'll see a market increase, which means this shouldn't be a problem. So I think, I'm very interested to hear folks' comments today about the backsliding issue, but I think SBX 7 set a line in the sand where systems should be, and we're by now, and I believe most of them are. And so I would hope that we're comfortable kind of moving on from there, because I do think that is the intent of this statute. So I want to hear more about that from folks, but I am very interested in that topic. And as to, I appreciate the comments about the kind of enforcement, compliance mechanisms, and maybe different ways we can look at that, because even, and I appreciate the push in compliance, the target from 2025 to 2027. I think that will be helpful for many systems. But remember that there are even a number of systems that currently today will still have to do quite a bit, even by 2027, just to get to that, right? Because many systems are over the 0.8 landscape efficiency factor currently. So even 0.8 was a reach. It's not like that they magically get there. They're going to have to look at rates. They're going to have to look at incentive programs And so this does become a bit of a challenge because not everyone is starting out at the gate at the same spot. So that's something I'm keeping in mind as we're thinking about the dates, as we're thinking about the timelines, as we're thinking about the right compliance mechanisms and the right way to help support and also encourage systems all to get to the same point, which is 0.55 by 2040. And I agree, that's tough. It's an ambitious goal. It's going to be a challenge for many systems. Some are already there, so clearly there's something there in the art of the possible. But that's not to say when you're looking at many of these inland communities that it's going to change the way they look. It's going to change the way folks interact with their environment. In many of those ways will be good, and I think for the ultimate benefit. But it's going to be a change, and it's not going to happen easily in many of these communities without, if we're not careful about that. And the last comment I'll make here is on the just making sure that we're all tracking the same thing. We're all looking at the same numbers. So I appreciated pulling up the slide 18 on the charts. Yeah, some of the things that have changed, we didn't change the goal. So it's still 0.55, broadly. So that objective is not changing. It's well pointed out that there's variances and other things that will come into play here. And some of it we were able to factor in with the residential agriculture and with the pools. That would happen either way here. So for me, that's a little bit of a wash. And the other big piece that may appear different and change some of the water savings was what I asked about earlier, which is the 20% INI. And if you read carefully, I believe what the regulation now says is that you have that buffer, that 20% INI, up until the data is updated on the landscape area data. And I think there's a desire, I'm sure a hope from me and hopefully my colleagues here, that landscape area data is updated soon, within the next few years, so that everyone has that better resolution, that more current snapshot of what their landscape area is. I know some water systems are already moving forward with their own data sets, and I think that's fantastic to hear. Many water systems don't have those resources to be able to do that. But that could change things. And I think just talking about the fact that that's 180,000 acre feet of water delta, difference by 2030, for me, that's something I'm keeping in my mind because, well, what if that data is updated before 2030 here, and that does translate to another 180,000 acre feet of water savings that might be needed fairly quickly. So as I'm thinking about the timeline, as I'm thinking about the unknowns, the need for data, the need for making long-term investments and working with communities, I'm trying to figure out how do we balance all of that and make sure that we've got the right amount of progress being made by the right timing. And so I've put a lot of thought into this, and I know I want to hear what you have to say about the dates. And I know there's some judgment call here, there's some policy making happening, a lot of policy making happening with a really complex regulation. It's going to be challenging, but I'm want to hear and appreciate you all being here today. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Agree with everything I've heard here at the dais from all the members and really appreciate the thoughtfulness. I know what we have here is a discussion around the 0.63 delay and just generally in the amount of additional time we're providing for the outdoor standard, trying to figure out what additional flexibility looks there. Additionally, there's discussion here, as we heard, on the backsliding provisions that we'll want to flesh out. And importantly, I'm kind of going over these so folks, as they enter into their comments, understand kind of what the board is looking to hear about. I double up as well on Nicole and the other board members, plussing up of the enforcement policy discussion. Nicole, you had mentioned, board member Morgan, the INI buffer that you wanted to hear from staff a bit more, just, again, a reiteration of what exactly is it, what changes are we making? I appreciate board member McGuire's comments here, much in the same around, how does it stay in effect? What happens as it gets updated? I'll note, obviously, some of the fundamental tension here is around rates and around volumetric dependency from some agencies on stability in their rates, and that this, selling less water can become a direct, competition to some of that. I think it's an important part of all this to continue to flesh out how I know that there are great leaders here in the room and otherwise from agencies that have decoupled volumetric sales from their rates. And really, I know that on the IOU side, the investor-owned utilities, there's already, requirements and a lot of work that's gone on there. I think there's a lot that can be further discussed as to how, and this is really about implementation, but how agencies implement this in a way that doesn't harm the customers that can least afford it and gets us to these really critical climate goals that I think we're very all much in support of. So all that being said, we do need to take a break. I apologize because I know folks are holding on to start to enter into comment. When we come back, just a brief maybe touch on the few things that were heard on at the dais, but importantly, we'll get straight into then comments and start to unpack some of this discussion. Importantly, hear from folks here on some of these outstanding balancing issues. But I just thank everyone. I feel a narrowing on this regulation for sure. And I think we can hopefully all feel good as we continue through this process that the board here is listening, and importantly, that you are all important contributors to this discussion. So let's give ourselves just a quick 15-minute break, get back here at 11, and we'll start in on comment, take as much as we can before lunch, and then take a lunch and continue on. So thanks all. All right, everyone, we're at 11 a.m. Let's go ahead and get ourselves seated, and we can move on here to the staff's response. Folks don't mind wrapping up their conversations and taking a seat, we can start getting to commenters, since I know folks are maybe not happy about having been held over. All right, let's go ahead and I'll hand it over to staff. I know we'll have about 15 minutes here of response to the items that the board members have brought up, and I hope it provides good context for the comments we'll hear. But given the ongoing conversations, some folks might miss it. Mr. Nachbauer.
Great. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Thank you for your attention so far and the comments and questions. We heard several areas flagged for discussion, both from us and potentially from commenters. So there was interest in a little bit more information on the irrigable, non-irrigated area, INI, also on backsliding, also on the phased step down of the landscape efficiency factor. And then finally, we wanted to speak a little bit about enforcement in response to some of the comments made. So I'll hand things off to my colleague, Ms. Herrera, for the irrigable, non-irrigated area. Charlotte Ely will speak on backsliding. I'll speak on backsliding. Ms. Ely will speak about the landscape efficiency factor over time. And then my colleague, Mr. Rose, will speak about enforcement.
So to try to briefly summarize the very technical and robust work that DWR did in measuring landscape area, for a majority of suppliers, they used one image, one snapshot in time from 2018 when they were measuring landscape area for suppliers. They categorized landscape area as 3 categories, either irrigable, irrigated, which means the land is being actively irrigated, and it includes areas such as like mulch and surrounding area around plants. Irrigable, not irrigated area, which is area that appeared like it could be irrigated in the future or may have received irrigation in the past. For example, a simple one to understand is dead lawn. And then not irrigable area, which is landscapes like your hardscapes and your building footprints, things like that, that are very clearly not being irrigated. So after these classifications, DWR did a statistical analysis where they looked at both landscape area and water use from 2017 through 2019. And through this analysis, they found that it was possible that up to 20% of irrigable, not irrigated area may have been irrigated at some point outside of this image that represented landscape area for the analysis. And so that's where the 20% INI buffer came into place. Latest draft of the regulation says that the 20% INI buffer can be included for suppliers that otherwise would not meet their objective until a landscape area data is updated. After that, it would be based solely on irrigable, irrigated area. And part of this gives the department, suppliers, whoever updates landscape area time to have better, more updated analysis where the 20% INI buffer would not be needed anymore. Hope that helps.
Great, thank you. And then regarding the no backsliding provision, it would be relatively easy for us to change that in the reg text from kicking in 2040, as it does in the current posted proposed reg, to 2025. That would be a very easy change to make, and it would have minor impacts for most suppliers. There are a couple suppliers where that might lead to a larger reduction immediately in 2025, and we can explore different options to be sure that doesn't present very large challenges. And then now to Ms. Ely.
Hello again. We wanted to respond to some of the questions about what the effect would be of shifting the 0.63 from 2035 back to 2030. And there's a number of different ways we can discuss that. I think one of the most obvious ways is with regard to water savings. And so thinking back to the slide that we showed, the estimated change in statewide water use based on the different savings for the different scenarios, we saw that based on the sort of staff proposal, we thought in 2025, the reg might save 132,000 acre feet of water based on the proposed 2030 standards, 181,000 acre feet. Then moving to 2035, when the 0.63 would come into place, 376,000 acre feet of water. And so in terms of water savings, if we shifted that 0.63 back to 2030, those estimated water savings would begin to be realized then, as opposed to 5 years later. And then if we could actually bring up slide 39, please, we can sort of look at what the impact would be with regard to individual or sort of suppliers falling into these different percent reduction categories. And this sort of looks, I mean, this is the data that we have available on our website right now. And again, we could just sort of look at these impacts as moving sort of backwards. So rather than, 100 or 36 suppliers having to face reductions of potentially 30% starting in 2035, that could happen as soon as 2030. And rather than having 148 suppliers be not affected at all starting in 2035, that would happen in 2030. So we would just see a shifting back to, that 5-year prior. I mean, right now, just doing a side-by-side comparison, the current reg would suggest that 231 suppliers serving 72% of the population would not have to reduce water use by any amount. And if that was that 0.80 remaining in effect in 2030, but if we shifted to 0.63, it would be 148 suppliers that would be facing no reductions. Similarly, currently we're showing about 10 suppliers that might face reductions of more than 30% with that 0.8 in effect. If we would shift to the 0.63, that number would increase to 36 potentially suppliers. And then I think,
Sorry, just on that, though, those that are greater than 30% would
be eligible for alternative
alternative
compliance, yes, under any scenario we look at right now, yeah.
If I just may chime in on that, that's true that suppliers that have a reduction greater than 30% would qualify for alternative compliance, but there are suppliers that would be affected by this change that don't qualify. So ones that have a median income greater than the statewide median income, and then a 2040 projected reduction of less than 30%. So I just want to make it clear, it's not that there's no impact on anyone. There are suppliers, and we actually, I think, have, if the board's interested, sort of a table showing what the change would look like on a, sample list of suppliers.
We do have that too, and we can jump to that. We also have, if you could move to the next slide, please, just a quick glance at the economic effect of sort of shifting the 0.63 back to 2030. And I'll hand it back to Pedro over here, but it does, long story short, increase net benefits.
That's right. Thanks, Charlotte. So as you recall before, I showed you the number of net benefits of about 1.3 billion with the current staff proposal. If we have the 0.63 standard starting in 2030, that benefits will increase to 1.8 billion in the 2025-2050 period analyzed.
And then to address your comment, Mr. Oppenheimer, if we could move to the following slide, just to give folks kind of a sense of what this might mean for individual suppliers. We're looking at those with the largest percent reductions in 2040 that would also be ineligible for the alternative compliance pathway. And we see that the effect of maintaining that 0.80 in 2030 would sort of moderate the decline that these in percent, well, the percent reductions that these suppliers would otherwise be seeing. So for West Valley Water, for example, based in the sort of, because of the residential indoor standard, we still see a decline in 25 and 2030. And then that would, in 2035, under the current reg, go to 26%. If the 0.63 were to be shifted back to 2030, we would see that jump then instead of 5 years later. And the normal caveats that we're not including all the other variances and special landscape areas and the numerous things that are likely to reduce or minimize the impact that the proposed reg may have. We have some other examples of suppliers if board members are interested, but we just wanted to kind of give you guys a sense of, we've got the statewide numbers, but if you want to zoom in on some particular examples, we could do that as well.
And just to clarify this one, so what this is helping us look at is those that are not going to be eligible under our current proposal for the alternative compliance plan, but would have to have the biggest lift for reductions if we, and what it would mean to, what kind of the rate and level of reductions for those that have the biggest lift but not enough to be eligible for what we have for alternative compliance. So they're not disadvantaged communities. Sorry, that's not the terminology. They're not eligible for either alternative compliance route.
Yeah.
And sorry, just one other thing, because I think slide 18 that Vice Chair had pulled up, the other piece that I think is helpful to look at is just for us to be thinking about that rate of ramp down, basically, and are we stair stepping that, or are we, I mean, all of it's somewhat stair-stepping, but is there a more smooth glide path, or is there a hard drop off at the end? So looking at, the right side bars of our revised draft, it's just, there's really not significant change for the first decade, and then there's pretty significant ones. And so I think just thinking about how we have more of a smooth glide path here to set folks up for success, like the other board members were saying, I think that's really the goal here. But that was really helpful. Those were my questions on it.
So just on this particular slide, I just want to point out that this isolates the residential outdoor budget. And so it's not the full picture. And so suppliers don't have to comply with the individual budget. They have to comply with the overall objective, as I think we've kind of discussed a lot in the past and today. And so, yeah, it really is a policy question of, front loading the savings versus giving more time to achieve it. This slide I think is really instructive. And to me, what occurred to me when I first saw this was, under the first version of the regulation, the majority of the outdoor savings is occurring in the first 5 years, and then it's a very slight reduction over the next 10-year, the two next 5-year increments. And under the current version of the regulation, there's obviously very little reduction until you get to 2035, and then it ramps down somewhat gradually. So it really is a policy call of, do you want to front load the savings? Do you want to give more time for folks to adjust?
Definitely.
Sorry,
Anything further? Yep. Board Member Firestone.
Just on that, I really appreciate that. And I think my thought on this is that the 0.63 is one that, again, the majority was already achieving or was average in 2018, and that DWR thought was the right target there. But that's, I think, allows you to get at more of the low-hanging fruit, shall we say. But that last bit for getting down to 0.55 is a lot harder and does need more time. And so I think what we're trying to do here is make sure that we are giving that time to be able to do the right kind of changes. I think we're all, have that goal in mind. And so giving more time for that last chunk that's going to be harder makes a lot of sense to me. And I think a lot of, the vast majority of Californians and the majority of systems are already achieving 0.63. So it seems like we should be able to get that relatively sooner. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I have to say I'm just not comfortable with this at this point, but obviously we're going to have another comment period and all this. But one of the things that I'd like to try and tease out, this notion of the majority already achieving, or statements that are made that nothing has to be done for certain communities. In those communities, a lot already has been done. And even if we change, the time frame, there's still a lot that has to be done on CII. So if you're going to provide additional information for us, I don't know if this is an appropriate metric or not, but it seems to me that looking at 0.63 and those that have already achieved that, many are achieving that because of a credit that they've received. We're accounting for recycled water in many of these communities, correct?
No, I think what Board Member Firestone is referring to is some information that we've shared in previous presentations where we used the analysis of the department to understand where urban retail water suppliers were with regard to their sort of aggregate outdoor water use. We could probably try to bring this up, but it was a histogram that said for all of these suppliers, where are they with, estimated landscape efficiency factors ranging from as low as I think 0.1 to as high as 1.3. And we saw that, the median I think was about 0.65, right? So half of all suppliers were at 0.65 or less, with I think something like 25% of them at 0.44 or less. So using that data, it seems that a lot of, and with all the data that we have with regard to this regulation, it does appear that many agencies, in aggregate across their service areas are hitting that, that 0.63 based on this analysis from imagery from 2018. And inevitably, there probably has been some additional progress made since that time.
So maybe it's more relevant to the 0.55 for those that are already at 0.63. If they have recycled water credit, it's going to allow them to achieve 0.55. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean.
Clarify there, Vice Chair, I think it's the recycled water bonus applies to the budgets, right? So it's not the total budget, not the outdoor objective. So, but I get your point. For many, they're meeting their overall budgets, which includes, a lower outdoor efficiency factor because of a bonus on recycled water, perhaps. But I think the analysis that was done on the outdoor use is just on outdoor use. And so hopefully that kind of helps.
And the issue of, the DWR used multiple methods to determine outdoor use, and the mean or median was around, I thought I heard 0.65. That seems to ring a bell to me. So that does mean a lot of suppliers are meeting it, but it also means that roughly half are not meeting it. So you just need to take that into consideration.
And if I could, I think this is one of those that I had some questions around because the outdoor use, it was based on a calculation of data that was submitted for other reasons. It was the total use and it was an assumption of this water here is for indoor, so then this here is going to be outdoor. And so it's not exactly, so there, it's a calculation. And so I just want to, say, it's not an absolute, it is a calculation, it's the best data that we have, and that's what we're using is moving forward. And so that is our starting point. And so, yes, there are many suppliers that are, meeting, the 0.63, there's many that are not. And so that's the starting point, that's what we're looking at. And as we start collecting data, we will have better data to inform where they actually are for this. So that was something that I was a little cautious of saying, just it being an absolute of this is exactly where someone is today, unless they submitted the database, for this purpose. So I just want to, that's my hesitation of just really diving into that particular data set.
I really appreciate that, board member, and that's very true. Again, there's assumptions built into a lot of these numbers, and it's why we shouldn't be talking in absolutes a lot of times. Again, these are numbers that are helping us give our best chance at understanding the balance here on these. And I appreciate that point. I appreciate the point of the vice chair and the discussion here around where that balance lies then.
I think a quick clarification for Vice Chair. I think what you were referring to were the special landscape areas would receive a factor of 1.0 when calculating budget for those landscapes. So if urban retail water suppliers were to identify that these landscapes were being irrigated with recycled water, for example, they would have a higher landscape efficiency factor applied to those landscapes. That's separate from the bonus incentive that would be part of their residential outdoor budget or their budget for CI DIMS specifically. So yes, that would be accounted for in that way.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ely. Vice Chair, anything further? Looking to other board colleagues. I think there was one more touch point on enforcement, and we can importantly start to hear from folks here.
Yeah, as with almost everything else, but especially enforcement, I don't have any absolutes to offer on that. But I think we heard loud and clear a preference that when we bring this to you for consideration of adoption, that in a resolution adopting a regulation, there be something to address enforcement. The board has several tools granted by the legislature, informational orders, notices of violation, and then of course conservation orders, and there's always the potential for administrative civil liability for any of the board's regulations. But the board can direct or ask or however it wants to approach this, have whereas language in a resolution, or ask staff to come back with something for board consideration that's not specifically on the face of the regulation, so that you have the degree of direction on enforcement that you'd like to have. I'll flag that there is a spectrum of not just the tools that you have, but also how you use those tools. So at one end, there's policy, an enforcement policy. That was the term I think I heard used. If we're talking about an enforcement policy, maybe even air quotes or capital P, then that potentially would need to be adopted by regulation. I think that is allowed. That's not part of the one bite at the apple regulation that you have here for how you approach your enforcement of this regulation, or policy for water quality control is a mechanism that is statutorily directed for many enforcement policies. Or you can have a different end of the spectrum, a lighter touch where you, again, like I said, in whereas language, direct staff to take progressive enforcement as, in my experience, has been the practice, but of course, your direction can definitely influence that. So I didn't hear a specific ask other than in resolution, bring back something like that that could come back to you or be dictated in a resolution. I do think you have a wide panoply of how you can choose to use those tools in an incremental way, which the legislature did identify a phased-in approach, which whether those dates hold the exact same meaning as they did because of us being 2 years behind, I think that it's loud and clear that the legislature preferred that the board phase in use of those tools. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, that was helpful to inform the discussion, Mr. Rose. I appreciate that. And looking to fellow board colleagues and would like to start to get to comments. I appreciate everyone's time here to allow, again, discussion before the board. This is our opportunity at a workshop to really be digging in as board members along with you all on these issues. So I think we gave a good amount of things that I think you all hear that the dais is looking to hear about. Please come forward here with anything you're seeing here in these adjustments, and we can start getting to commenters. I'm going to be taking comments here in order of received, but as the day in the next hours unfold, I can move folks around if you start to run into scheduling issues. I'll note now we'll take a late lunch, so we won't take a lunch until about 1 o'clock and get through as many folks as we can before we get to that. In that vein, then, I would like to first call up, and please pay attention to the scroll. You'll start to see names up there as well, so you can kind of get a sense of where you are. I'll try to call out as many as possible as well. So our first tranche, we'll hear from Andy Morris and Darcy Burke, both from Elsinore Municipal Water District. If there are any other electeds, please do flag for the clerk or myself, and we can make sure and take you at the top. After those two electeds, we will have Greg Thomas from the same institution, Chelsea Haynes, Andre Abergel, Bob Gore, and Melissa Sparks-Krantz as our first tranche. Mr. Morris, Ms. Burke, I believe you may have a joint login here that you'll both be presenting through.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the time.
Of course, good
I'm
morning.
Andy Morris. Good morning. I'm Andy Morris, Director with the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District, and I appreciate that the Water Board listened to the extensive comments we made during the first round of comments on the regulations and incorporated some of our feedback into this draft. It is reassuring to know that even after all those hours, the Water Board staff took them into account. However, we do still have some concerns with the regulations, and I must reiterate some of my previous comments. We all agreed that conservation is important, and my agency has done a fantastic job in conservation, cutting an overall GCPD of 50%. But we also need to remember that the human component to our regulations and policies. We can't conserve our way away the impacts to our customers. Even though the implementation period has been extended, these draft regulations will significantly increase our operational and maintenance costs, which will be passed on to the customers and negatively impact disadvantaged communities. Some examples of how our rates will increase are from increased operations and maintenance costs due to lower flows at our sewer plants, more reliance on imported water to meet growth as EVMWD is only 35% built out. Water agencies are key to making the governor's goals of 1 million more homes to meet the shortage. Penalties will ultimately hurt customers because overall compliance with regulations as written will be hard to meet. Thus, the fine are in the cards. So everyone across the state is already struggling given the record inflation and cost pressures on water agencies. Electricity is up 30%. Chemical costs for us are up 100 to 200%. Construction up 40%, and materials 25 to 75%, as well as what individual households are facing, household costs, medical, food, etc. And to add these additional requirements will only exaggerate rate pressures on our customers, many of them low income and disadvantaged. We ask that the board continue to work with the water agencies and other experts and stakeholders in the water industry to keep affordability on the forefront of these discussions, and to acknowledge that this is just one regulation out of many impacting the rates that our customers will be forced to adhere. Thank you so much, and I'd like to yield my time to my fellow director, Darcy Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. And for what it's worth, I think, well, I'll just continue to listen. Ms. Burke.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. My name is Darcy Burke, and I serve also on the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District representing Division 1. I also serve on the United States Environmental Protection Agency Local Government Advisory Committee, serving on Water Committee and co-chair Climate Adaptation Communications. Elsinore Valley is in southwest Riverside County, one of the fastest growing areas of our state, and it's hot and dry. We serve 33% of our service area is severely disadvantaged or disadvantaged communities. In reviewing the Legislative Analyst's Office findings and your proposed revised regulations, not much has changed. These regulations will still add complexity. These revised regulations will be administratively burdened and expensive to implement, will be difficult to achieve, add significant costs. The LAO independent study project projects net cost to be $7.4 billion, with savings only 440,000 acre-feet annually when fully implemented. Any savings achieved would be small and will at a large cost to our customers, especially those that least can afford it. Those costs directly carried by California families, businesses, our customers. As a comparison, Diamond Valley Lake cost Metropolitan Water District of Southern California $1.9 billion in 1999 and holds 880,000 acre-feet. Today, that number would have cost us $3.47 billion, half the cost and double the water savings. This could proportionately affect lower income customers. There is no could in that finding. It will impact our disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged customers, those most in need and not just in rates, but in quality of life. With the proposed draconian GPCD targets, children living in inland areas will not have access to outdoor play spaces at home, and frankly, fewer opportunities in general than those that live on the coast. These standards would further cause greater inequity compared to socioeconomically privileged coastal communities, as well as access and opportunity disparity. Families living in disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities already have limited access to sports fields, parks, or school playgrounds that are safe and well maintained. These standards will make access even more difficult, if downright impossible, because it won't be affordable to maintain. And most parks and playgrounds have been overrun with homeless, making sports or play access for our youngest residents unsafe and inaccessible. Grass is a cooler surface than asphalt, dirt, or artificial turf. It's more pleasant, also improves the air by absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. This is especially important when temperatures rise above 85 degrees. For my district, in summer, our temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees. Last year, those days totaled 23. With climate change, the expected number of excessively hot days is anticipated to grow. On a hot day, lawns can be up to 30% cooler than asphalt, 14% cooler than dirt, and 35% cooler than artificial turf. Those proposed regulations create a significant inequity in the quality of life for those living inland and in areas versus more affluent, privileged coastal communities. As an elected official, I must point out that you have missed the point of public acceptance. Without public acceptance and support, your regulations set the grossly inequitable regulation up for failure and your authority up for question. Recent polling done by Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and a statewide poll done by Justin Wallen Research indicates a plurality of Californians are fatigued with conservation mandates and want to know what the state is doing to address long-term water reliability. Quite frankly, so do I. As public water agencies, water reliability is our job. However, public health and safety is our responsibility, and these regulations do neither. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Burke. I really appreciate your good faith care of brown and black communities and your concern about the regulations. So thank you for your time. Next, I'd like to call up Greg Thomas. He'll be followed by Chelsea Haynes and then Andrea Apershell.
He's in his.
Thank you very much. And you've heard from two of our directors at Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. And echoing that, I'd like to thank the board for listening to the many comments regarding the first draft of the regulations and for making some modifications based on that feedback you received. Commend the board for staying that late that night. Extending the implementation timeline and changing the variance reporting is very much appreciated. We also appreciate that the requirement that a supplier dedicate no less than one full-time staff person to the creation and maintenance of climate-ready landscapes was removed because this was a unfunded mandate. Agencies such as EVMWD have significantly invested in upgrading wastewater and recycled water facilities as a local and resilient source of water. Less water used in the home means less water flowing and pushing urban waste through the sewers. This reduced flow will result in increased maintenance costs and higher costs to treat the sewage, as the infrastructure is not designed for higher increases in solids. And for example, our GPCD over the last 10 to 12 years has more than reduced, our 50%, went from 244 to now 130, to show that we've already removed a lot of the waste in our systems. While we are committed to long-term water use efficiency, the state should also focus on investing and developing new water supplies and storage and infrastructure which will serve current and future customers for years to come. For example, our area is growing significantly and we're only 35% built out. So we're anticipating significant growth and we're working with a lot of developers right now to expand that housing shortage that the state is experiencing. Additionally, less recycled water means there is less water for irrigating parks, replenishing groundwater, and discharging treated flows to rivers and lakes to keep them vibrant for fish and wildlife. Specifically, less recycled water will adversely impact the environment in our service territory because we discharge highly treated recycled water into Lake Elsinore, as well as a wetland behind our plant. Lake Elsinore is similar to a Salton Sea as it is a significantly impaired inland water body. If our recycled water flows decrease, it will impact the water levels of the lake, which will create environmental problems for the community and the wildlife that depend on it. And unfortunately, the increased cost of our operations and maintenance will be passed on to our customers, which will negatively impact our disadvantaged communities, of which about 35% of our service area is disadvantaged or highly disadvantaged, severely disadvantaged. Additionally, some examples of the extended increased reporting requirements. Additionally, regulations may lead to abandoned or underutilized stranded infrastructure, which ultimately costs to customers. We may be more reliant on imported water, which is also more expensive, especially as the costs we incur continue to increase. We do have some concerns with the CII disclosable building reporting that is not necessarily under the scope of water districts to accomplish this requirement. And lastly, I would like the board and staff to look at any contradictions to legislation or water code that has been enacted that the regulations may be contradictory to. So in summary, the proposed regulations will impact the environment, drive up costs, and create requirements that are still very challenging to attain. We respectfully request that the collaborative process continue and that the current draft amendments do not get rolled back while we continue to work towards additional solutions that benefit conservation efforts while not putting the full cost burden on our customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. It's good to see you. Appreciate your comments. And I'll try not to respond to everything I'm going to be hearing today, but I do want to make sure that folks that are feeling that it's just about conservation, the board seems to only be focused on this. Why is this taking up so much of our discussion? Please do look at the water supply strategy. Please do know that there is a lot else that the board is doing, including adopting direct potable reuse regulations at the end of last year, getting out $1.5 billion in the last 2 years for recycled water projects, $17.5 billion if you dial it back to 2014. I don't want to have to be defensive up here and say all these things over, but just know that there are other things happening here. Next, I'd like to call up Chelsea Haynes, who'll be followed by Andrea Abergel and Bob Gore.
Hi, good early afternoon, morning. My name is Chelsea Haynes. I'm the Regulatory Relations Manager for the Association of California Water Agencies. I think in the media, I've been characterized as celebrating and complaining, but the most accurate characterization, I think, is polite anxiety. So core to Aqua's comments was the request for the State Water Board to work with Aqua, other water suppliers, and other interested parties to address and talk through some of our technical and policy concerns with the previous draft regulation. We immensely appreciate the amount of time that staff, State Water Board, other interest groups here, NGOs, EJs, water suppliers have all spent through November and December to really lean into some of the shared concerns, what the different options were, and try to come up with a regulation that we think at the end of the day is going to meaningfully advance water conservation as a California way of life. And I strongly believe, Aqua believes, our regulatory team believes on all of the different issues that are in front of the board right now. It's through collaborative processes like what you've just created that is going to land with more implementable regulations. So thank you. Many of the concerns that we raised were also echoed by other independent parties like the Legislative Analyst Office and PPIC. And so just appreciate all of the participation in this process. We support many of the changes that were made to the proposed regulation to address the water supplier's concerns around feasibility, cost, flexibility in the previous version. And we remain committed to continuing to work with the board and other interested parties in the final inning, I don't know what this is considered, the final oomph of this regulation. I don't have answers to your questions right now, and something that we'd need to talk about as a group. We've really tried to root ourselves in technical input, and so, but we are really strongly in support of the changes that were made to the timelines, including the outdoor standards and the provision of 5 additional years to achieve meaningful water use reductions in a way that enables Californians to responsibly and cost-effectively make these changes. We also note that we've raised issues with even the methodologies that DWR used to arrive at the 0.63 LEF, including some of the trimming of existing data and the application of MWELO. And so while we haven't commented specifically on changing the 0.55, I think that we all recognize even 0.63 will be a really significant lift for a lot of water suppliers still. And I also just echo the comment that even if you're at a no reduction, that doesn't mean that you are not going to be expected to do more. Every single water supplier in California under this regulation is going to have to implement comprehensive CAI performance measures and reporting and continue to build on the good work that they've already done in order to get to what they're at right now as far as their standard. Just to be quick, and we'll provide more comprehensive comments. I know you have a lot of speakers. We appreciate the changes also to the timelines for CII performance measures. We support the changes to the compliance period of 2027. We support changes to the alternative compliance pathway, both for below MHI and for those with a reduction over 30%. And even under that, right? Even some of the communities that aren't below MHI are still expected through this to achieve 30% savings in 15 years. That's really significant. That's going to be a big lift, and there's no cap. That reduction will continue. So that is not a do-nothing alternative compliance pathway. We appreciate the changes to irrigable, not irrigated, and we think that that reflects better existing law and DWR's determinations that that land is in fact actually being irrigated at 20%, and we support technical changes. Just to flag, and we'll provide detailed comments on this, we just want to make sure that the regulation recognizes data errors and limitations, even with new landscape area measurement data, which would then sunset the INI. There could still be innate errors in that. And so there should be some sort of statistical analysis of those errors, and that reflected then in whatever an updated INI buffer is. We support the idea of clarity around compliance and enforcement and progressive compliance, and how technical assistance and data errors can be recognized in compliance and enforcement. And then we'll just note that we continue to ask for consideration of effective precipitation and see further opportunities for streamlining on reporting, and would like to be able to work with staff on the reporting before the regulation is finalized, just to streamline and avoid duplicative reporting, and continue to request that the regulation allow suppliers to report either on a fiscal or calendar year as the legislation allows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Appreciate the engagement and feedback. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Abergel, then Bob Gore, and Melissa Sparks-Grants.
Can I just say really fast thank you to Chelsea in particular, because I just really appreciate your leadership and the leadership of the whole committee that you've pulled together. So everyone that's participated in that, I think it's really helped us get to a better outcome. And I just really, really appreciate that. So I'd just like to acknowledge that.
Here. Thank you, board member. Ms. Abergel.
I'll also thank Chelsea for all of her hard work. That's it. Just kidding. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, because we're still in the morning, and esteemed board members, Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. I just want to thank you guys for providing this forum for additional public comment on the revised Making Conservation a California Way of Life rulemaking. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here, lend our support for some of the needed changes. I want to really thank staff. This has been a lot of work. Your dedication to addressing some of the concerns, it's very apparent. So thank you for all that time that you've spent with us. So first, I do want to note we're very appreciative of many of the changes, but the 15-day comment period is not sufficient time for substantive feedback here because there were a lot of technical changes made. This is a very important regulation. We all are aware of that, and sufficient time is needed to get it right. And many of the commenters that you're going to hear from today were not part of the November-December work group meeting, so they're playing catch up with these extensive changes. So that being said, we do recommend that staff kind of continue to work with us post the 15-day comment period to work through some more of these technical changes. So the water use efficiency standards proposed in the August draft were ambitious, to say the least. The timelines were not reasonable, did not support cost-effective compliance, and would not achieve the multiple benefits desired by the regulation. The LAO report released earlier this year recognized those concerns, so we appreciation that staff listened to those concerns and made extensive changes to address flexibility. I do want to know, as just Chelsea said, it's going to be a big lift for that 0.63. It's going to be a big lift for that 0.55 in 2040. I'm here today, and CMUA strongly supports, I'm just going to list these quickly. We support the extended timeline to comply with the proposed outdoor water use standard, the revised implementation timeline for CII performance measures, the modification to the compliance start date for 2027, and also want to echo support for some sort of enforcement policy that you work through and work with the communities on. I think that that's very important. We also support the feasible alternative compliance pathways for suppliers both above and below the median household income. We support the inclusion of irrigable, non-irrigated area, and various other changes that will be submitted in the detailed letter that Chelsea referenced. That being said, and just this is a shorter list of some of the requests for technical changes that we still have, also will be detailed in the letter. Want to note the new reporting requirements, they are extensive, maybe duplicative with some of the other reporting requirements, could be problematic. So we do need additional time to review and provide substantive feedback. That's probably an area where we can work with staff on and see how that can be amended. And also want to reiterate the ask to report on calendar or fiscal year. I think there could be some technical cleanup of the CII performance measures. And lastly, on that I&I, we do believe that that should not sunset. It was intended to be included with the legislation, so this regulation should align with that. All irrigable lands are intended to be included. So I'm going to keep it at that, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to ongoing discussions.
Thank you, Ms. Abergel. Appreciate your continued engagement and the good comments. Next, I'd like to call up Bob Gore, will be followed by Melissa Sparks-Krantz, Brian Sanders, and then Tia Fleming.
Good morning. Still Bob Gore from the Gualco Group. On behalf of the cities of Long Beach, Fresno, Woodland, and Antioch, we, in the interest of time, associate ourselves with the remarks of Aqua and CMUA. I'd like to add that conservation is a conversation. In Chelsea's words, it's a collaboration as well. What we have here is an opportunity, not for one and done, but to take a living regulation and turn it into a constant evolution of progress. You know, the experience loop will kick in right away. Within a year or two, there'll be vast revisions to consider. Technology evolves rapidly. That's going to change compliance. There's a number of other things. Consumer trust building takes time. It starts out broadly, narrows rapidly to implementation. This is all things that your talented staff can't address on a one-time basis. It's got to be continuous. Lastly, one of the board members used streamlining. this needs to be streamlined almost from the gate in terms of the cost of compliance. There's accounting duplications, there's reporting duplications. This can save money for ratepayers almost initially if we're flexible and creative. One final remark, words matter. Maybe it's too late, but golly, backsliding, that shouldn't be a regulatory term of art. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Sparks-Krantz, then again Brian Sanders, Tia Fleming, and then Stacy Taylor and Amy Talbot.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Melissa Sparks-Krantz with the League of California Cities, representing cities statewide, and in this rulemaking, specifically the 200 cities that are urban water suppliers. First, Cal Cities would really like to thank the board for the process that you've held during this rulemaking. We commend Chair Esquivel, your leadership, for allowing for a robust stakeholder process here. And I just really want to thank staff. Over the 45-day comment period and beyond that, they have met with cities who we have come up to speed quickly on this in a variety of ways. They had working group meetings, they had one-on-one meetings with individual cities. They proactively reached out to cities that had high % reductions that need to come into the fold. They gave broad membership presentations to our committee that we've formed this year. So we really, really appreciate the tremendous amount of time dedicated that the staff have done on this. It has truly helped our cities come into the role of being a part of this regulation. And we do want to echo some of the comments previously made. Excuse me. We support water conservation and water use efficiency efforts. And for these regulations to be successful, we are very focused on implementation now. We are very appreciative of the revisions provided in the second draft to provide suppliers more time, including the 2 years for enforcement or compliance, I should say, to 2027 and the additional 5 years. I think the crux of implementation hangs in well-designed conservation programs that will truly incentivize water demand changes of customers that will withstand the long term. I think that's what we're all pushing for. This is no easy feat, and urban suppliers will need that time to design these programs and collect and report the data that's required under these regulations and instill that changed behavior in their customers. We also support and want to recognize Board Member Morgan's comments today around equity and fairness and inclusion. We support practices that and are measured in that in the implementation of this regulation. The revised regulation included the alternative compliance pathway revisions for suppliers at the MHI and those that have significant reductions. We truly believe that will help some of our cities in compliance in getting there, and we do feel like that will help them feasibly achieve savings going forward into the future. We see it as an opportunity for them to provide a structured plan specific to their community needs, focusing in on specific reductions that they can make and really help leverage resources for those that have limited resources to achieve those water savings. Our understanding of the alternative compliance is that the board has full discretion to approve or not approve a supplier seeking that, and we believe that that is also a fair approach. We'd just like to say and continue to reinforce, we continue to have concerns around performance measures and annual reporting to be challenging. We would seek additional support and assistance in helping suppliers, particularly those that have a large lift, to have assistance in that. And as others mentioned, we would support ongoing discussions with staff to help streamline the data and the reporting that's required. It will be a heavy lift. Just want to close with saying we believe you have struck a very balanced approach here with a very difficult and complex regulation. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. One moment. Vice
Ms.
Chair has a
Krantz.
question for you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand on the additional assistance with reporting, what exactly do you mean? Probably funding that we don't have access to here, but are you seeking technical assistance? I just want to make sure, so that we can appropriately direct staff.
Absolutely. Technical assistance is ideal. The opportunity to engage with your staff, ask questions, verify data before it's due, make sure they are outreached to in advance when reporting is necessary, making sure there's almost like a direct outreach with suppliers that may have challenges in reporting the data or historical challenges in reporting the data, to have that proactive outreach from the state to make sure that they are meeting the mark when it comes to reporting. It could be, I appreciate the streamlined format that could be done to help suppliers meet all of the reporting requirements. That would be really, really beneficial and hopefully not be as resource intensive as financial or funding assistance, but technical assistance.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Ms. Sparks-Krantz. Again, I do appreciate, I know this work can be easily politicized, and so being able to really communicate directly with the cities and electeds and help folks come along is really important, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Brian Sanders, followed by Tia Fleming, Stacy Taylor, Amy Talbot, and then Fiona Sanchez.
All right, good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members, staff. My name is Brian Sanders. I'm here with the City of Sacramento Department of Utilities. And the city appreciates the updates that have been made in the latest draft to the regulation. There are positive changes in the updated draft, and while the target is still extremely challenging, the additional time to achieve the target will go a long way for suppliers to try and increase the public's participation and change public behavior. The city will be submitting more substantial letters, or more substantive letter, sorry, for staff's review. But we'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a few of our biggest concerns that remain, and in no particular order. The city would like to see the inclusion of water use associated with managing tree health as an emergency response, including in drought emergencies, as an acceptable variance to be requested. The 0.63 would be best as the 2040 standard and beyond. The current proposal of a 0.55 would be detrimental to our existing tree canopies, and there are no benefits by self-imposing drought conditions on our trees. The CII landscapes, large landscapes, should be defined as 1 acre, not 1/2 acre. There has been no real rationale given for not using the DWR recommendation of 1 acre. A 1/2 acre threshold is less cost-effective to retrofit, and simply switching from a MUM to a DIM does not automatically translate to water savings on its own. We renew our call for the state to fund and conduct statewide landscape area measurement studies every 5 years. I thank you for allowing me the time to make these comments, and our more detailed letter will follow. We also support the comments that will be made by the Regional Water Authority, and I'd like to wrap up by saying that as a local government who does not operate for profit, our charge has been and will continue to be supplying all our customers with the highest quality water at the lowest possible cost and supporting the human right to water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Really appreciate your time and patience this morning. I know we're just starting to get through to folks, and so I appreciate you delivering the comments here with us. Thanks. Ms. Fleming.
How many red? Just throw that away. I'll keep this brief. So thank you, Chair Esquivel and all board members. My name is Tia Fleming. I'm the co-executive director of the California Water Efficiency Partnership. We cheekily have been saying around our office that we've been making conservation a California way of life since 1991. So appreciate being included in this conversation. I want to start, like many of my colleagues have, thanking the collaborative process over the last several months, from hours of work groups to the individual outreach to the small and underserved communities. Just a huge kudos for that deep engagement. Last time we were here, we stressed that we thought the regulation needed to kind of better balance the urgency of climate change and the need for conservation and efficiency with the realities on the ground at many agencies. We do feel heard, particularly are grateful for the 2027 compliance date, the alternative compliance pathways, and the unstacking of the CII performance measures. Most importantly, I think we know all policy is implementation. right? And we know from experience of all the agencies, I think at the last hearing in October, we heard from so many agencies who had been investing over decades, that these programs take time to design, to implement, to market, to adapt to every unique area, and also to launch the programs that have the multiple benefits that bring along a lot of the communities that have been left behind. I've been seeing a lot of news articles where I fully agree with everything being said from everybody in the article. And so, I think CalWEP is really committed to driving that action. So we're rearing, we're ready to go. But I will say that even those who are under budget, they're still going to have a lift with the CI performance measures. So I do think it is a little just wanting to be cautious about saying that no one has to do anything. And we really see this regulation as an opportunity to catalyze action and to bring along a lot of these communities. I will say funding is still a really big concern for us, especially for underserved agencies, especially with the state deficit. But I will add that, I know the state board staff had posted some funding resources. CalWEP is really hoping to take that baton moving forward and convene a funding task force to really work with water agencies to figure out how we can access additional funds through rates, debt financing, infrastructure money, whatever it might be. And we would welcome any board staff participation in that, any guidance from all interested parties. So CalWEP is committed to continuing our work to maximize water use efficiency in the state. We look forward to the collaboration from all interested parties to move this forward and make sure that this is a success and does make conservation a California way of life. So we have a couple minor suggestions we'll submit in written comments. I won't bore you with them now, but I do appreciate the board and board staff tremendously. So thank you.
No bore in the least, and I appreciate your leadership, and I know CalWEP's longstanding leadership that has created really a foundation for what these regulations are attempting to do, which this isn't the start of a conservation discussion in the state. This is just the next step, so really appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Stacy Taylor, who will be followed by Amy Talbot and Fiona Sanchez.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members, or it's still morning. Good morning, board members and staff. Thank you so much. I'm doing this on my iPad, so I apologize for the strange video here. Maybe I'll go off video. All right. Anyway, yes, Stacy Taylor here, Water Policy Manager, Mesa Water District, which serves safe and still affordable and 100% local reliable groundwater to C2 customers and 110,000 residents in our service area. And that includes most of Costa Mesa, parts of Newport Beach, and John Wayne Airport. So we have 100% local groundwater reliability, and that is unique in Southern California. Also, along with our conservation-based uniform volumetric rate structure, Mesa Water is dedicated to responsibly advancing economical and environmentally sustainable water use efficiency. So my comments today fall into the good faith category. And in fact, for the most part, we are aligning our comments with our water industry membership associations, including Aqua, CMUA, and Water Reuse, who you'll probably hear from later. And we do thank you for the beneficial changes made to the second draft regulation, particularly removing some of the burdensome reporting requirements and extending the compliance timelines, as this will greatly assist Mesa Water and other systems statewide in achieving the water use objective, which for us would require an approximate 10% reduction by 2040 to achieve 77 GPCD. Because of all the work that we've done over the past 2+ decades, our water use is 40% less than where we started during 2009 Water Conservation Act, the 20 by 2020. And so we're currently at just 85 gallons per capita daily, and that's for all indoor and outdoor water uses, including C2 and residential. I would like to address the backsliding concerns. We do share the water industry's concerns that an LEF of less than 0.63 could result in some feasibility and cost challenges for water systems, as well as some economic and water affordability challenges for our customers, and could possibly lead to some unintended environmental consequences, such as heat islands and impacts to tree health. On the plus side, we do appreciate this draft of the regulations clarifying the timing of 5 years for the temporary provisions and variances, including for the indoor water use standard. And this is very helpful for Mesa Water and the 18 other water systems to protect our indoor water use as a very important water source and not strand Orange County's potable reuse system, which is the groundwater replenishment system that replenishes the Orange County groundwater basin, which meets 85% of water needs to serve businesses, tourists, and over 2.5 million residents in North and Central Orange County, including approximately 500,000 disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged residents. Lastly, you'll recall that Mesa Water retained economist David Mitchell of MQ to review the standardized regulatory impact analysis, or SWRCB, for the first draft of the regulations. And as you know, Mr. Mitchell's report, which we shared with you, did identify some areas of concern with the SWRCB's estimates of the benefits and costs of the regulation. And we very much appreciate your and your staff's engagement and time to meet with us to address some of those concerns. And we greatly appreciate seeing a little bit of an update this morning from staff. And so we just want to leave the door open to continue working and collaborating with you to ensure a reasonable assessment of the regulations costs for water systems and our customers to implement, as that could impact water affordability and overall affordability of living in our state. We do look forward to reviewing the updated SWRCB as well as the final draft regulations. We remain open to further discussion with you, board members, and again, collaboration with your staff. And we do respectfully request a bit more generous public comment time next round, greater than the minimum 15 calendar days, so that we could do a robust technical analysis and provide very meaningful feedback for the final round and accompanying SWRCB. And with that, I just want to thank you again for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for yours as well, and for helping strengthen the work product and continue to work with the board. The door is always open, and I really appreciate that, Ms. Taylor. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Amy Talbot, be followed by Fiona Sanchez, and then Yasim Nubani.
Hello, board members and staff. I'm Amy Talbot, the Water Efficiency Program Manager with the Regional Water Authority. RWA is a joint powers authority representing 20+ public and private water suppliers in the 7-county Sacramento region, covering 2.2 million residents. Our region is committed to long-term water efficiency, and we are very proud of our accomplishments. Our region uses 23% less water now than we did in 2013, while our population has increased over 15%. This has been achieved through the hard work of our water suppliers' water efficiency staff, grant and locally funded water efficiency programs, public outreach and school education efforts, and the commitment of our residents and businesses. But as you know, there is more work to be done, and we are ready to start implementation. The revised draft included many constructive changes that will allow for a more successful implementation while maintaining alignment with the governor's volumetric water conservation goals. I want to thank you for addressing our concerns by including the following changes. An additional 5 years for suppliers to meet the toughest outdoor water efficiency standards. This will give suppliers more time to develop and expand effective efficiency programs, and most importantly, customer education efforts. The inclusion of an alternative compliance pathway to cap annual mandated reductions for qualifying suppliers facing the most extreme targets, over 30%, and for disadvantaged communities, while maintaining accountability, as all suppliers will have a budget to meet. And the annual inclusion of the INI, 20% INI landscape area budget to account for the limitations of what I would call moment in time aerial imagery to accurately capture irrigated landscapes. On a side note, if that data and imagery is updated, a similar issue would still exist with that new data because it's just inherent to the way aerial imagery is done. So I would foresee an ongoing need to have an ongoing kind of solution to how to fix that, with the importance of making sure that suppliers are getting an accurate irrigated budget. That would be the goal. All right, so moving on, these changes and time extensions are a step in the right direction towards ensuring successful implementation for achieving projected water savings and educating our residents on maintaining a healthy water-wise yard. However, even with these meaningful changes, the regulation is still very ambitious and may not be enough to maintain and expand our healthy landscapes, including this region's treasured tree canopy long-term. Our remaining priority concerns include, while a 5-year extension is helpful, it does not cancel out the inadequate projected 2040 residential and CII outdoor water budgets. By 2040, all existing, not just new, all existing residential landscapes will need to be watered like new landscapes with brand new irrigation and controllers, and will need to be properly maintained all the time in order to meet this standard. That's just not realistic for the average homeowner. The alternative is that people will stop watering their landscapes as they have done in previous droughts in order to meet these requirements. And then eventually we'll put our trees at risk, creating similar conditions to what we had in the last drought, which killed 1 out of 5 Sacramento trees. Therefore, returning to DWR's minimum outdoor standard of 0.63 will allow for existing healthy landscapes and tree canopies while still achieving significant savings. This recommendation is aligned with the PPIC assessment as well as the LAO recommendations. Additionally, there are still parts of the regulation that contradict the founding legislation, including allowing for only fiscal year reporting, while the legislation allows for both fiscal and calendar year. A precedent for allowing both options has been set with the water loss audits and also with urban water management plans. I think this can be accommodated for this as well. Also, the legislation requires outdoor standard to be all irrigable land, not just a subset of irrigated land in the regulation. So in conclusion, this new era of California water efficiency will require unprecedented resources, as our region has already achieved much of the lower hanging fruit ways to save. We will need new and increased funding, not just from customer rate increases, but to ramp up our existing efforts. Furthermore, currently available grant funding does not make a dent in the statewide investment that is needed to effectively implement. We need more to be successful. RWA has been supporting our suppliers by preparing for implementation and has invested in developing scalable indoor and outdoor CII programs over the last 5 years. We've expanded our DAC direct install programs. We have over $2.6 million in grant funding to do that. We're continuing to build our relationships with customers through ongoing public outreach campaigns, and we're educating our youngest water users through in-the-classroom educational programs. And just to mention, the 20 by 20 regulation is still in place, and I see that as a complementary regulation to this, not as one replacing the other. So I've been listening to the comments about the black siding, and I'm not fully understanding the concern, but would be open to discussing it more. And then finally, we are committed to investing in water efficiency in our region if we had this regulation or if we didn't. This is very important to us, and we see it as an essential part of overall water reliability and addressing climate change. This is near and dear to us. And we look forward to continuing the conversation during this comment period and working together towards successful approval of this regulation later this year and the implementation to follow. I just wanted to thank you all, staff and the board, for the time commitment and effort y'all put into this over the years. I've been there with you, and just wanted to say thank you very much.
Ms. Talbot, appreciate your time and effort too in all of this. And again, to the points that have continued to be made, there's been a lot of investment and a lot of work that's been going on decades here, and it shows. And the level of engagement and the refinement of comments is really just appreciated. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Fiona Sanchez, be followed by Yasim Nubani, and then Paul Helliker and Jennifer Shimon.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Fiona Sanchez, Director of Water Resources for Irvine Ranch Water District. And to begin with, I'd just really like to thank all of you and really acknowledge the significant efforts of your staff to hold the workshops last fall that really allowed for meaningful dialogue with all of the stakeholders and a lot of collaboration. And we truly appreciate that, and we support a lot of the changes in this proposed regulation that resulted from that effort. We appreciate the streamlining and the additional flexibility, especially in the CII performance measures. You know, IRWD would be one of the agencies, thanks to the bonus incentive and our investments in recycled water, where we wouldn't necessarily have to do a, well, we believe we're going to be able to meet the standards at least early on. I think later it could be a bit of a challenge. But that doesn't mean we don't have to do anything. We still have to meet all of these CII performance measures, and we're going to be working hard to do that. And the changes we think will help us to be successful in implementing those. There are 2 areas in the proposed reg where we would appreciate just some additional clarification or modifications. So one is the CII Key Business Activity Indicators, the CBAIs, and the other is in reporting. So in the KBIIs, we definitely appreciate the flexibility that they will provide, especially for suppliers like IRWD, who have been implementing CII efficiency programs, very robust programs for a long time. And we target our customers. We have water budget-based rates, so we know who's efficient, who's inefficient. The KBAIs, what is important to note about those is it looks like we would need to be establishing a single benchmark. And what we would appreciate would be having a range that we would set for that KBAI, because our customers, there's significant variability even within a single water use classification. And so coming up with one number would be challenging. Like an example, because I would love benchmarking with our water budget. So when I first started IRWD, I thought, let me start with Starbucks, for example. That's just even a subset within restaurants and food establishments. Because Starbucks, who doesn't like to go out for a cup of coffee while you're checking out some water use? So, and I figure it's pretty easy, right? So I went to the Starbucks by UCI, and it's a lot of students. During finals week, you can't get in there. Everybody's having Starbucks, but in the summer months, very different use. Another Starbucks on the other side of town, really different water use. And then I go, to the Starbucks in a business neighborhood on the weekend, and there's no one in it. So I couldn't even figure out a benchmark for Starbucks. Never mind the whole classification category for restaurants and food establishments. So just to illustrate, you can have significant variability. So if we could have a range, that would be super helpful. And the other thing is with commercial establishments, there are other ways that we look at and determine an efficiency. For example, how old are their plumbing fixtures? Do we have evidence of leaks? So there are other things and factors that go into what is efficient CII use. So what we would request is that there be some modification just to recognize that it could be a wide range and that we would consider other local factors in establishing those KBAIs. So that would be one request. And then secondly, just on the reporting, there is some duplication of reporting from other reports that we already submit. So hopefully we could minimize, eliminate that. And then there is some data that maybe goes beyond the requirements of the regulation or legislation. So what we would really appreciate would be having a little bit more opportunity to work with the staff to work on technical revisions to the reporting. We hope that would be helpful. And then finally, I just want to say, as I've already mentioned, that we will continue to implement water efficiency. Whether or not we're one of the agencies that has, something to do by 2030 or 2035, it's a commitment for us, it's an obligation, and those ongoing savings, we far exceeded our SBX 7 goal. We continue to implement, and the long-term trends in California show that it's not just us, but a lot of the suppliers. We're continuing to implement these programs. We're committed to it. I will note that I don't think that those reductions are shown in your estimated savings, even though because you're only calculating for suppliers that would have to come into compliance. But those of us already there, we will still continue to have savings. So just wanted to thank you all again, and we really appreciate the opportunity to provide comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Next, I'd like to call up Yasim Nubani, who'll be followed by Paul Helliker, and then Jennifer Shemin, and then Rosario Cortez.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Yasmin Nubani, and I'm providing comments on behalf of 29 Palms Water District. For some context, 29 Palms Water District is a special district located in the California High Desert that serves 18,000 residents, 100% of which are in a disadvantaged community. A further 75% of our service area is classified as severely disadvantaged. I just want to acknowledge and thank the water board staff for their really hard work on revising these regulations. I think the changes are going to be very helpful in implementing measures to reach the required water budgets and overall conservation goals. And we are in support of many of the provisions incorporated in the draft language. We particularly hope that the extended compliance timelines and alternative compliance pathways can give us the time we need to develop a successful approach to reaching our conservation goals. However, as a severely disadvantaged community, we are still concerned about the impacts that these are going to have on our community and our district's ability to achieve successful implementation. One of our primary concerns is going to be with the cost burden for our district. Since we are located in a desert region, our district has little outdoor landscaping, which places much of the burden of the conservation on indoor residential water use. Costs and inequities are expected to be covered either upfront by customers with rebates offered or through raising water rates. When serving a disadvantaged community, raising rates can be really harmful to many of our customers who additionally cannot afford upfront expenses of $150 to $850 even after rebates to implement more upgrade appliances and fixtures. And while we wish that we could afford to implement more aggressive incentive programs for our customers, we are a medium-sized district with not enough excess resources to do so without assistance from the state. We additionally will need technical assistance to help calculate the many variances that we do qualify for. While we do appreciate the extension of the variance application, which will reduce our water budget and our water goals, we will likely need help just because we won't have the excess staffing or the capacity to calculate or give this the attention that it might require for our district. We do understand and appreciate the work that the staff and the water board has put into complex water conservation efforts being considered. We believe that the work that has been put into the revisions is a step in the right direction. Our district is always concerned with the state of our local groundwater and ensuring that we can provide sustainability for the future of our community. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your time and engagement here, Ms. Nubani. I appreciate the comments here and look forward to, I know, what will be further discussion around this and importantly around implementation. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Helliker, be followed by Jennifer Shimon, and then Rosario Cortez and Clark Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for the opportunity to make a few comments here today. I also want to express our appreciation for the changes that have been proposed, particularly to the extending the timeline for meeting the outdoor standards and the schedules for doing so via the alternative compliance pathways, and also the changes to the CII performance measures. And we particularly appreciate the implementation of the deletions that we had requested in our letter to the reporting requirements for measures implemented for CII customers. We also support the language about demonstrating compliance with water use objectives in 2027, although we want to make sure that this language is reconciled with the reporting requirements in section 10609.24 of the Water Code. Per our letter, we and the others in our coalition had commented that the statutes related to these regulations require that the outdoor standards be applied to irrigable lands. The regulations still fail to meet that requirement, and we're requesting that the board revise the regulations to comport with the statute. We also noted that the 2018 legislation states that the landscape efficiency factor values should reflect a factor that allows for the amount of water necessary to efficiently irrigate both new and existing landscapes. As described in the recommendations submitted to the board by the Department of Water Resources, the proposed 2040 standard of 0.55 ETF would not provide adequate water supplies to existing landscapes. DWR, the Legislative Analyst's Office, and the Public Policy Institute of California have all commented that the outdoor standard should include a landscape efficiency factor no lower than 0.63, and we request that the board revise the 2040 outdoor standard to be that 0.63 ETF. Meeting an outdoor standard of 0.55 would require wholesale conversion of residential and commercial landscapes to sparse plantings of drought-tolerant plants, which would cost homeowners and businesses from $8 to $20 per square foot, as described in recent studies. That would equate to a cost per acre foot of water saved of $3,000 to $7,000, which is far higher than the figures that we've seen cited by environmental groups. And that exceeds the cost of other water supply alternatives. One last comment on the backsliding discussion. The statutes allow the board to establish standards for outdoor use and water loss, and the law sets the indoor standard. The law requires that standards produce better results on a statewide basis than SBX 77, and the current water use is already 15% below that level. The law does not specify requirements on this issue for individual suppliers. The statutes do not allow the water board to prohibit water use from increasing from a certain existing baseline. So we strongly recommend that the board consider the limits of its authority in its consideration of the concept of backsliding. We'll be submitting with our coalition partners some more detailed comments on these topics next week, and thank you again.
Thank you as well, Mr. Helliker. The Vice Chair has a question for you here.
Hi, Mr. Helliker. I just wanted to ask you a few questions about the 0.55 that you're saying that the legislation requires enough water necessary for new and existing. And Ms. Talbot, I should have asked you this question as well. This is an area that I just continue to struggle with, and looking at 0.63 and maybe some flexibility there. The biggest angst that I have is on the 0.55 in particular for tree health. And so I know that our staff has talked a lot about and really doing a good job to help educate that there are strategies that can be employed to protect existing trees with soaker hoses and that sort of thing. But I still continue to have concerns. And so I just want to hear from you, Mr. Helliker, about why you think that's not enough, those existing strategies, and if not, could you think of a way for us to provide for some additional flexibility I'm looking at maybe a grandfather clause for the grandfather trees that we have throughout the state, really targeting a way to protect them. And so, but before exploring that further, could you talk a little bit about, what would you do with 0.55 in order to protect trees?
Well, that's a good question. I think certainly it's possible to put an irrigation system in that provides adequate water to trees, but to meet a 0.55 design standard, which is what that is, it's not an actual in-practice standard because you've got lots of information about what the actual field results are of the 0.55 design standard. But even to meet that as a regulatory standard, what that would mean is that if you want to protect your trees, then the rest of your landscape has to be configured so that it limits your use to a level that would be commensurate with a 0.55 standard. And so it's possible, but the way that landscapes are currently laid out, the irrigation systems already provide adequate water supplies. And if you change those irrigation systems, that's part of the cost I cited. It will be expensive to do so, and it will also require diligent management by the homeowner. So both of those factors cause us serious concerns about what the health of the trees will be. And we saw the experience we had in 2015, which is well documented in the Sacramento region, that we lost a lot of trees because of the constraints that were imposed.
Right. So I guess I would just encourage you when you submit comments on this issue, maybe to see if there is a creative way to sort of thread this needle. We're trying to avoid broad brush. So for those communities that can hit 0.55, I'm comfortable with that, but I just continue to be concerned about tree health. And so I hear you saying that, it can be done, but then it would impact other parts of the landscape. But, if there's, some additional time or buffer or variance, we did I think at one point we had a provision in there for tree health, but including for new trees. And so I'm really looking to hone in on this area where we have, existing mature trees, a lot of them which we probably wouldn't plant again, obviously redwood trees and that sort of thing. But looking for ways that we can, make sure that they don't end up suffering as a result of this. Thank you.
Appreciate that concern, Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Helliker. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Shimon, be followed by Rosario Cortez, Clark Elliott, and then Victoria Vasquez.
It says it won't.
We can hear you now. Good to
Okay, great.
And see you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, good day. Sorry I can't be there in person. I recently broke my foot, so one day I'll get back up there to see you guys in person again. But good day, Chair Escobar and fellow board members. My name is Jennifer Shimon. I'm the Director of Water Use Efficiency with Eastern Municipal Water District. Not only do I want to say thank you for your time today, but also for meeting with our General Manager and Board President earlier this week. I also want to thank you to, as many of my colleagues have said, to all the staff who've been working very diligently on these efforts, even up to the holidays last year to help get an updated draft out of the regulations. It's truly appreciated. Next, I want to recognize that the updated draft regulation addresses many of the concerns highlighted by EMWD and many of our colleagues. I think that's bringing all of us closer to what we believe can be an effective regulation. The changes outlined today are reflective of the comments made during the last comment period, but also of the work done by the work groups at the end of last year. I specifically would like to address that the updated proposed timelines give suppliers time to begin to categorize water use in a way that they may not have done before. A common phrase we use is that you can't manage what you don't measure. Unless you provide the proper time to do this, suppliers will be chasing goals they don't have meaningful ways to achieve. The timelines will also provide the time needed to make the necessary investments, create programming, form partnerships, and all this will help ultimately get us to the goal of making conservation a California way of life. EMWD, we do still have some concerns. A few of them are around the reporting period flexibility, calendar versus fiscal year, the data adjustments, lowered ET factors in the outdoor standard, streamlining of reporting, technical assistance around the reporting, specifically around CI, BMPs, and the KPIs. And also as well as impacts to our wastewater and recycled water systems. We'll be expanding upon these and any others that we have in a comment letter. But we do remain very committed to continue our longstanding efforts around conservation and water use efficiency. And we appreciate the opportunity to engage in this interactive process so we can help drive the efforts that benefit not just EMWD's customers, but as well as the residents of all of California. Again, thank you for your time, and we'll submit a comment letter with expanded comments.
Look forward to seeing those comments and appreciate the engagement, Ms. Shimon. Apologies. Next, I'd like to call up Rosario Cortez, be followed by Clark Elliott, and then Victoria Vasquez.
Hello, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Water Resources Control Board, Rosario Cortez, Interim Managing Director for Water Reuse California. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the updated proposed regulations. We greatly appreciate the board's support of recycled water and potable reuse as a critical supply for California. It's a key resource for diversifying local supplies and improving the state's local water resilience. Increasing its usefulness is a goal of the governor's water supply strategy. Water Reuse California greatly appreciates the recent revisions to the regulations. The new draft strikes a balance between using recycled water and potable reuse supplies efficiently and protecting and encouraging their further development in California. We have been engaged with the development of these regulations since the passage of the legislation in 2018. We want to thank the State Board and the Department of Water Resources for conducting years of stakeholder outreach, which has now resulted in a regulatory package that will help the state adapt to the climate challenges. We also want to thank and acknowledge State Board staff for their time and especially their commitment to the work group process. We share your commitment to climate resilient water resources and look forward to continuing to partner with the State Board on these issues to ensure cost-effective and real impacts to water conservation are realized. Thank you again for your time and your responsiveness.
Thank you for yours as well, Ms. Cortez. Appreciate the engagement. I'm going to note for folks, we have about 30 minutes here before we hit 1 o'clock, and I do want to make sure we take our lunch late as it is, though, and get through as most folks as we can. If anyone has a timing issue, please do just chat with the clerk of the board. We'll try to move you up into this 30-minute period for those that are in the room. And I will try to prioritize a bit more some folks in the room here. Apologize for those on the virtual platform, but I'll just assume you're able to hold on a little more than folks that might be here in person. With all that said, let's next call up, I believe we're at Victoria Vasquez, Noel Maddock, and then Nate Adams.
Actually, I believe Clark Elliott was the
Clark
next
Elliott
speaker.
was next. Yeah, he was. And apologies. I will go to that virtual commenter first, though. Mr. Elliott, good to see you.
Hi, my name is Clark Elliott. I am the Conservation Manager at Desert Water Agency in Palm Springs. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to comment on the revised draft regulation. Desert Water Agency serves a disadvantaged community with many low-income seniors, families, and businesses that will have to sacrifice to make the gains necessary to comply with this ambitious regulation. The new draft regulation still leaves suppliers in arid regions like ours with a lot of work ahead. Through a collaborative process with water suppliers and NGOs, state staff has developed this new draft regulation that will drive water conservation. Since receiving comments in October, the State Water Board staff did an admirable job of understanding and resolving many of the major concerns in the first draft of the regulation. The current draft of the regulation better positions water agencies with the time and flexibility they need to effectively help customers save water. The changes to the draft regulation allow us the opportunity to update our systems and processes effectively. The draft better reflects that local circumstances should determine how each community makes conservation a way of life. Many of the changes will let water agencies focus more on what really matters, like customer engagement and conservation programs, and less on things like administration. The regulation that puts us in a strong position to respond to drought in times of need and to meet the demands of more extreme weather in the future. Desert Water Agency supports many of the changes in the revised regulation as proposed and appreciates the chance to submit detailed comments in a letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Appreciate the comments here and appreciate the background. Reminds me of home. Thank you. Next, I'd like to go to Victoria Vasquez, be followed by Noel Maddock, Nate Adams, and then Jennifer Capitulo.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to have this public forum. Thank you so much for staff time in working with California Relief to really understand, listen to, and hear the concerns of the urban forestry community. I represent California Relief, which is a network of about 100 urban forestry nonprofits across the state of California. And what we do is bring down state and federal dollars to implement public health outcomes by planting trees with communities, led by communities, for communities, in an effort to make sure that all of the co-benefits of trees are received by communities who need them the most, who are the most vulnerable to the negative and adverse effects of climate change. I do have some written comments for you, but I would like to, as I'm in the room, just address the grandfathered in question. I think that's a really great question. We do see with this revision the potential for significant harm to California's urban trees and tree canopy in general with this regulation the way that it's written. I'm glad to see that "and keep trees healthy" was added, but I do not believe that that is quantifiable or calculable in a way that could be significant as the way I know that you intend it to be. I do see the intention of protecting tree canopy in the revisions, but we're just not there yet. I do think that prioritizing urban trees is not a temporary provision. It's not an approvable afterthought, but it should be prioritized as a core element of your water consumers. Trees, of which are probably your oldest, longest standing water consumers here in the state of California. So the mission of California Relief is to support grassroots efforts and build and support, let me get my glasses here, strategic partnerships that I think we can have together. Partnerships that protect, enhance, and grow California's urban and community forests. One of the things that we do when we bring down state dollars to support grassroots efforts and local nonprofits is to prioritize disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged community census tracts. And the reason that we do that is something I want to mention. When we hear the changes about irrigable space, California state goals, United States Forestry Service goals, and the administration of the White House current goals are to remove concrete in neighborhoods that were formerly redlined that were not initially provided the amenity of trees in their planning and design. So our goal is to remove the current concrete and create irrigable space, which we call in the urban forest world, plantable space. So when we're making those calculations, I want to be clear that we are looking for more of that space. We're looking for the space that exists and the spaces we can create and correct to appropriately serve with green benefits the people who need it the most. Those benefits include things like shaded bike lanes, right? If you want active transportation to physically have a positive outcome on the community members, you're going to shade that bike lane. You're more likely to play in a park that has healthy trees. I'm not just the Grants and Public Policy Manager for California Relief. I'm actually also the appointed by Eric Guerra here in City of Sacramento, Chair of our Parks and Community Enrichment Commission. So I understand how complicated it is on a municipal budget to support tree planting and to keep it going with the current existing conditions that we have ahead of these regulations being put into place. Please allow me to share some written comments with you, and I also ask, along with Regional Water Authority and several of the commenters here today, that we have a little more time to reach out to our network members and our experts to give you some really valuable, helpful, calculable measurements that I think could be helpful for your regulation. The reason that grants secured by community members are often not accepted by landowners is because they are denied access to water ahead of these regulations going into place, as I mentioned. We pull down millions of dollars for community members to compete for. We nurture their community projects, and then we help them get those dollars spent. But the number one reason reported across the state of California by nonprofits who have secured funding on their own to aid their local park, their place of worship, their community center, a special landscaped area, is no. We do not have existing irrigation there. We cannot afford to build infrastructure there. We cannot afford to put in a temporary drip there to support green efforts. And we absolutely cannot connect you to a water main that might be a quarter mile away in a place that historically has been neglected and could now be a park. The lack of access to water is the number one reason right now disadvantaged communities are having trouble reaching existing state and federal tree goals. And those benefits that come to the community are reduction in asthma. They are reduction in obesity, reduction in anxiety, reduction in allergy. They are economic benefits, which I actually have not seen reflected in the graphs that you've shown today for homeowners. The value of your home goes up with an existing tree. The cost to change your tree and your turf that you've had for the last 30 years in turning it into what we see happening are rock gardens, which exacerbate heat island effect, are ways that we do need to educate our local agencies into having that relationship with the community. It does take the change in culture of community members to achieve the goals that you're looking for. And I know that they're hard to attain and to write. I will say that—
Ms. Vasquez, I apologize, and I appreciate your comments and your very good work. You're a bit past the 5 minutes and just wanted to note for you.
Sure, I will absolutely wrap up my comments before lunch. I appreciate that.
That would be very appreciated.
I'm looking forward to that too. Wonderful. Let me put my glasses back on here and get back down to business then. Protecting and enhancing community trees as a climate adaptation mitigation is a priority named by the White House administration, the United States Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and the California Air Resources Board, who called for a significant increase in funding for urban forestry while continuing planting efforts at the same scale in the 2022 scoping plan. This is in part due to our partnership with California Relief and California Natural Resources Agency to understand and recalibrate the actual costs of implementing trees in disadvantaged census tracts due to the existing irrigation barriers. I see that opportunity to partner and to calculate more implementable implementable water usage goals for greening, because we all know that trees capture stormwater runoff and hold it in their underground networks, improving soil health and enabling more stormwater to be captured with each atmospheric river and precious rain. This metric is calculated and reported to CAL FIRE for each of the thousands of trees we have grown for and with Californians. We ask that the temporary provisions for establishing trees, which I understand have been requested by water retailers, provided in the regulations, be rethought and prioritized as an explicit permanent need to establish and keep trees in local canopies. To accomplish this intention, trees should be in every stage of life, young, mature, and aging, thus needing water that is not temporary or provisional. To keep trees healthy as written in the revised document, it's a goal that needs further guidance to accomplish or to be understood, and we believe this can be accomplished. We ask to partner with staff, sharing the expertise of our network members to help clarify what it means in the regulation to keep trees healthy by way of compliance, enforcement, and with additional language to add priority to community tree benefits and elevate them as a standard valued by California. That community water plays a large role in a permanent basis, not a temporary one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vasquez. I really appreciate the work of your organization and the points that you made, especially around just the generational lack of investment in so many of our communities that are needing this most. And here, my commitment truly is to make sure that this regulation, rather, as we implement the legislation, doesn't cure further that great inequity that we already see, but in fact, hopefully is actually a spur to help bridge it. So thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Thank you, and thank you for the comments. I think you've heard from us, but I just want to reiterate how much not just protecting trees, but creating more green space with tree canopy is our priority here. It's not an afterthought. It's actually structurally built into this. And so I just do want to pull out a few things, because what I heard was one of the challenges is where there isn't irrigation right now. Those are a lot of the areas where there hasn't been any investment in outdoor landscaping, really, because there's no irrigation at all. And so that's really, I think, part of this irrigable but not irrigated. Conceptually, I'm not talking about what the specific measurement that DWR did, but conceptually, it's that area that has potential, right, to be green space, but isn't and hasn't been invested in. And what we want to do is incentivize investment in creating that green space, both for shade, for all of the reasons that you said already eloquently. My understanding is that what we're trying to do here, and I just want to make sure staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is what we're trying to do here is say the way one successful strategy that water agencies can do is to achieve their budget is actually invest in expanding the irrigated area to include green spaces, to plant trees, and that expands the budget overall, because it expands the area that is being irrigated. So like I looked in one of the areas, like a very urbanized area of LA, there was a small district, or not that small, a city that had very little green space. And one of the most impactful strategies they could do is by creating taking out the concrete, putting in green space and trees and doing that planting. And that actually was going to be the easiest, most effective way to achieve water use efficiency. And so what we're trying to do here, at least in our budget, the way that this is structured. So what we're trying to do here is actually exactly, I think, aligned. I think we're all aligned here that what we want is to encourage, incentivize, and be able to sustain a transformation to green space for all of the reasons that you said, including climate, including well-being, and that by doing the investments in changes in landscape, that is investment that's putting in irrigation systems that are appropriate for trees. that actually ultimately saves us water and makes more efficiency. And so I want to make sure with staff that that's the case, that I'm understanding it correctly, and that this actually could allow water agencies to have, as part of their conservation as a way of life and implementation programs from this regulation, that in some areas, especially very urbanized areas that don't have a lot of green space, one of their strategies, in some place maybe the most effective strategy, could be to actually put programs into investing in greening space and creating irrigable, shade trees especially, and even parks for areas to achieve their budget objectives.
Nice to meet you in person, first of all. Yes, I mean, I think that's part of the benefit of the way this framework is structured, is that more areas come under irrigation. There would be a larger volume of water that is allocated to the budget. So if, irrigable irrigated area were to increase, the associated commensurate amount of water would also increase. So I think the issue that you're raising, while a very important one, does, as Board Member Firestone was saying, fit very nicely within the existing framework. And we have tried very much to prioritize trees, to acknowledge the benefits of trees within this regulation, because, yeah, I mean, the research shows, right, that trees use 4 to 10 times less water, right, than certain types of turf, and that by growing a tree, you're casting shade, which is reducing the water needs of the turf, right? So trees are a water efficiency strategy, and by all means, we all agree that we should be prioritizing them. And the Climate Ready Trees provision is there too, to sort of recognize the sort of temporary, much higher needs of new trees as they are getting established, but again, they would fall under the sort of irrigated landscape area over time. So it wouldn't be no water, it would be water that's associated with the budget and then the overall objective. And then a final point I think might be worth raising, because you spoke to it and then so did the commenters from Elsinore, is that special landscape areas include parks and recreation areas, and they would have a higher landscape efficiency factor of 1.0. So that's a larger than volume of water that would be allocated to all areas that are used for that purpose. So there's, at least with regard to this reg, I think very little risk, right, of less water being applied to those landscapes. We're trying to encourage the greater, the priority of water to those special landscape areas. Makes sense. Okay.
Chair, may I respond?
Of course, please. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We do see the potential for harm when we see it on a menu of choices that you can write into your plan, as opposed to something that should always be in your plan. And with our current resistance that we have to continue to water trees that have been felled in local parks, we see a trend in removing turf so that we can put in low tolerant landscape, and we see trees suffering and not being replanted. Knowing that my subgrantees come from every part of the state of California, and no matter who their provider is, they are always met with resistance in irrigating trees. I believe that this culture shift needs to be more explicit in the language, and I appreciate that they are considered, and I'm happy to hear that it is a strategy that would be beneficial. I want to make sure that that is clear to the people who are receiving this regulation and implementing it on the ground.
Yeah, really appreciate that. Again, thanks for the work of your organization, and really appreciate the engagement on this. Thank you, Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go next to Noel Maddock. Will be followed by Nate Adams, Jennifer Capitolo, Bruce Resnick, Joe Berg, and then Cody Phillips. We'll see how many folks we can get to.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Noel Maddock, and I am the Environmental Utilities Department's Government Relations Administrator for the City of Roseville. Roseville is one of the fastest growing cities in the capital region and is currently home to over 154,000 residents and a thriving local economy that employs over 92,000 in healthcare, technology, and retail, and other sectors that actually serve the entire region. Roseville's water utility plays a vital part in ensuring the health and prosperity of our growing city by providing safe, reliable, high-quality potable water at an affordable rate for all. Additionally, water efficiency is an element that is incorporated as we balance costs with benefits. Roseville has been committed to water efficiency through our strategic local decisions and deliberate investments over many years, as demonstrated by our ongoing 34% reduction in water use that was achieved through our efforts to meet the state's goal of reducing our water use by 20% by 2020. In 2017, Roseville ultimately supported AB 1668 and SB 606 after securing an amendment to recognize in statute the longstanding role of local government in managing the efficient use of local water resources. As amended and adopted, the new laws struck the right balance and flexibility in protecting our investments in water and wastewater management, our natural and developed parklands, and urban tree health, while also protecting our ratepayers. Roseville commends Water Board staff for their efforts to address the many concerns raised by stakeholders. For example, we expressed concerns on how pools were being treated in the draft and appreciate staff's proposal to include pools in special landscape areas and providing them with an LEF factor of 1.0. We think that was a prudent step forward. Roseville also appreciates Water Board staff's attempt to streamline some of the administrative burdens placed on water and wastewater agencies who have invested in recycled water as a sustainable water resource. While we appreciate and support many of the proposed changes, we remain concerned with the overly burdensome reporting requirements, where we are responsible for reporting the same information to multiple state agencies and the timing of the submissions of those reports. We are concerned that even with the proposed revisions to the regulation, California's existing urban tree canopy, which is a key component in combating climate change, will be lost. During the 2015 drought, the Sacramento region saw a decline of 8% in our urban tree canopy, when the mantra was brown is the new green. I think we all learned a lesson during that experience, and that was we needed a more refined message to protect our vital tree urban tree canopies, and the message shifted to encourage the proper watering of trees while letting the remaining landscape go brown. As the regulation is currently written, existing urban tree canopies, which in our area probably 30 to at least 100 years in the making, will be sacrificed, as they will not survive with less water than was available to them during the last drought. Effectively creating a regulatory-induced impact will undermine California's fight against climate change and destroy livability within urban areas of California. Finally, we appreciate the proposed amended compliance timeline. However, we recognize that while this regulation sets targets at water agency level, our ability to meet the state mandate is dependent upon actions of each and every California resident to shift their mindsets, values, and to choose to invest in their diminishing discretionary income to convert their existing landscapes to meet efficiency standards of newly installed landscapes versus other necessities they may have. Please make no mistake, as proposed to be amended, this regulation will require large investments by water agencies, businesses, and all Californians. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share our appreciation and concerns today.
Thank you as well. I appreciate that engagement. There is a statistic that I do want to better understand and unpack, and that's the loss of tree canopy, the 8% that's being attributed to conservation in the 2014-2015 drought. I hadn't necessarily heard those numbers. I'd like to unpack them, knowing that there's an aging tree population, there's wind events that are felling trees. How much is that associated with conservation? I think is important to continue to unpack. So just kind of note that. Next, I'd like to call up, here, let me look at my list, Nate Adams, followed by Jennifer Capitolo, and then Bruce Resnick.
Good afternoon. Chair and board, thank you for letting us be present today to speak to this regulation. So I'm Nate Adams, Director of Water Resiliency and Customer Relations at Santa Margarita Water District, which is located in South Orange County. So Santa Margarita Water District appreciates the board's continued engagement and commitment to this important regulation. Coming out of the last October workshop, we all asked for continued stakeholder engagement, asked and delivered. So to the board's credit and staff's immense time and efforts, the second draft is a good compromise that pushes forward California's leadership and commitment to water conservation while providing the time needed for water suppliers to implement programs to comply with this regulation. So agencies across California, the water use trends are quite clear, and there'll be little to no backsliding based on our commitment to water conservation, and also in addition to the water savings that will be born out of the implementation of this regulation. This proposed regulation will drive significant water savings, particularly outdoors. But time is needed and appreciated specifically for residential landscapes to achieve the 0.63 landscape factor, let alone the 0.55 landscape factor in the regulation. So our agency has had the time and the resources to develop a comprehensive and a complete data set on landscape area and measurements. And so from that, please consider the fact that our residential brand new development designed at 0.55 is performing at 0.69 landscape factor. Time is needed to get new and existing landscapes, particularly again in the residential arena, to achieve the 0.63 landscape factor. Thus, we see the 2035 timeline as important and needed for successful implementation of this regulation. We support the substantive changes made to the regulation, and while we are hopeful that we all can collectively refine the reporting requirements, we look forward to continuing our efforts of using water wisely at the local level while implementing this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've appreciated the engagement. Looking over, I see a board member perhaps with a question for you. Board Member McGuire.
Mr. Adams, if you could swing back around, because and not to I know we've discussed this topic many times over different workshops, but the kind of the theoretical, the design standard approach, the 0.55 versus what you're actually seeing in the field. So you mentioned that subdivision. Have you looked into why there's the difference between the design standard of 0.55 that the community was designed to achieve versus what you're seeing today?
Sure. Just it's time and irrigation and physics. Physics being the fact that the irrigation design standards are just that, they're paper. They're, you know, if it's designed perfectly on paper from day one, great. But after that, there's a degradation in terms of irrigation performance, to say nothing of continued education, awareness, and appreciation by homeowners on how to set irrigation times appropriately for the season.
Thank you. That's helpful. Trying to keep that in mind as we're looking at how much work is needed to achieve the 0.55 even. I know that, you know, it's a ways out there, and that's part of what provides me some comfort is that, you know, 2040 gives us time to develop strategies to achieve this. But when I hear information like that about real world examples with communities where they have good landscape area data, and so a lot of the assumptions are kind of taken out of the equation. And so we're actually looking at real data that we know will improve statewide over time. It gives me a little bit of pause. So that's where I appreciate that information. It really helps.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, again, and thank you, Board Member McGuire. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Capitolo, be followed by Bruce Resnick, Cody Phillips, Joe Berg, Heather Cooley, but I think we're right nearly at lunchtime.
Thanks for letting me hop in. Good afternoon, everyone. Jennifer Capitolo, Executive Director of California Water Association. We represent 89 water utilities regulated by the Public Utilities Commission, about 15% of the state, 6 million Californians. I think a couple people today have thanked Chelsea, so I'm also going to thank Chelsea. This has been really good for, I think, ourselves as a water industry to be able to form this coalition. We have had so many meetings to come together and really dig into this. So thank you to Aqua for coordinating that and all of the other folks who participated. Also, thank you to the Water Board for the working groups that you put together. We had a couple of our members participate and they found that to be a really productive process. So thank you for including them. Particularly, there was a small utility group that was created, and that was something that was sort of added on at the last minute. We have a lot of small company members who are really concerned about how this was going to work for them, and I think that just gave them an opportunity to have a voice in the process. I am not going to talk about what other folks have talked today because we really align our comments again with the coalition, Aqua, CMUA, CalWEP. But for us, I think I've talked to you all before, that it is difficult to be water utilities that are duly regulated. So the Public Utilities Commission regulating us on rates and service quality, and then coming here and being regulated on everything else. And a lot of times we see these policy conflicts and timing conflicts. And I think we just need to address that so that we don't stop thinking about it. For us to be able to go through the rate case process that happens every 3 years. And we need that timeline for compliance because all of our utilities are all on a different timeline of when they submit that 3-year forward-looking rate case. So we need that time to submit to the commission to get approval to even comply with any of these regulations. And then secondarily, sorry, my phone closed. We have schedules and rules that dictate the relationships that we have with our customers. It's called Rule 14.1 and Schedule 14.1. And that actually has to be a resolution passed by the Public Utilities Commission for us to amend that to even change the way we implement conservation practices with our customers. So there's a lot that has to happen on the Public Utilities Commission side before we can move towards compliance. So my ask for you today is, and I know I've said it before, is just continue coordinating as much as you can with the Public Utilities Commission. You all have quarterly meetings right now with the commission. It's mostly Division of Drinking Water that participates in those quarterly meetings. Once in a while DFA, but I encourage folks here sitting today to get involved in those quarterly discussions too so that we can move towards compliance with these regulations. So thank you so much.
Thank you as well. Vice Chair.
Just quickly, Ms. Capitello, I think it'd be helpful for you to provide more detailed information in your comments on that.
Will do.
I mean, it's great that we'll coordinate with CPUC, but I think I need to better understand what you're talking about with respect to the timeline and where there might be room for adjustment or not.
Yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next, I'd like to call up, and these will be our last two commenters, Bruce Resnick and then Cody Phillips. Before lunch, that is.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Maybe you would have wanted to end on a happier speakers, as you've been having most of the morning. I think you're moving to the less happy. Bruce Resnick, I'm the Executive Director of Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and I have to admit, I have not been as engaged in these regulations as Cody and some of the folks that you're going to be hearing from after me. And so my comments are going to be more a little bit of a pull behind the curtain of, I think, what a lot of us are thinking. And, you know, the reason my comments are more detailed is this is an extremely complicated, in the weeds technical regulation. And that's why you don't see a lot of the NGO, CBO community engaged, which I think is unfortunate because a lot of them do care about conservation. We work with a lot of them that care about conservation, but it's hard to get them engaged in something like these regulations, although we certainly are trying, and we are going to be turning in a list of 100 plus NGOs and CBOs that have signed on to at least the principles of strong conservation regulations. I'm not going to go through the normal stuff because you know all it and you've heard. It's interesting watching because, you know, when you go behind the curtain, you can see who feels like they're doing well in these revised regulations and who doesn't. And frankly, you know, our position is we'd like you to go back to those that are originally adopted. You've heard from, you know, a lot of those water agencies who, you know, are still going to point out some of their concerns, but they're, you know, practically skipping their way back to their seats. Whereas I think the mood is pretty, it's somewhere between disappointed and probably in my case a little bit more angry. we've been waiting a long time for these regulations. And interestingly, yesterday I was at a county board of supervisors hearing because there was the first ever audit of the Safe Clean Water Program, $280 million a year stormwater program that I've been very involved with. Voters passed that program in 2018, November 2018. We got a program up from whole cloth at the county. We created 11 different governance committees, hired 12 watershed coordinators, made 200 appointments, created a new staff at county board. Despite COVID, rolled out 5 rounds of funding, more than $1 billion allocated, 126 projects being funded, a dozen to 2 dozen completed, some of which I've had the opportunity to tour. And we are actually now going through the adaptive management side of that. We've had an audit and a metrics and monitoring study and a motion about how do we spend the next billion even smarter than that billion. And that was passed in 2018, the same time as the California, making conservation a California way of life. And here we're still debating these regulations. And we've hit off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp, delay upon delay upon delay. And then we see quotes in the paper from water board officials saying, well, it's just another 5 years. Well, that is not good enough. We are in a climate crisis. We are in a water crisis. We are in an extreme weather crisis. None of those are waiting 5 years. And we cannot continue to punt and punt and punt and punt on these regulations. The meeting started off, and I have been listening in the whole time, and I do apologize I'm not there in person, with Chair Esquivel very eloquently stating how important these are, but, conservation is, but these regulations with the amount of off-ramps, the amount of variances, the amount of alternative compliance, and then taking what is already, a dozen years before we see meaningful and making it 17, just doesn't express that level of urgency that we have. And so, I think it's also important to recognize that these regulations were from the get-go negotiated. And so from our perspective, it feels like sort of watering down on top of watering down. And so I would just ask this board to really rethink the direction that they're going. Take that deep breath and go back to the regulations as originally adopted, which already represented, a lot of compromise and a lot of balancing of interests. And, let's move these as quickly as we can. And frankly, this is going to be a hard one. This is going to be a hard one, I think, for the NGO, the environmental community, to swallow if we see the regulations as proposed get adopted. We're trying to push these agencies to push on conservation as much as possible. So thank you very much for your time. Sorry I didn't have happier pre-lunch comments. I'm sure Cody will continue that as well.
No, thank you for your time, Mr. Resnick. And the goal here isn't to have happy comments. I promise you 100%. It is, if that were the measure of how I would approach my work, well, I'd never be able to fulfill anyone's desires. So it's okay. We're very much adults here insofar as any anger and comments from anybody, both sides, we just take and here are trying to listen to what the actual policy comments are, even amongst that frustration. So just thank you, Mr. Resnick, truly, and appreciate your comments here. Look forward to what will be further discussion on it. And importantly, here would call up Cody Phillips to further fill in.
Thank you, Bruce, for the introduction. Chair Esquivel, members of the board, my name is Cody Phillips with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on these important regulations. First, I really did want to acknowledge all the efforts that went into these regulations and the difficult balances that you had to strike. These regulations need to ensure that the conservation goals are both worthwhile and achievable, because conserving no water at all or just enshrining passive conservation levels is very, very achievable. But conserving the water that California needs to actually conserve, that's going to be tough. And this had to be done not just for one supplier, but all suppliers when it seems they can only really agree on 2 things. One, you can never treat 2 suppliers the same, and that these regulations are going to be hard. So you've had a very tough job. Unfortunately, the newest drafts, I believe, shift the balance a bit too far. But first, we are happy to see that the 0.55 outdoor standard has been kept as the ultimate goal. It really does show an understanding by this board of where California needs to eventually be. and really reiterates the stances that I've heard from each and every one of you that conservation is very important. I don't think anyone here actually disagrees that conservation is essential to proper and equitable management of California's waters. However, these regulations were already incredibly flexible and adaptable, and it recognizes efforts already made in conservation. You don't have to meet any individual component of the budget, it's the full budget, and it's full of opportunities for suppliers to increase their water budgets beyond just the default absolute minimums that I feel that we've been focused on so much. Landscape data can be updated, modified from DWR or the list suppliers, and that, as Board Member Firestone was saying, updating the landscape data is likely going to increase budgets significantly. Right now, 20% of I&I is just up for grabs for anybody, and as Board Member McGuire said, there's no date certain on that sunset, which has a lot of confusion on the uncertainty of that vast amount of water, where that's going to be factored in. As populations increase, water budgets are going to increase. Suppliers have access to numerous variances and temporary provisions. There's bonuses for recycled water, and there's alternative compliance pathways, not just for disadvantaged communities, but communities like Beverly Hills who just have made no effort. So even without a lot of this flexibility, a lot of suppliers are already on the path to achieving these conservation goals. And with this added flexibility, a lot of which we don't even really know yet, these goals are going to be achievable for many, many more. But now, in addition to all that incredible flexibility already built in, the newest draft has made the runway quite a bit longer, really ignoring the importance of the near-term savings. And it's kind of an easy thing to throw away. Why is this 5 years so important? This is long-term savings, but no one can predict the future, but I'll stand here confidently and say the next drought is not going to wait until 2035. And the way that California responds to drought really is by forcing water conservation. And when that happens, programs have to be ramped up. The messaging is also expensive. And the result is usually the dead trees and expensive drought surcharges that impact low-income communities more. And what we're trying to avoid here. When you respond to drought, that's when we get dead trees. When you prepare for drought and you're proactive, that's when we can plan ahead for these kinds of things. And then after drought, water rates also often increase to make up for the shortfall in predicted water sales. And when you have robust conservation programs in place, many suppliers already do, but when you add more to those programs, it's a lot easier to make those predictions so you don't have to make up in the sales that you're doing. I don't need to continue all the harms that will result from shifting the state's priorities away from conservation. You all are very much aware of that. But it is important to reiterate that these harms will only be exacerbated by the delayed timeline. And while the board has created a bright light here at the end of this tunnel, you've also made the tunnel a lot longer and darker. So instead of trying to combat the deaths by 1,000 cuts that we've been doing during this whole progress, I'm going to use my time here to make two requests. Respectfully, I ask the board to change that 0.63 standard back to the initial timeline. I understand the board can't just wave a magic wand to achieve conservation, but it can align the regulations with DWR's initial very achievable proposal. And then second, to make sure that we keep that backsliding provision in place. It's a really important policy statement to say that we're moving forward from now with conservation. So it is my hope that California will make significant strides toward conservation within the next decade. But in 16 years, I hope that this works. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Phillips. I really appreciate those comments. And here, it was important to make sure we get a little of both sides on this issue in before lunch for me so that we can now take a lunch. We'll have it for 45 minutes. We won't do a full hour. We'll get back here, and hopefully that's enough time for folks to grab something quick. There's a cafe across the street here. There's Immortal Cafe as well, that Immortal Coffee, they have some lunch, but don't mob them. They're not very big. Let's meet back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you all for the discussion engagement so far this morning, and look forward to more here at 2. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, we're at 2:05. Let's go ahead and get ourselves back started here. Thanks for everyone's patience and hope they had a good lunch. Our first speaker coming back off of lunch will be Joe Berg, followed by Heather Cooley, Martha Davis, Mark Gold, Elizabeth Lovestead, and then Tim Worley.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the Water Board. Joe Berg, Director of Water Use Efficiency for the Municipal Water District of Orange County. And I want to start by expressing our appreciation and thanks for listening to us over the past couple of years. It's been a long haul. This last proposal, I think, has gone a long way to bring us together, as you mentioned earlier. Chair Esquivel, I see us narrowing in on a landing spot. Municipal Water District does appreciate the many refinements made in the framework, pushing back the start date based on being behind schedule and getting the adoption, the additional 5 years to meet the aggressive standards, reclassifying pools as SLA, inclusion of the 20% INI, and the alternative compliance pathways and the variances every 5 years. There's more, but those were some key ones that I really wanted to call out. The framework's still going to be a pretty heavy lift, and about half of my agencies are going to have to put forth a lot of effort to be able to comply with the standard. The other half are going to have to put forth effort, continued effort to comply, to maintain compliance, and then to meet the reporting requirements and to meet the BMP performance measures. So I get a little cringy when I hear that some agencies won't have to do anything, because that's not the case at all. Everybody's going to have to do something. Another one I want to call out is the allowing agencies to participate in regional programs. So that's my day job at MODOC. I develop, implement, and evaluate a broad variety of programs that are available right down to all the consumers in Orange County, not just to the retail water agencies, but to the consumers. And that model has worked really, really well for us all throughout Southern California. So we've got Metropolitan at the broader region, you've got MODOC, and my programs at MODOC complement Metropolitan's programs, so there's not duplication of effort there in any way. The achievability of the 0.55 and 0.45 is still a very big concern for us, and time will tell on that. We're committed to making sure that we put forth the best effort we possibly can. I do think the one missing component has been mentioned already today is the enforcement guidelines. I think that's going to be really important for us to have a much clearer picture on as we move towards adoption of the framework. And lastly, I'll say that, and this was kind of a question that came from Board Member McGuire. You had asked, why aren't the landscapes that are designed to meet the Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance design criteria performing at that level? And in talking with, as a very young practitioner of conservation, Dave Pagano was a premier irrigation consultant, and his company is located in Orange County. He described to me that when you design a landscape on paper, you employ all of the best whiz-bang techniques you possibly can to make that landscape as efficient as possible. The moment you bring it from paper to dirt, you automatically lose at least 20% efficiency, because it's never going to be installed the way it's designed on paper. And if you don't maintain that irrigation system over time, that 20% is going to grow. It's going to be less and less efficient over time. So hopefully that provides a little more perspective. And lastly, I think we are committed to continuing to implement water use efficiency. We've got a robust menu of programs, including distribution system leak detections, one of our more recent ones. We also started a tree rebate program in partnership with Met, but we're using it for stormwater capture benefit is the primary reason we're doing that. So with that, we will look forward to continuing this process with you and getting onto that next step of implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. I appreciate the contributions and here being part of this discussion and look forward to a lot of implementation coming up as well as we still consider here actual adoption. Next, I'd like to call up Heather Cooley and be followed by Martha Davis, Mark Gold, Elizabeth Lovestead, and Tim Worley.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thanks for having us here today. Really appreciate all of staff's time, board members' time in engaging on these really important issues. I know we've all invested, all of us in this room and on the phone have invested thousands of hours in this process. So I want to, before, and I'll address, I think, some of the issues that have been raised, but I also want to step back and talk a little bit about what I think is the opportunity for conservation and efficiency in California and where this regulation helps fit in. Our research at Pacific Institute shows that California could save at least 2 million acre-feet of water annually using existing technologies and practices. These are savings that could be realized today if all homes and businesses were equipped with or followed the standards that we have on appliances, on fixtures, on landscapes, as well as on leaks. With leading technologies, things that are on the market right now that are WaterSense certified but are not yet standard, we estimate the savings are 3 million acre-feet, again, focused on urban use in California. The revised regulations, though, offer only modest savings, just 180,000 acre-feet in 2030, and that's based on the revisions that we saw released just last week. That's less than 10% of the current potential, and that's before many variances and alternative compliance methods are accounted for. Importantly, and I think this has been raised, that's around 320,000 acre-feet less than the governor's 500,000 acre-foot goal for 2030. That's an important gap. Water conservation isn't free. I think there's a misconception about that. It does require our investment, but it's a cost-effective one. Our research, again, shows water efficiency is far less expensive than developing new supplies. And in the absence of conservation, that is what we have to do. We have to develop then these new supplies. Some of the estimates we've been looking at recently for direct potable reuse, those are at least $2,400 an acre foot. That's with very favorable interest rates and with state and federal subsidies. Seawater desalination, even for plants that have been built, we're seeing those come in at about $3,100 an acre foot. That's, again, based on Carlsbad and what they're estimating now. And these costs are rising. Again, even plants that are already built, these costs are going up. In large part due to energy costs, but as we heard from the first caller today, also material costs, labor costs, chemical costs, all of those things are pushing these up. Those cost pressures make conservation even more affordable. So, if in the absence of doing the conservation, the fact that we've stepped back in 2030 and even in 2040, that will drive up water bills and that will further exacerbate affordability concerns for communities across the state. It will also, importantly, increase energy use and greenhouse gas emissions, right? That's the root cause of what we're trying to address, at least in part. We know, and we saw this during the 2012-2016 drought, early action is the best action. In fact, I think that was one of the lead headlines that came out of one of your reports from the state board. These revised regulations, though, are going to continue delay action, particularly, again, in that 2030 timeline. That will make our communities and our ecosystems more vulnerable to drought and the intensifying effects of climate change. I've heard a lot today and previously about trees, and I think, previously Cody Phillips made some really important points that I really want to highlight and underscore. Most of the tree deaths that we have seen have been during drought. And that's because we're at a time when our options for fast savings are limited and we have to do the, stop irrigating. People get concerned, they stop watering altogether. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. And so by being proactive in those efforts, setting standards that are moving us towards the long-term standard in the interim and in the long term, I think is going to better help our communities become resilient. It's about planting the right trees, capturing stormwater, routing that for irrigation, and conducting a lot of education and outreach. And I think if we start now, we'll be able to get there. I think the delay is a problem. So I want to talk in my few time a little bit about some critical pieces, and that's in and around the backsliding, and that's come up on several pieces. I do think it's important that we institute no backsliding from 2025 and going forward. It's important from a communication. We already heard today, folks assure us that that wasn't going to be an issue. So let's put that in now. Let's make sure that we're not stepping back from where we were in 2020. I also want to thank the board for including 0.55 out in 2040. I think that is going to be important in signaling that shift, in getting us all to really focus in on the big changes that we need to make in our urban areas. And so I do think that's important. But I also think maintaining 0.63 in 2030, that shift is also really important. As we saw with some of the numbers, it's going to help cut down that gap in 2030, but it's also going to be a signal and a directionality for helping us to achieve our longer term goals. And finally, I will point to there are agencies that will have to make bigger cuts. That was the intent of the alternative compliance. I think that landed in a good space. I think those were the most productive conversations that we had, frankly, in December. Those were the most heartening, certainly. And so I do think there is a pathway for allowing us to tighten and start action earlier, yet still providing those that are going to need more help with that additional help and with that alternative compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooley. I really appreciated your technical expertise and leadership across this discussion, and just thanks. Points well taken, and look forward to figuring out how we understand where the right balance is on the urgency side, and especially with 0.63 and looking at that 2030 date, 35 date. So thank you. Martha Davis.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Martha Davis, board member with the Mono Lake Committee. Thank you very much. In so many ways, Heather made a lot of the points that I want to make, and she made them so eloquently. I just want to, again, kind of go up backwards a little bit and look at the bigger picture. I so appreciated the opening comments this morning about why we're here. What are we dealing with in terms of what California needs to prepare for? And we've had a theme running through this of why efficiency is part of preparing for that future. And the whole impetus for this framework really came from water agencies who recognized how devastating emergency mandatory cuts were, not only to their budgets, but to their communities. So putting this into this bigger framework, we can look to water agencies who I think in some cases have been uncharacteristically shy about talking about where they are using a water budget approach and how successful it's been at both protecting the revenue streams for those agencies. At the same time, they're communicating a really clear message. And we've talked a little bit about why education is so important and why it is so important to have alignment between our climate goals, our tree goals, our stormwater goals. Anybody who looks at climate change and is experiencing it on the ground knows that if water is the shark, or the shark is the water in the water of climate change, it's water that's the teeth. That's what's ripping everything apart. I didn't say that very well because I can't remember the quote exactly. But the point being that as we deal with all of these changes, now we move into a framework. In some respects, it's a little bit like Sigma in the sense that we're creating a framework for understanding where can we be more efficient? Where is the waste? How do we better manage these resources? And all we're doing is doing it in an urban context. It's a proven methodology. Water agencies are using this predominantly in Southern California, but in other places as well. So as we go through the development of this framework to create the appropriate balance for going into the future, and I appreciate that being one of the key questions that you're so forthrightly describing today. I think it's also, as we look at strong standards, and I would agree with Heather that we appreciate your including 0.55 as kind of the North Star of where we need to be, where we need to go. But the other part of it is how much flexibility has been built into this regulation already. And it's almost as if we have amnesia about all the different forms of flexibility. And it's really important when you look at the full picture to make sure you're taking into account how many different ways we've doubled down, tripled down on the flexibility. Heather's right. Some of the more meaningful conversations really related to the alternative compliance pathway. I think we're all interested in this path to success. And so for me, the package is strong standards, flexibility, and a pathway forward that helps everybody get there together. So within that, it is really important to hold firm on certainly the 20 by 20 standards. It's a foundation that we're building this new conservation efficiency platform on. It's really important to hold that bigger picture of where we need to go. And so that's the 0.55. And then the 0.63 is a really important step forward in, I think, Board Member Firestone, you were talking about a glide path. If you wait too long, we don't get the benefit of all of the water efficiency up front. And as Heather referred to it, we heard today the economic benefits of having more efficiency sooner for California. But the other part of it is not to have too chunky monkey a shift between 2035 and 2040. So taken together, I want to thank you all for the work that you've done. I appreciate all of the different stakeholders that have been part of this conversation. But sometimes the most important thing to have happen when people are very fearful about how a regulation is going to play out is just get started, because we're going to learn so much from this as we move forward. And the data that we're going to pull from this regulation is going to be transformative to communities and how they understand what water efficiency means, how they can plan for their trees and make the transformations that their communities need. And the final one is the collaboration between the water agencies and their communities. You can't mandate that through a regulation, but you can encourage it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those good comments, Ms. Davis, and your long leadership, I know, within this discussion, and appreciate the comments just around the positive aspects that are being left behind a bit in some of this discussion. I know that conservation continues to somewhat be framed as sort of antithetical to all these other climate goals that we have. But to your point and to the points that have been made, it's actually really complementary. And it is why it's part of the water supply strategy, because this conservation, as we've heard already these last decades, has allowed populations to expand and not use more water, and not have to go to more expensive sources. So it really is, as a framework for the state, creating that right incentive and balance, but importantly at the local level, leaving it to what are a lot of individual balancing choices that folks are really trying to make. So just appreciate the comments. Thank you. Next, Mark Gold.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Mark Gold, and I'm speaking on behalf of, and this is going to bring you back, Heal the Bay and NRDC, so not just NRDC. Before I really get going, I want to give props to staff. I thought their presentation this morning was excellent in that they really provided the information necessary for you to really contemplate how difficult this is, and running you through a whole bunch of different scenarios on what your policy decisions are. I don't see that too often, that level of effort, and I just wanted to give props to it. Context. All right, so think about when this bill passed. That was before we were about to make the decision to reduce Colorado River allocations to the state of California post-2026 by probably over 1 million acre feet. It was also before DWR made their estimate saying we're going to have 10% less water by 2040. So that's a context to just remember of how much things have changed even since that short time that this bill became law. So clearly, having to be bold is something that's important. Having to be act urgently is important. I'm not going to go through the stats. So much of what I wrote has already been covered, but there's a couple of things. Obviously, there's 72% of the service area population wouldn't have to do a heck of a lot to be in compliance all the way up to 2034, December 31st. And just to remind you, there's another 20% that would only have to do a reduction of 10% or less. So that gets you over 90% that wouldn't have to do anything incredibly bold in that time frame as written. So that's obviously an issue. And I'm not going to go through all the various different variances that are available and the like. That has been discussed ad nauseum. But just remember, there was a lot of negotiations that went there. There was a lot of give and take. So this is where we are now after years of discussion on this. So from the standpoint of this being distilled to a few issues, there's been a lot of give and take along the way to get to that point where the various different variances have occurred and the like. I was pleased to see in the analysis this morning from staff their discussion of irrigable, not irrigated area, and the fixed 20% of square footage, and just the numbers that we're talking about, 184,000 acre feet per year by 2030. That's a really huge benefit from the standpoint of we're talking about how well are all of these water utilities going to do without taking into account what the variances are going to do, without taking into account the irrigable, not irrigated area, without taking into account water recycling, without taking into account all these various different issues. So what you have is, if anything, is a rosy picture of really what all the water utilities need to do. It's actually going to be much easier for them because they're going to be able to get more variances and get 20% credits in many situations. So I just wanted to remind you that we're basically talking about a conservative look at it. And something that, that math we haven't seen all in one place from the standpoint of what does that mean overall for all the various different water utilities. Support the fact that there are things like credits for potable water reuse, and that's something we obviously strongly support. We support giving benefit for, planting new trees and, getting 3 years to basically get things established. That's important stuff. From the standpoint of the other sorts of issues, the revised draft forfeits 380,000 acre feet of water savings by 2030, making achievement of Governor Newsom's conservation target highly unlikely. So California will not be meeting the moment by 2030 of 500,000 acre feet per year reduction. We strongly urge the State Water Resources Control Board to restore the 0.63 outdoor standard deadline to 2030. Which is the California average in 2018. As a reminder, there are new CEC outdoor irrigation efficiency regulations that will soon take effect, and AB 1572 ban on the use of potable water for irrigation of non-functional turf in CII by 2031 will lead to even more conservation without the Conservation's California Way of Life legislation. So this is something that's already cooked. This isn't a decision you're making already. And so just realize you're already going to see progress there. So you're not asking that burden to be that much more than what's already on the books in that regard. So that's going to reduce the cost of the regulation itself dramatically, not the cost of conservation, but the regulation itself. So the draft needs to be consistent with the AB 1572 and its deadlines, and 0.63 by 2030 moves the state back on track for doing that. On backsliding, please shore up and clarify the language to ensure there won't be backsliding in the next decade. We're already seeing water utilities, including Metropolitan Water District member agencies, debating publicly whether or not to fund ongoing conservation measures. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. It's pretty disturbing to watch. And so these are basically because we have ongoing budget challenges at the water utilities and flawed business models that perversely incentivize the sale of as much water as humanly possible. So in conclusion, please don't fall prey to climate amnesia. Ask yourself whether there would be the regulations you approve if this was the summer of 2022, when hundreds of thousands of Californians were in dire risk of losing their supplies from water utilities. We applaud the staff for maintaining the 0.55 outdoor standard, but we need to build climate resilience now. We can't wait a decade till these regulations ramp up. The memory of the summer of 22 really should be driving us to conserve now and much more urgently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. Appreciate those good comments and engagement around all this. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Elizabeth Lovestead, to be followed by Tim Worley and then Sandra Rose.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Elizabeth Lovestead with the San Diego County Water Authority. I just want to echo the statements that have been made earlier today, just expressing my appreciation for the stakeholder process that happened at the end of last year. You know, there was a lot of value to that. I think we reached consensus on a lot of things, and really do appreciate the consideration of our input and the time and energy that went into making the revisions. We strongly support the revisions that have been made. We support the addition of time to meet the outdoor regulations. We support the alternative compliance path. We also support the revisions to the CII requirements, specifically the regional option and the revised requirements for CII with limited water use in CII. These changes are really going to help assist water suppliers implement cost-effective, thoughtful programs to meet these long-term targets and requirements. We do have some concerns with some of the data requirements that were included in the regulation. We would like to see another collaborative effort to kind of go over some of those and see what we can do to figure out what is needed and how we can streamline that and get some better understanding on some things like the performance measures for inefficient water use. Our region really considers conservation a key part of our resiliency portfolio. Demand goes up and down with weather and other factors, but overall, we have continually seen a trend line of per capita use going down in our region since the early 90s. It really reflects our long-term investments in water use efficiency and conservation over time. And even though we have accomplished a significant amount of water savings, and we are well below our SBX 7-7 targets, speaking to water suppliers, they're still concerned about the work that needs to be done, especially in the next couple of years as we look at CII classification and measurement requirements. Water suppliers are looking for how they're going to meet those, how they're going to either add staff or they're going to seek a consultant. So again, really appreciate the work that's been done, the revisions that have been made, and the consideration of the work that still needs to be done, especially in the near term. Look forward to implementing these in the next year and appreciate your consideration.
Appreciate your time and contributions to this, Ms. Lovestead. Thanks for being here in person with us and continuing to contribute to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tim Worley, be followed by Sandra Rose, then Craig Johns, and John Norwood.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Dr. Tim Worley, here representing the Community Water Systems Alliance. CWSA is a group of 19 water agencies that are formed around the principle of larger systems helping and advocating on those smaller and that need more support. First of all, I wanted to elevate some of the comments that I heard this morning from Board Member Morgan, Board Member Diadamo, especially the one where Board Member Diadamo mentioned that we don't want unanticipated consequences from this one-time opportunity that you have, and particularly with the impact on affordability. That's been a significant concern of ours. First of all, you should not assume that all areas, first of all, as it's been said, water conservation is not free. It requires investment, and you should not assume that all areas have this either or, that if they're not growing, then they don't need to provide new water supplies as an alternative to conservation. some of our member agencies are just simply trying to hold on to the water supplies they already have when they're faced with possibly losing water supplies due to drinking water quality regulations such as Chrome 6. So that's in some cases a false dichotomy. Secondly, I really wanted to focus on the cost to comply. That was a huge concern with the original regulation, and we want to applaud the changes staff has made. Really appreciate the efforts to listen to the concerns and make this new draft something certainly more possible to achieve. The cost is a big concern because water rates have been increasing for many reasons as a whole, far above the CPI, far above other utilities. That's not my analysis. I would refer to Janice Beecher from the Michigan State University's Institute for Public Utilities. A recent graph posted on LinkedIn shows how extremely steep the rise in water rates across the board has been. So we really wanted to support the alternative compliance path that you have laid out in this changed regulation. Those changes will have a relatively small impact on overall water conservation statewide, but a huge positive benefit to those agencies that can take advantage of that. Finally, I just wanted to note that in a more specific case, the 0.55 standard is, I think, as Board Member Diadamo mentioned, that's really quite problematic. It will be extremely hard for many to achieve. So we appreciate the support of the flexibility that's in this new version. And if I could, some of you may know I also work with the California Nevada section of the American Water Works Association. Sue Mossberg, their executive director, could not be here, but she sent me a few comments that she hoped I could just read into the record.
Yes,
First,
thank
she
you.
wanted to acknowledge and appreciate Water Board staff listening to the legitimate concerns of water suppliers through the public comments and the work groups that delved deeper into the issues. She says, we support the changes that have been made to this that have made this regulation achievable without being punitive. First two comments she wanted to make are kept at a higher level. More details may be submitted in written comments. Her third point is more specific. First, timelines are still challenging, but the changes make them more realistic for water suppliers to meet. This is a sensible change, recognizing the delay in completing this regulation. Secondly, simplification of the variances and the alternative path to compliance are feasible, where the earlier version of the regulation was probably not. And third, on that specific point, water loss audit reporting was negotiated to allow two options or two times to comply consistent with state law and should not be forced into one size fits all. And I suspect she intends to submit more detailed comments on those points. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your time and attention as well, Dr. Worley. Appreciate the engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Sandra Rose, be followed by Craig Johns, John Norwood, and then Evan Jacobs.
Oops. Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Sandra Rose. I'm president of the board from Monte Vista Water District. And I would like to compliment everyone, staff and board, on creating a true collaboration. Your workshops were really appreciated by our staff. And I think your staff listened to us and understood and appreciated what we were saying. So because your newer revisions have come out of this collaboration, I hope that you will stick with the ones that we think will help. And the reason I say that is because nobody got everything they wanted. And so that to me is what compromise is all about. So we support your new reasonable timeline, and I hope you will stick with it. And we hope to keep collaborating with you. There'll be a lot more data in the future. Things will change. And I would like to ask that you extend the deadline for comments on your most recent revisions. I don't know. Nobody's mentioned a time. It's 15 days, so maybe it should be 21 days, because I know how busy staff is and how overwhelmed they get when all of a sudden 14 days is not a lot of time. So I would like to thank you again for this collaboration, and keep engaging with us. We'll keep engaging with you. And I hate to see it between environmentalists and retail water agencies, because I like to think that retail water agencies are also environmentalists. We want to make sure there's water for urban areas, for the cities, for the rural areas, for agriculture. We want water for the environment. We want water for recreation. So I think we all agree on that. And once again, we appreciate you listening to us and hope you will continue that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. I appreciate that. And the acknowledgement of, yes, what have been a lot of productive discussions and collaboration and communication, and just clearly articulating various points and sides that have gone on. If you read the papers, that's not what's covered as much. So I do appreciate the acknowledgement of the process, at least that we're in here. Next, I believe Craig Johns is on the platform, and we'll go to him. Good to see you, Mr. Johns.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, board members, staff, and distinguished water colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments today. My name is Craig Jones. Chair Escobar, it's okay. I've been called much worse. I am the Resource Conservation Manager with Las Virgenes Municipal Water District. Again, I won't belabor it, but we are a retail water and wastewater provider with a 122 square mile service area located in the North Santa Monica Bay Area mountains of North LA County. We have about 21,000 connections, and we serve 4 cities. And I will add that we are one of the 20 agencies roughly in California that has adopted budget-based rates. So do want to just start by, kudos and big thanks for listening. And again, this collaborative process and just the painstaking hours and stress and time that everybody's put into to getting to where we are today. We're grateful for the additional flexibility and the time in the revised regulation. And we do urge and support you to maintain these proposed changes, the extended timeline for meeting the outdoor standards, the alternative compliance pathways, and the new timeline, and that unstacking and the changes of the CII performance measures. And just for reference, the district will be signing on to multiple coalition letters where we'll be addressing our key concerns in the draft regs that reflect considerable progress, but we're not where we really exactly need to be. So, as I've said in past workshops, conserving water and being water efficient practitioners, it's in our DNA, it's who we are. And like many of you in the room and listening, many of us have dedicated our lives personally and our careers to it. I will say over the last 25 years of my career, I've spent considerable time developing and implementing conservation and water efficient programs and meeting customers where they are. And so I want to emphasize today that Las Virgenes, and I'm, speak on behalf of all my colleagues, that we don't intend to let off the gas. We intend on forward sliding. So this notion too, I just want to say, of agencies that would have to do nothing really absent these regulations is not only disingenuous, it's the furthest thing from the truth. Some key context in this discussion, I think, for board members and even just some stakeholder voices for big picture, if we step back. LVMWD is a MET member agency, and we are a state water project dependent area. We're very focused on diversifying our water supply portfolio for obvious reasons. And conservation is a huge role, but as all of us know in this room, it's not the only bucket we must draw from. And I just want to mention that I had the privilege this week of having DWR staff at our board meeting give a presentation update on the Delta Conveyance Project. And the project engineers made a key comment in that presentation.
I'm going to have to interrupt you, Mr. Jones. We're under ex parte ban on communications. That's a separate proceeding. And so I just ask
fair
that you
enough. I will
not
skip.
make any points further on that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for reminding me. Point taken. So again, just wanted to make the point that when we look at this, there seems to be discussion around, and I know the board understands this, you made this point earlier, Chair, that you guys are heavily involved in water supply reliability. So I want everybody to realize that although conservation does do an amazing job offsetting demand, it does not produce wet new water supplies. So again, I want to address one quick comment that was made, and I apologize, I'm not in the room, but one of the board members made a comment about that agencies can change. And I just want to remind the board this afternoon that we have customers that we serve, and they're people, and they are driven by their personal behaviors, and agencies don't have absolute control over that. And so I want to make that point. Also want to add to the conversation and concern over this comment of backsliders, make this point quickly and then close. And I agree with one of the board members' comments this morning that I feel this concern is not substantiating. The district from 2020 to 2023 has seen 30%, really 33%. We've cut almost 6,000 acre feet of our potable water consumption from 2023 to 2020. So that's forward sliding. And so I just want to assure everybody that as we talk about this, and then in light of these amazing realized water savings that our customers have produced, we're preparing to have this conversation with our customers. Thank you for saving water. Unfortunately, we're going to charge you more for using less. So my additional request in closing for the board here is that you would please update the toolkit and make it available as soon as possible so we can verify this corrected data, because we want to be in compliance. We do want to maintain that 0.63. We had asked that the 0.63 outdoor standard would remain onwards from 2035, removing the 0.55. I agree with Nate's comments. It's a laboratory lofty goal that exists in a master's thesis. And for the district, we have 90% of our meter inventory is residential. So that will be an unusually incredible burden. Keep the 20% INI. It should not be sunsetted. And then reporting requirements. We do need those to be robust, and we need them cleaned up. We are looking forward to more clarity on the enforcement guidelines, and we want to comply. So we remain committed. I want to leave the board with 2 words: balance and faith. These regulations need to reflect balance, and they must be constructed in good faith, meaning that you have my personal word that irrespective, if we can get to 0.35, then that's what we're going to do. We just don't want to be pigeonholed to something that's not achievable. So thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to our future endeavors to get this right.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Jones. Apologies for mispronouncing the last name. My record is pretty good on that usually, but appreciate all the real substantive comments you provided and the engagement around this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up John Norwood, be followed by Evan Jacobs, and then Mike Hadley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is John Norwood. I'm appearing today on behalf of the California Pool and Spa Association and our national affiliate, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance. I'll be really brief. I just want to thank the board and particularly the staff for listening to the concerns that our industry raised and making the changes that we requested. We strongly believe that these changes recognize the contribution our industry makes to reducing the demand on water agencies to deliver water, to substantially reduce the amount of turf that's used in California, and to provide backyard areas for families to gather, to have relaxation and to have recreation. So we'd like to support these regulations, the changes made, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Appreciate yours as well, Mr. Norwood. Thanks for appearing here before the board and contributing to this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Evan Jacobs. I believe Michael Hadley may not be on the platform, so after that will be Ariel Flores. Oh, he is. Okay, apologies. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. Evan Jacobs, Vice President of External Affairs for California American Water. My company serves about 700,000 Californians in 55 communities up and down the state. First, I wanted to give a shout out to my colleague, Patrick Pills. He's participated in the working groups on the regulation. We really like that stakeholders were involved and able to provide substantive comment on the workings of this regulation. We really appreciate the proposed changes. We believe that it's going to make the implementation of this regulation much more manageable for us and our customers. And I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about the implementation in one of the tools that Chair Esquivel mentioned earlier today, which is rate decoupling. Like the regulation we're discussing today, decoupling is a policy that supports both affordability and conservation. It does so by removing the incentive to sell more water, as Mr. Gold mentioned, and it provides stability and revenue to make sure that we're making the necessary infrastructure investments over time. The CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, has long employed decoupling as a regulatory mechanism to encourage conservation and further its policy goals as well. It implemented decoupling 40 years ago for the energy utilities. 15 years ago, it implemented a pilot program for the large Class A water utilities that regulates around California, noting that it was fair to ratepayers and incentivizes conservation. We've had a lot of success under that pilot program. And certainly with California American Water, our experience is that we have been able to build some of the most conservation-oriented, progressive, tiered rate designs to promote conservation. We think they're among the best in the state. We think they've worked very well. It sends strong economic price signals to our customers to conserve, while we're also providing all the tools they need to learn how to do so and to increase their water efficiency. Home water audits, surveys, devices, rebates, all the things you need to really improve both efficiency and educate about conservation. So it's been a critical component for us for our water efficiency program and our conservation programs during times of drought. Despite this success in 2020, the California Public Utilities Commission did end the decoupling pilot program for Cal-Am and for the other water utilities in the state that it regulates. And in 2022, the legislature weighed in. They passed legislation that requires the PUC to consider decoupling in future rate cases. My company right now is in the midst of one of those rate cases. We're in that process. We're proposing to continue a decoupling mechanism. We're hopeful that the PUC will recognize the importance of it going forward, that it's a critical component of our rate design and a good tool for us to use to incentivize long-term conservation. And with that, thank you. Again, appreciate the changes made to the proposed regulation. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you as well, Mr. Jacobs. I really appreciated the information around the decoupling going on in the investor-owned utilities and water, and just appreciate the example and continued contributions. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Hadley, be followed by Ariel Flores, and then Claire Nordley.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Michael Hadley, and I'm the Government Relations Officer for Western Municipal Water District. Western Municipal Water District is a water district out in western Riverside County that serves about 1 million people through drinking water, wastewater, and recycled water services. We have a long-standing commitment to water efficiency here at Western. We're one of the first agencies to implement budget-based rates. We have a very comprehensive conservation program that continues to expand and get more creative as time goes on. And we remain over 50% more efficient than after the 2012-2016 drought. As stewards of this valuable resource, we have a very real, genuine interest in ensuring that it's used efficiently. While we provide water to homes and businesses, we also recognize that we are an integral part of the environment in our stewardship. So know that no matter how we may be portrayed, water agencies have a sincere interest in protecting the environment. The first draft of these regulations were not achievable by many water providers, including my own, which is why there were so many of us that came out during the October hearing. So I would like to publicly state that our genuine appreciation to State Board staff for making the significant changes to the first draft regulations in this recent revision, which have made them much more realistic for water providers to implement. Specifically, we appreciate the following changes: the 5-year deadline extension to meet the outdoor residential water use efficiency standard for existing landscapes, the 5-year deadline extension to meet the outdoor commercial, industrial, and institutional water use efficiency standard for existing landscapes, the accounting for variances in 5-year increments instead of annually, the new alternative compliance pathways for agencies serving disadvantaged communities, the inclusion of pools as a specialized landscape area, and the many improvements and clarifications in the language surrounding the CII performance measures. On the presentation from this morning, there was a map of the distribution of impacts based on 2040 standards. Our region is a big part of that area in Southern California that had most of the amount of change that'll be needed to meet these standards. For time purposes and to not repeat much of what my colleagues have already said, I'll jump into a few concerns we still have at a higher level. While this is only a summary, we plan on submitting a letter with more details and solutions by the March 27 deadline, which came up rather quickly in our opinion. Point number one we'd like to make is while we appreciate the timeline extension for the 2040 landscape efficiency factor, the 0.55 is still unachievable for inland communities and disproportionately impacts disadvantaged communities. We would like the final regulations to cap the LEF at 0.63. I'd like to point out that in the presentation from this morning, there was a picture of a home that was at a 0.55 LEF, but that's definitely not what most homes look like in the Inland Empire, and most of our customers can't afford to bring their yards to look like that. While there may be an understanding that the inland regions are going to have to change their perspective on how their communities look, we know that they're not going to suddenly look like the photos that were presented this morning. Now, point number two I'd like to make is including effective precipitation adds to the framework inequity towards inland agencies, so it should be removed from the standard. For inland communities where precipitation falls mainly in the January to March months, the inclusion of effective precipitation overestimates the available water from precipitation annually. Our effective precipitation takes a wet winter and applies it to the remaining months of the year, which are often dry and reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. In arid, dry inland climates, the actual amount of effective precipitation can be significantly lower than the total rainfall due to high evaporative rates and quick runoff. Point number three, the proposed variances are still burdensome. Our agency supports a 5-year data approval period, but with a 5% threshold applying to one component of the objective, not the overall objective. And this should apply both to the indoor and outdoor variances. Point number four, while the recent revisions of the CI&I are helpful, bringing existing CI&I customers into compliance and meeting the compliance requirements on our end will be extremely time consuming and costly. So there's definitely going to be funding needed from the state in order to implement this unless we are okay with having rates go up significantly. And lastly, we still have concerns over how this decrease in water use will affect our recycled water supply, which we beneficially reuse at Western Water 100% of, and will likely have to supplement that with imported water supplies. In conclusion, agencies like Western Water recognize that while conservation is one part of our water supply portfolio, as a state, we must continue making significant investments in other parts of the water supply portfolio. We must have an above and a below ground storage, conveyance, ocean and brackish desalination, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and recycled water. We will only achieve water supply resiliency for the environment, our economy, agriculture, and the communities we serve through an all-of-the-above approach. The 500,000 acre-feet of water saved by the 2040 standards is good, but nowhere near what's needed to meet all the demands across California as climate change continues to change. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Hadley. Appreciate those comments and your time and engagement here around the discussion, and look forward to further discussion amongst it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ariel Flores, be followed by Claire Nordley, and then Aaron Morales.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members. Although I'm not able to be there in person, it is my pleasure to speak about the regs with you all again. For the record, my name is Ariel Flores, Water Conservation Regulatory Supervisor for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to provide the public comments in this continued conversation on conservation, as well as the thoughtful incorporation of all the stakeholder comments received throughout this rulemaking process. First, we appreciate the continued commitment from the State Board and State Board staff for stakeholder engagement throughout the rulemaking process. The focus group meetings held between the various interested parties led to many of the successful adjustments we see in this draft of the regulation and support. Secondly, LADWP greatly appreciates and supports the flexibility in the proposed regulation that allows suppliers to implement and adapt to meet the robust goals of the regulation while effectively building resilient communities and long-term behavioral change, such as what is needed for the city of Los Angeles moving forward. And as a leader in water conservation, having reduced per capita water usage by over 30% in about 15 years, LADWP welcomes not only the invigorating opportunities that the framework regulation brings to our long-standing programs, but also the continued partnership with the state board and stakeholders to guarantee the long-term and meaningful success to make conservation in California a way of life. Overall, DWP wishes to continue supporting state board's efforts in creating successful regulations and intends to provide written comments with additional technical recommendations. Thank you again for your time and listening to folks' concerns.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Flores. Looking forward to those written comments, and thanks for sticking with us. I know we're already at 3 o'clock. It's been a long discussion today, but really appreciate your contributions and comments here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to go to Claire Nordley, followed by Aaron Morales, Sean Brewer, and then Larry Miller.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm Claire Nordley. I'm the Senior Water Resources Planner for the City of Santa Rosa. And I just want to say thank you very much to the board and to the staff for hosting today's workshop. Santa Rosa has had a long-standing commitment to drought preparation and water use efficiency programs. Since the 1990s, Santa Rosa Water has spent over $30 million on water conservation programs, and during that time have achieved a 14% reduction in water use, despite a 53% increase in our population. We will continue to promote and encourage water use efficiency through our water rate structure, rebate in our incentive programs, water loss activities, and community engagement. We just want to say how much we appreciate the state board and the staff for these newest revisions to making conservation a California way of life, especially the additional flexibility and the time allowed to reach compliance. Achieving long-term water efficiency takes time and a thoughtful approach. These new deadlines will allow us and water retailers to implement water use efficiency and encourage our customers to participate in our rebate programs to make these lasting changes without harm, for example, to our shade trees. It will also put less of a financial burden on our customers and help ensure our disadvantaged communities have access to affordable water. These changes will also allow Santa Rosa to continue to thoughtfully and cost-effectively implement our water use efficiency programs as we have been doing for decades and will also obviously continue to do into our new climate reality. I do just want to specify a few concerns that we still have with the regulations. For example, the CII performance measures still are, in our opinion, excessively burdensome, especially around the reporting. And all the time that we spend reporting takes away time from actually being able to interact with our customers and save water for our CII customers. We also just want to mention that DWR's recommended CII classifications were negotiated with water providers through a multi-stakeholder and multi-year process. In accordance with those recommendations, Santa Rosa Water has actually already completed our classification of approximately 5,000 CII accounts in our service area. It takes approximately 3 to 10 minutes to classify each meter, which equates to over 800 hours of staff time that we've already spent to meet this performance measure. To meet the proposed Energy Star portfolio standard, we'd have to modify our reclassification process, which obviously would require extensive staff time and potentially not result in any foreseeable water savings. And then the last point that I just want to make is, we would appreciate the opportunity to continue to work with the state board staff on the development of reporting requirements and templates, especially as there are other ways to report on implementation that may achieve the same results without having duplicative reporting. So thank you again for the leadership of the state board and the staff on this revised regulation. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nordley. Next, we have Aaron Morales with Cucamonga Valley Water District. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Erin Morales, and I'm with the Cucamonga Valley Water District in Rancho Cucamonga. Our board president, Randall Reed, was with you in person last October and provided comments, but unfortunately he was not able to be there with you today. CVWD is committed to providing a safe and reliable water supply regardless of dry or wet climate conditions, and we believe that conservation should be a way of life for all. Together with our customers and neighboring agency partners, CVWD has invested in developing a diverse, drought-resilient water supply, including groundwater storage, recycled water for direct use, as well as groundwater recharge, and conservation, as well as local surface water and other sources that we're exploring. We also have implemented a robust conservation program, which includes landscape conversions, smart meters, customer engagement and education on water conservation, and many more proactive initiatives. Since last public hearing, CVWD staff and our board of directors has been working very hard at engaging the state board and working together to help the regulation process. We formed a local coalition of immediately surrounding water districts and cities who are bounded by common water resources, hundreds of millions of dollars in supply investments, and common concerns. This coalition has been able to meet with 4 state water board members as well as the water board staff. We understand how valuable your time is, and on behalf of CVWD, we want to express our gratitude for these opportunities and conversations. We thank you for your flexibility and additional implementation time that has been outlined in the revised draft regulation. We do still have concerns that the regulation includes unattainable and costly objectives. CVWD will be required to reduce demands by 31% by 2040. To add perspective, our population has grown 11% since 2007, yet our total demand has fallen by 38%. This achievement has come at a cost. However, to squeeze another 31% will be even costlier. The water reductions required by 2040 are not feasible, specifically in affordability. With the projected financial loss and lack of funding for necessary programming, reporting tools, and data analysis, we don't see how we will be able to afford achieving this objective. The cost burden will especially impact inland communities such as ours. Customers will be paying more for less. Our Inland Empire region has an incredible natural resource in the Chino groundwater basin. Collectively, we've made significant investments in managing our groundwater basin and developing resilient supplies in recycled water. The objective will impede our ability to further invest in drought-resilient supplies, such as advanced treated recycled water. Unfortunately, our customers won't be able to afford both. We still have concerns that the recommended outdoor water standards have deviated significantly from the legislative intent of the framework. We respectfully request that the state board consider reverting back to the DWR recommended 0.63 LEF landscape efficiency factor. It will still be a huge lift for us, but we do feel it will be more feasible. We urge the state board to please consider reverting back to DWR's statistical findings to include 20% INI in our outdoor budget. It is critical for CVWD that this remains in place to reflect actual outdoor water versus taking the 20% away once the new LAM data becomes available. Lastly, we request flexibility on enforcement if an agency demonstrates they have done all they can do and still don't meet the objectives. In closing, I will reiterate that CVWD has already been working very hard to plan and strategize for doing our part to meet the objective. We will continue to make it a priority to do our absolute best to meet the state's requirements. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments to the State Water Board once again, and your staff's engagement with the water community. We look forward to working with the State Water Board further on making conservation a way of life for all Californians. And we hope that we can together find a path that helps water agencies like CVWD succeed in this venture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Morales. I appreciate those comments and look forward to further engagement, I know, in this discussion. So thanks for participating and your patience through the day. Next, I believe we have on here Sean Brewer and Larry Miller. They are not on the platform. If either of you happen to be viewing through either the webcast or some other form, we can definitely take you if you come back onto the platform. So we'll just keep an eye out for you. Next, then, we'll go to John Armstrong, I believe, who may not be on the platform as I'm glancing, and then would go to Ashley Overhouse. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as well. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members, and staff for the opportunity to give public comment on this important agenda item. I know it's been a long day. Ashley Overhouse, Water Policy Advisor with Defenders of Wildlife. While Defenders has not been heavily engaged in this extensive public process so far, we are grateful to the various interest groups and their advocacy working with the board to fulfill the legislature's important mandate. I echo many of my colleagues from environmental justice organizations and their concerns with the recent changes in the draft regulations. I also echo Board Member Firestone's comments earlier in this meeting and also believe the board has potentially missed the mark with this latest iteration of this conservation regulations and urge staff and board members to consider returning to earlier compliance dates. Please do not make the same mistake we have made with other delayed and severely outdated compliance thresholds, such as the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or the updated the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Like the Bay Delta estuary and communities completely reliant on groundwater resources, California's watersheds and residents cannot wait another 15 years to use urban water resources wisely. So like Martha Davis, I will want to just take us back to a higher level and why we are here. Our state is feeling the impacts of climate change now, and that includes longer, more intense droughts. The Department of Water Resources forecasts we will have 10% less water supply available by 2040. So we need to conserve now, not when we've already lost that water. These impacts will affect every living thing that relies on water, including threatened and endangered species the Defenders of Wildlife aims to protect and restore. By conserving water, especially during times of drought, these species have a higher chance of survival. Water-saving techniques can increase the amount of water that goes into our rivers and watersheds, which keeps our natural environment healthy for our communities overall. I would be remiss if I also didn't mention that conservation, as many of others said, is the most cost-effective and reliable option for meeting California's water needs in this era of weather extremes. Conservation is much more affordable and faster to implement than new water infrastructure projects that are often very destructive to habitat and our state's incredible biodiversity, and not resilient in the face of the climate crisis. So just like water, these management pieces are all connected. Defenders of Wildlife wants to reiterate our strong support for a robust, enforceable urban conservation strategy that actually ensures California makes water conservation a way of life in the same time period as we are dedicating incredible state and federal resources to sustainably and equitably managing our surface and groundwater resources. I acknowledge that California has made progress and the board has made progress in this area, but we cannot afford to slow down or backslide. The board's efforts here will provide the solid foundation for stricter conservation standards that are urgently needed and set a precedent for how we approach the management of our water resources in the future. Many, many thanks and congratulations to the board and board staff for this collaborative process so far and for your time and careful consideration of all views. Defenders looks forward to reviewing the final regulations in advance of adoption this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Overhouse. Appreciate your voice, technical expertise, and advocacy within all of this discussion as well, and look forward to that continued discussion. Next, I'll go to Ryan Ojakian, and then I'll go to Lydia Ponce on the platform because I see you have your hand up. And then after that, we'll go to Josh Watkins. Good to see you, Mr. Ojakian.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Ryan Ojakian with the Regional Water Authority. I'm going to be super fast. I do not have prepared remarks. I'm really up here to answer a question that you asked earlier, Board Chair, about where does the 8% in Sacramento urban tree canopy number come from. That's actually from a California Natural Resources Agency report to the legislature on the 2012 to 2016 drought. I will underscore, right, that it was 8% dead tree canopy, 11% stressed. That really was from the slogan at the time was brown is the new green. We learned from that moving forward. In the most recent drought, we changed our messaging. But I think one thing that we need to be mindful of here is as we move forward with these regs, like the things that we say do translate into real world actions. So it's very important that we shy away from brown is the new green. I'll echo comments that we've heard from all sides here, that really at the end of the day, this is about evoking change at the average Californian's interaction with their use of water. I will say, right, I'm going to echo what board member McGuire said, like it's important to set us up for success on this front, but I will gently push back on board member Diadamo's comment that you got one bite at the apple, and plus up board member Morgan's comment about what does enforcement look like, right? Because we're going to get some things right, we're going to get some things wrong in the reg. That almost goes without saying since we've heard about all of the complexities here. But one thing that we have to do unequivocally and with a focus on trees is understand that we all have to work together. Now, I've heard collaboration used here today. We really need to take that to heart. And I think the best way to do that is as not just getting it right in the regs, but as we move into enforcement, we really, empower you all, this body moving forward, to really take careful consideration about what it is you need to see and what it is that you can be flexible on. So went a little bit longer than I was planning on, but that's what you get when you get unprepared remarks. So appreciate you putting the question out there, board member, and thanks for the time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ojakian. I appreciate you circling back and being reflective of the discussion here at the dais. And you had a full 5 minutes, so don't worry about taking any further time. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Lydia Ponce, will be followed by Josh Watkins, and then Connor Everts.
Good afternoon, relatives. Lydia Ponce with Idle No More SoCal and Idle No More Venice. As Indigenous people, we need to keep encouraging everyone to be a better relative. California has an EJ policy that requires tribal consultation and tribal consent. What was the Indigenous engagement with this particular endeavor? With the great work that you've put into the statewide water future and the state policies and regs, all people need rate relief through strong conversation. Indigenous people with legendary knowledge can facilitate and lead some of these conversations of conservation. Newsom has mapped out the California tribal statewide, all of the nations, so it's at everyone's fingertips. As for the environment and especially the fish, they need the water left in the rivers, the streams, and the estuaries now. We've had 2 wet winters, and it does not offset the long-term climate change in the driest times that we've known. California's cumulative impact of Newsom's false solutions, like hydrogen, demands huge water use and abuse. Water-intense projects in the near future are a great concern and should always cause for pause to add to our conversations here regarding specifically the cumulative impacts. As an Indigenous woman, mother, and grandmother, I don't need to understand the abbreviations mentioned today and or even the percentages because I can see them with my own eyes. With regards to water conservation, when more affluent neighborhoods are not short of water for their green lawns, golf courses, and as they remain green during COVID and post-COVID, and even polo fields continue to flourish over there in the Burbank area. While many Californians did our best, we could always conserve water in a better way and reduce our water waste and use. Many did not pay heed, and it shows. Lastly, this reset with the regulations and as a sort of means that we can really be better relatives to all of our natural relatives, all the ones that fly and swim, and even the creepy crawlers. And we should have enough water to quench anyone's thirst, grow food, and keep healthy and thrive for the 7 generations forward. So I ask if you haven't really done the deep, meaningful conversations with tribal consultation and consent just in the California coast, there's over 24 tribal nations. So let's get to work. I'll be more than happy to work with anyone who is willing to have these hard and truthful and meaningful conversations as we continue to move forward for the 7 generations of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for raising your voice, being part of this discussion, Ms. Ponce. I'm looking to Ms. Ely, who I know we have your contact information as part of the comments here. We'll be circling back to take you up on just that offer. And as we have further discussion, we'll want to hear how and if we were able to reach out to tribes around the project. So thank you so much, Ms. Ponce. Really appreciate your contributions here today. Thank you.
Many blessings.
Likewise. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Watkins, who'll be followed by Connor Everts and then Greg Bundenson.
Thank you. Josh Watkins, City of Reading, way up I-5 in far NorCal, California. Thanks for this opportunity. I would have loved to have been there, but thank you for the opportunity for the online option. I want to echo what Aqua said and most of the other water agencies, and so I'm just going to hit some of the highlights and just not repeat everything over and over. But to give you perspective on Reading, it's hot here and we're disadvantaged. So, some people think that California urban water agencies don't, or we're going to do nothing, but really we support efficient and wise water use. It's obvious in the fact that statewide per capita urban water use was down 32% by 2022, which far exceeded the 20 by 2020 goals. So this is conservation is something that we've done, we're continuing to do. The city of Reading last year used the same amount of water that we did 30 years ago in the early 90s, even though our population has increased 20% since then. So we're conserving 30% since 2008, which was our highest year ever. So every time we go through a drought, there's conservation, there's cutbacks, and we never really truly bounce back to the same use that we had before, even with increases in population. We still feel there's an unfair bias towards non-coastal regions. The California Data Collective showed this trend that exceedance of the water use objectives was more evident in higher evapotranspiration areas. And so if we are really truly correcting for effective precipitation and things like that, there's just still something wrong there. The net reference of evapotranspiration shouldn't be that way. That shows that all the inland areas are exceeding their budgets. So these inland areas are also disadvantaged, and they're going to have really large financial hurdles to adapt. As we all know, turf removal and landscaping renovations are not cheap. We're concerned that for the city of Reading, we'll be in a perpetual state of drought. We have to meet with these even revised regulations close to 30% conservation. In our worst, driest year ever in 2022, we had to move to stage 2 of our water conservation, our water shortage contingency plan, which was 20% conservation. So it's not going to be easy for us. And we really believe there's going to be a fiscal impact. As the PPIC determined, there's a very high cost for these regulations and really truly a little benefit in real savings. This is ultimately, it's going to go back on our ratepayers. Due to inflation and cost increases, our water rates are going to go up. They are going up. So there's going to be a natural response for conservation. Our customers are going to use less water, and unfortunately, they're going to have to pay more. So I'll end it there. Thank you for your time, and we will submit written comments.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Appreciate your time as well, and look forward to those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Connor Everts, to be followed by Greg Bundenson, and then Jace Nunez.
Thank you very much. Connor Everts for the Southern California Watershed Alliance and the facilitator of the statewide Environmental Water Caucus. I don't know if SB Lama has been able to get on for the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, but I've been their elder advisor for a long time now. I guess I've been doing water maybe too long because it seems like I've heard so many of these discussions over and over again. I appreciate the amount of time you've given us for the discussion, and I appreciate the staff work done on this.
However, I think you really need to maintain to the higher numbers. I don't know how many times I've been told that water agencies and cities could not meet the regulations or requirements, and we all seem to exceed them anyway. I hear they're too draconian, and yet we're able to do it, and everyone is still busy being water purveyors. But that may be part of the issue. We live in a changing world with the extremes of climate change, both hot and flood, as we've seen in these last few years. But in the long term, we continue hotter and drier. If it wasn't, as Mark Gold said, so wet the last 2 years, we might not have gotten this reprieve, and we'd be all doing these things anyway. I speak as someone who's also worked for a water agency doing water conservation, someone who's been elected to a water district during a time when it went from drought to flood, and someone who now represents environmental organizations and other. I was also chair of the California Urban Water Conservation Council, which I think it's unfortunate we don't have that level of discussion between the different stakeholders that we used to. As was my soon-to-be wife, who had me put on headphones because she's long retired from her work in Santa Monica doing water conservation, but understands the ability for everybody on the phone who's probably getting pressure from above to stop, not do the regulations, but still to continue to doing their job as conservation coordinators. You don't want to get fired for doing a good job, but there's got to be a better economic model, and there is, rather than saying affordability, the human right to water and disadvantaged communities will be impact. I would like to suggest another model that was used by LADWP with community-based organizations, where community organizations reached the people who couldn't afford the rebates. They turned their rebates in. They were the delivery mechanism for conservation programs. And very effectively, that's one of the reasons we have, and these are older numbers, 1.4 million more people, and we're using less water than we were in 1978. I keep hearing those kinds of comments for the water agencies. I don't know why those trends won't continue. And I don't know why the people who can afford the least would be charged more when there's other options. So thank you for your time. I know it's difficult to please everybody all the time. I would like to say I could have probably just stopped early this morning and with board member Firestone's comments, because I think she really nailed them in terms of all the other issues we have to think of first, not just our own individual issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the good comments, Mr. Everts, and the historic perspective here ultimately on a lot of these discussions. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jace Nunez, be followed by Michael Powers, Charles Bowling, and then Aaron Woolley.
Hello, thank you. I am here today representing, or first off, my name is Jason Nunes. I am here representing the Citrus Heights Water District, which is located just north of Sacramento. I want to first start off by thanking the State Water Board and board members for their continual efforts in engaging in talks regarding this regulation. It is my belief that this collaboration will lead to a strong product from which we could all benefit. With that being said, the Citrus Heights Water District is still has concerns regarding this regulation. Sorry, one second. It still has concerns regarding this regulation. We appreciate the time extension on the residential outdoor budget. However, we feel that 0.55 for residential properties is not a realistic obtainable figure and will inadvertently have financial impacts on our customers, from which a third of them are disadvantaged. Next, we ask that the regulation account for both calendar and fiscal year for reporting. Forcing agencies to comply with solely fiscal year reporting makes no sense and does not align with numerous other reporting required by the state. Furthermore, switching to a fiscal year does not make sense financially for us to comply with a single regulation. The rest of our comments and concerns we will have in the written portion. However, I do want to go on record, or we do want to go on record to state that we feel the regulation is still overly ambitious and will have financial impacts on us and our customers. It still goes beyond what the Department of Water Resources initially recommended for this regulation. However, we do want to say that we appreciate the changes to this new draft, and having a new ramp-up period or a extended time period allows us to make updates to our programs and systems, our programs and our systems to effectively adhere to this. Also, I just want to say again, thank you for your work on this regulation and allowing us to voice our concerns. And furthermore, we appreciate being involved in the decisions such as this that representing our community. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Nunez. I appreciate those comments and engagement around the discussion. I accidentally skipped over Greg Bundinson. I didn't mean to, and now we'll go to Greg Bundinson.
So we've given Greg a couple opportunities to unmute.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
perhaps
Bundinson, apologies for that. If you get back to your desk, just go ahead and raise your hand and we can circle back to you, and I'll try to circle back to you later here then as well. Let's then go next to Michael Powers, who will be followed by Charles Bowling, and then Aaron Woolley.
Hello, I'm Michael Powers. I'm overseeing the water use efficiency regulation implementation for the Valley Center Municipal Water District, which is located in northern inland San Diego County. Our district has been and will continue to be committed to water stewardship and water use efficiency. Total water usage in our district has decreased by 40% since 2013, and our usage is 60% of what was our SBX 77 target level. So we appreciate that the state board has addressed some of the concerns raised by water agencies with the updates we see in the draft regulations, which will allow us to be more successful in implementing the regulation. These include the improvements to the threshold and the timeline for approval of variances, and the inclusion of AMI as an in lieu technology option. That said, the district still has the following concerns. Though the revised regulations regarding inclusion of I&I will be more reasonable to implement, they're still not supported by the statute. The water code states that the standards should apply to irrigable lands, and we recommend that that final regulation should be fully in compliance with the underlying statute, with application of the standard to all irrigable lands without the limitations which were not intended by the legislature. Also, mandating that the reporting follow the state fiscal year will complicate the reporting effort because of the mismatch with the timeline for the electronic annual report and the water loss reporting, which for our district and for many others is currently reported on the calendar year. So we recommend going back to the option of calendar year or fiscal year reporting. And then our district does not have a large commercial, industrial, and institutional customer base, nor do we supply a large amount of water to CII, only about 1,300 acre feet. But still, the district will be required to make significant investments in the development and implementation of the CII performance measures for relatively low return on investment in water savings. Those are our main concerns. We will be sending in an additional comment letter, but I want to thank the board for taking this time to hear our concerns. Thanks.
Thank you as well. Appreciate it, Mr. Powers. Just flagging, we have about 6 commenters left that I'm seeing here. So in order, it will go now to Charles Bowling, Aaron Woolley, Molly Troop, Regina Chicazola, Melissa Hathaway McKeith, and then our last commenter will be Danielle Coates as of now. But if you have not yet commented and plan to do so, please do let me know. I see your hand up, Mr. Bundinson, and we'll take you after Mr. Bowling. Mr. Bowling.
Thank you. My name's Charles Bowling. I work for East Bay Municipal Utility District here in Oakland, California. I just want to thank everybody, the State Water Board and the staff, and all the water agencies on all the work on this regulation. We've put in a lot of time and dedicated resources into it, and it's nice that the revisions have become to a point where we've kind of extended the deadline. And we really kind of appreciate that because it allows water utilities time to ramp up their program. And then especially the water utilities that are in smaller communities or disenfranchised disadvantaged communities, so they can meet the regulation, which we all do. That's our profession. We really want this regulation to work. We want to conserve water. We want to conserve for our customers, for the environment. With this extended timeline, there are two things that it would be beneficial if they could be included somewhere along this timeline for a little bit more research. And two of them, or one of them, would be the reference ET of like MWELO of 0.55 and 0.45. There's not a lot of testing out there or real world research on those numbers if they're obtainable in the practical world. In a laboratory, it's a little bit different, or an open field laboratory, but in someone's backyard and converting their landscape. And some of the other speakers have kind of notated that. So if there would be somewhere in this process that there could be research or budget to be able to find out if those are obtainable numbers, that would be fantastic. And the other one would be effective precipitation. I know I've done a lot of work in that area, and effective precipitation calculations are done for the agricultural industry. And the urban environment is quite a bit different. The agricultural industry, you've got tilled soils, you have very open areas, and the precipitation is measured in millimeters, and that can happen very evenly and be absorbed into those sort of environments. However, in the urban environment, you have, as houses are being built, you have heavy equipment that the soil is compacted or is often scraped off of all the good topsoil. So you've got clay, you've got trees that, measuring something in the precipitation, the millimeters may not actually make it to the ground. So it's just kind of a different animal per se. So I think research in both of those areas, if it could be somewhere included in this regulation, would really benefit, this regulation that we're all trying to work with, our profession, and continued success. And lastly, East Bay Mountain has had a very aggressive conservation program going back to the 80s and will continue to do so. And with that, we really appreciate this more pragmatic approach to these revised regulations. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Bowling. Appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day here, and sticking with us, though, and providing comment. Next, I'd like to go to Greg Bundenson, and then Aaron Woolley, Molly Troop, and then Regina Chicazola.
And Chair Esquivel, we have given Mr. Bundenson a couple opportunities to unmute at this point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Bundenson, what should come up right now is just an invitation to unmute, and then you'll have to give it a thumbs up. And if you are still having challenges with unmuting, it might be worth trying to call in as well at this point if it's something with your computer. Yeah, apologies, Mr. Bundenson. We'll still take your comment. Try to either resolve the issue on the laptop, or I recommend maybe even calling in at that point if it's not resolving itself, so we can make sure and take your comment. We'll circle back to you, and we'll go to Aaron Woolley in the meantime.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Erin Woolley, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California's 500,000 members and supporters statewide. To start, I want to thank the board, staff, and the other participants who've dedicated their time and expertise throughout this process to help California become more resilient in the face of climate change while creating pathways to success for communities that still have a long way to go. For decades, Sierra Club California has advocated for development of a water portfolio that promotes local and regional resiliency while protecting water for the environment. We believe California can meet its water needs and adapt to climate change by investing in agricultural and urban conservation, sustainable groundwater storage and management, water reuse and recycling, and stormwater capture. As the board is well aware, many California communities are reliant, at least in part, on imported water. But the places that water is being taken from, like the San Francisco Bay Delta and the Colorado River, are struggling. Species decline, water quality concerns, and unreliable deliveries are not challenges that we're preparing for in the future, but ones we have to deal with in the present. Proactive conservation is a comparatively inexpensive and quick to implement solution that can provide immediate benefits for water users without putting new pressure on impacted rivers, species, and ecosystems, and can potentially help relieve some of that pressure. Implementing conservation and efficiency will require investments, as all water supply projects do. But the water savings achieved through conservation measures do increase available water supplies and can prevent the need for more costly emergency actions during drought and alternative supplies that do have significant impacts on ecosystems. Sierra Club California was really pleased with the draft regulations that were released last year. They incorporated a lot of flexibility by requiring suppliers only to meet the overall objective, including a variety of variances, and providing alternative compliance pathways for the suppliers that are facing the greatest reduction requirements. This struck an appropriate balance between flexibility and accountability. However, the new revisions have layered additional flexibility on top of a delayed implementation timeline that goes too far. First, waiting until 2035 to implement the 0.63 standard is too long, and Californians will continue to face drought years and associated impacts in that time. Individuals and communities can be better prepared if water agencies ramp up investments in conservation now. And I encourage the board to return to the original timeline for the implementation of the 0.63 LEF standard at 2030 instead of waiting until 2035. Second, I encourage the board to restore a sunset date for the inclusion of the 20% buffer for the irrigable non-irrigated area. Flexibility may be appropriate in the interim to ensure that the data we're using is accurate. However, as the staff presentation demonstrated, this is a significant amount of the overall water budget for the conservation regulations, and it's important to ensure that accurate data is available sooner rather than later and not prolong the use of estimations. Finally, I'll uplift the comments already made about the importance of preventing backsliding of conservation improvements and encourage the board to include those protections. Many water suppliers are not starting from scratch here, but building on existing water conservation programs and lessons learned. There's a lot of work to be done, but there are also opportunities to prioritize programs like direct install, gray water and stormwater capture, and education to help maximize outdoor water savings for customers and achieve these objectives. Again, I appreciate the extensive work of the board and staff and look forward to seeing the final regulations. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Appreciate your extensive work as well, Ms. Woolley. Appreciate the contribution here, sticking with us in the discussion and providing your comments. It's much appreciated. Next, we'll go back to Greg Bundenson and then Molly Troop.
And Mr. Bundenson, you appear to be on the phone. There we go.
Yep.
Star 6. There we go.
Yep. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for the technical difficulties I was experiencing, and I appreciate your patience in getting back to me.
Yeah,
so
no worry in the
quickly.
least. And thanks for sticking with us as well.
Yeah. And so thank you to Board Chair Escobar and the other board members for having this discussion today. SSWD appreciates State Water Board staff and their consideration for of comments that were submitted during the first comment period, and all the work that's went into the collaborative efforts over the last few months. SSWD has a deep commitment to water conservation and use efficiency. With the support from our board of directors, the valiant work of our staff, and the help from our regional water efficiency programs administered by RWA and CalWEP, SSWD has been successful in reducing per capita water demand by 46% over the last 15 years. So water use efficiency will always be prioritized in our mission to deliver to our customers a high quality, reliable water supply. So we support the following changes made to the regulations. The changes to the timelines for the outdoor water use standards and the CI performance measures. We support the following changes to compliance. The change of the compliance start date to 2027 and the changes to the alternate compliance pathways. We support the inclusion of irrigable non-irrigated landscapes, and we also support the technical changes, such as the changes made to Section 968 for the outdoor water use standards, the changes made to Sections 972, 73, and 74 for the CII performance measures, and the changes made to Section 971 for the bonus incentives. SSWD would recommend the following changes to the regulations. For compliance and enforcement, to consider the data limitations and errors and provide technical assistance prior to taking enforcement action. Ensure that any new LAM data that is used is analyzed for accuracy and associated errors. Include a percent data error adjustment. Include the irrigable, non-irrigated anytime that LAM data is developed and a new INI buffer is provided that may be used to buffer to meet compliance. Remove effective precipitation from the final regulation in the outdoor standard. Allow suppliers to report either calendar year or fiscal year. For agencies on calendar year, reporting on a fiscal year basis would create a really big problem, as we would have to conduct additional financial audits for fiscal years, not just calendar years, and fiscal year water loss audits, as well as calendar year water loss audits. And we would also recommend adding bonus incentives for conjunctive use programs and groundwater recharge programs. I know those are more supply side management programs, but again, if we're conserving water and we're conserving that storm water, conserving that water in the ground and banking it for those times in drought when we need it the most is one of the, in my opinion, is one of the best alternatives. So thank you again for all the work by State Water Board staff, and we look forward to the continued collaborative efforts. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you as well, Mr. Bundeson. Appreciate the contributions to this all and the continued collaborative discussion for sure. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Molly Troop, be followed by Regina Chicazola, Melissa Hathaway McKeith, and our last commenter will be Danielle Coates.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Molly Troop, and I am the Science and Program Manager at Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this workshop. Santa Barbara Channel Keeper is a nonprofit organization located in Santa Barbara, California. Our mission is to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds, which we do through science-based advocacy, education, fieldwork, and enforcement. Although we have not been involved in the previous workshops on the finer details of these regulations, Channel Keeper is one of over 100 organizations who have signed on to a collective letter in support of prioritizing and investing in conservation, and we thought it was important to attend today's workshop to voice our concerns with the delay of conservation targets in the latest draft regulations. Channel Keeper has long advocated for policies that promote water conservation while also providing information to help our community to take steps to conserve water. Recognizing that outdoor residential irrigation constitutes at least half of the water use in our area, we've worked in our region to encourage reducing outdoor irrigation through installing rainwater harvesting systems, upgrading landscape irrigation equipment, installing water smart meters, replacing thirsty plants with drought-tolerant ones, installing rain gardens and bioswales, and gray water systems. Regulations will help move these efforts even further. We're concerned about extreme weather, including drought, which will be more common in the future due to climate change. This presents a huge challenge for our community, as well as all communities across California, to find alternatives to meet our water needs. Increased water conservation and water use efficiency must be optimized as the first strategy to meet our water needs locally and across the state. We support and promote making water conservation a way of life in California, and we support strong regulations that are needed to continue to make the statement in these bills true. We are requesting that the regulations that are approved do not delay the implementation of the very important conservation strategies to maximize the water that we have now through conservation measures. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Troop. I appreciate those comments and for sticking with us here late in the day. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, be followed by Melissa Hathaway McKeith and Danielle Coates.
Hello. Thank you for letting me talk today. My name is Regina Chicazola. I'm with Save California Salmon, and I do live up on the Klamath River near where it meets the Trinity River. And I am just here today. I know I haven't been really involved in these standards, and part of that is we do work more on agricultural water rather than city water use, and part of that is because we do recognize the cities are taking and really big steps on their water use, and we thank them for that. Unfortunately, not all cities are doing that, and it's not across the board. And I am worried a little bit that with these delays, and I'm asking you not to delay the regulations, and especially not to delay the regulations on outdoor water use. I do realize that it's hard to change, and I also wanted to say I know there's variances and a lot of ways so that the board can work together with water users to make sure that if they can't change immediately or if there are problems that they get the support they need. And so I do recognize that that is needed. However, I don't want people to think just because it's not a bad water year that this isn't an emergency, because it is. Climate change is real and it's happening quickly. And as someone who lives on one of the source water sources where a lot of the surface water for the state comes from on the Trinity River, and engages in the Sacramento River a lot, I just wanted to say that we are seeing the effects. We see when there's too many water diversions coupled with climate change and drought, we see the toxic algae, including in our water supplies, for places like the Hoopa Reservation, because there's too many diversions coming out of the Trinity. You know, we see the impacts from how many nutrients are going into the delta, and then the fact that there's not enough water going into the delta, and that is a threat to drinking water supplies. And truthfully, at some point, you know, I've heard a lot of people talk about how lawns help with home ownership and with resale value. I've heard people talk about, you know, the need for pools and things of that nature. But, you know, where I live, where there is like massive water sources, we don't have pools and we don't have all these different things because most people relied on fishing jobs and relied on the watersheds to make their money, or relied on the watersheds in order to eat. And we don't have that anymore. And so I just wanted to make sure that I brought up that I know that this is going to be hard for the cities, but I really do not support putting off these regulations for so long, especially for outdoor water use. Although I do support there being support for low incomes and disadvantaged communities, but truthfully, disadvantaged communities are not the ones usually who have pools and nice yards. So I don't necessarily always like that people all of a sudden are saying that every kind of regulation is impacting disadvantaged communities, because a lot of disadvantaged communities are also impacted by the fact that our springs and watersheds are drying up because water use is too much. And a lot of that water is going to more affluent communities, whether it be ag or cities. I don't have to take up a lot of your time because, like I said, I haven't been as involved. I don't know the standards as well as other people. But in short, I'm just saying, you know, this is an emergency. We're down to only a couple hundred spring salmon left in the Delta. You know, we're looking at extinction, we're looking at toxic algae, and we don't really have time to wait until there's a new drought and then scramble like crazy and do curtailments. The time to act and move forward is now. And I totally support the board giving communities that need it the support that they need, but I do not support waiting long periods of time and putting off standards for outdoor water use. Thank you very much for hearing me today, and I wish you all the best luck in this. I know it's very hard to make everyone happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. It's good seeing you. I appreciate your comments and contributing to the discussion here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up our last two commenters, Melissa Hathaway-McKeith and Danielle Coates.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Melissa McKeith with Citizens United for Resources and the Environment. And I have my urban farmer or boutique farmer outfit on rather than a Brooks Brothers suit, because I want to address some specific issues to what actually occurs on the ground when trying first to interpret these regulations and then as they apply in our particular area. First, the time period for commenting is extraordinarily short. My own utility, Riverside Public Utilities, sent me something late last night that basically said, we're not sure, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that big of a problem to comply with. We were one of the commenters in the last round and even on the emergency regs, and it would have been very helpful to have had more engagement. And I hope we get a little bit of extension on comments and also perhaps some input from your staff. Riverside is unique. We are water independent. We don't take state water project. We don't take Colorado River project. Our recycled water goes into the Santa Ana River. So we like to think we're a closed loop system. One of the things that CURE has worked on is to try to get more urban agriculture, particularly in poor areas. It is difficult. The discussion about trees at Sacramento and the California relief people raised today are very, very valid. And I would welcome you, Chair Esquivel, when you're on your way to the desert, or anyone else, to come and look at one of the urban quarter acre farms we planted. It cost almost $20,000 to connect into untreated water, to have backflow meters, to have good irrigation. And even then, almost every single citrus tree or avocado plant requires something different. It's complicated. One size fits all doesn't necessarily work. Similarly, we're going to plant 20 avocado trees at the Casablanca Pantry, a poor area of our city that is right on the railroad tracks. Is that a commercial enterprise? If I have to rely on potable water in 5 or 10 years, there's not going to be a link to any untreated water to deal with that. So as we make these investments to actually try to deal with climate, one of the speakers mentioned, and it's really important, we need to know that there's going to be water. One thing I have stressed the last time is calling it conservation for a way of life, and I know it's a little late to change that, was the wrong message. It really is climate adaptation for a way of life. And every different part of this state, as you've heard today, needs something different. Truckee needs something different. Malibu has cooler temperatures. They have more wealth. They can actually reach some of these standards earlier than the inland, which does have more evapotranspiration, but even evapotranspiration keeps down humidity. I want to make a couple other specific points. Our city is a charter city. We have general fund transfers of almost 20% of every water dollar goes to police and fire. As you cut water usage, water rates go up. They definitely affect poor people more, particularly poor people in apartment buildings. But the bigger thing is that your economist did not take into consideration what happens in municipalities like ours, where we do depend quite a bit for our general fund on the actual expenditure of utilities. I agree it's a very perverse system that encourages more water usage. That's been the model that our water agencies have used for decades, but that is going to have a different economic impact than what's been evaluated here. Also, this is going to create a lot of government jobs. And the challenge with government jobs is they come with pensions. That too increases water rates. And so there are these subtle and kind of insidious economic impacts that, again, really do affect us, particularly in areas that are going to be the poorer areas. The left hand knowing what the right hand is doing, and I only have 2 more comments because I appreciate it is late in the day. The Biden administration gives us money to do tree inventories, to look at tree health and the like, and those trees should be grandfathered in. I mean, we're spending a lot of money just trying to determine what our current tree canopy is. And we did lose a lot of tree canopy in 2014. And anecdotally speaking, it did make areas hotter for people who don't get to escape to their, place out in Martha's Vineyard like some of the coastal people do. They live here. And so it really matters for us to take a look at what that means in our particular area. So I would like to see some grandfathering in. I would appreciate more workshops at the community-based organization level. I know you met with Aqua and Chelsea and some of the big NGOs, but there needs to be more engagement at our particular level. And I hope there's a little bit of that engagement before you actually adopt the final regulation so that we can at least understand what it means for our particular water use in our particular area, because unfortunately the regulations they're more complicated than securities regulations, and the implications and the modeling and what does this matter and how is it really going to affect people is extraordinarily difficult to understand. Genuinely, we all want a clean, safe, cool California, and we want to be sustainable. Conservation is like dieting as a way of life. Call it something different. People like eating healthy as a way of life. They're more willing to do that than dieting as a way of life. The word conservation has really taken on a very negative connotation. And I'll leave you with this. Last night, our 20-year conservation charge was up for renewal. There was a lot of pushback and it hasn't passed yet. And we said, well, wait a second, what if we called it the resilience charge? Something that sends a much more positive message to the community than the way that conservation is being touted. And in our situation, when we've paid and we conserve water, we then lease it cheaper someplace else, and that water is then used to build more houses, usually down the 15 or the 215 freeway. That adds to more climate problems because of traffic. So all of these things have unintended consequences. They're complicated. I appreciate how hard it has been for you and for staff and for listening to people all day long. It's really an education. And I just hope we have a little bit more time to comment. Thank you very much. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you as well, Ms. McKeith. Appreciate those comments, and I'm glad for us to be putting the time in. This is really critical, so thank you all as well. I know it's been long, so thanks. I believe that, and here, if there's anyone on the platform or within the room, please do speak up, but I believe our last commenter here is Danielle Coates. It's good to see you, Ms. Coates. And you should be invited to unmute. There you are.
Hear me now?
And we can, thank you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. And I'm very mindful of the fact that I am standing in between well-earned stretches and breaks. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments to you today. Danielle Coates with Rancho California Water District. We serve the greater Temecula Valley. And we are yet another Inland Empire water provider. And you've heard a lot from the inland communities, but I would emphasize that Rancho's comments centered around us not only embracing conservation to date and being mindful that these regulations are absolutely critical to continuing to advance a very important issue in our state, but also embracing the impacts to water affordability. So we appreciate the fact that board and staff have heard a lot of the comments and really took a lot of it to heart and hosted the workshops throughout the fall and the small group meetings. Those were very important, and Rancho wanted to acknowledge the strides that have been made to date and address the elements of the regulations, chiefly among them the support for changes to the timeline and the alternative compliance pathway, which allows for us to have a thoughtful approach to investing in permanent water use reduction strategies that are also cost effective. Furthermore, the I&I changes were also an area of significant importance to my district, so we are pleased to see more of those changes and thus embracing the flexibility that was envisioned in the original regulations or legislation. I want to go off script for just a second because it was acknowledged earlier that the state board has been doing a lot of work in the realm of advancing new supplies, and we absolutely applaud that. In Western Riverside County, we meet regularly with our neighboring water agencies to see how we can advance new water supplies. Similarly, we meet regularly to see how we can communicate collectively on conservation, so that way we bring all of our communities together, recognizing that this is really a shift in mindset for the communities that we all serve. And the best way to do that is to do it together in a very collaborative method. So this, what folks are characterizing as an enormous amount of time really is a time period that allows us to provide for this collaboration, that allows us to bring together the larger water systems and the smaller systems to speak collaboratively to all of our communities in a manner that is consistent across the board. So I just want to take a moment because I think that's really important to how we shift and think about conservation, especially in the Inland Empire. Diving back into some of the areas that we wanted to see additional consideration. You've heard a lot about trees and trees canopy. In Temecula, there's been a lot of effort over the last decade to advance urban tree canopies, obviously as a means to address some of the heat and climate change impacts that we see. And so we definitely want to echo and elevate some of the issues that have been raised around tree canopies and continue to think about how we can thoughtfully support our trees and our tree canopy. And we wanted to encourage clarity and alignment between these regulations and implementation on reporting. We did have some concern as we work to address our software systems to ensure that we're able to comply with the revised regulations, particularly in categorizing all commercial customers into the Energy Star categories. This demands significant staff time and financial resources to set up the integration process and monitor compliance, ensure accurate classification of businesses. So we're striving to meet the goals of the reporting, but it does take a little time and it is challenging. We appreciate the continued availability of staff in that regard. And the reporting mandate process necessitates extensive on-site efforts translating into high expenses. So incorporating costly software systems and to have opportunities to integrate these different details into our system, it does take time, and we do value the opportunity to move forward in a thoughtful manner. I don't think, and I don't believe you will see the backsliding that you've heard today. I think we're all going to be moving forward collectively in a fashion that is thoughtful, that allows for the communication that is necessary and critical to the communities that we all serve. So with that, I would just thank the board and staff for the work that's been done today, and wish you much luck going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Appreciate your comments sticking with us. I know it's been a long day, and I wish us all luck collectively as we continue to move forward on this, so appreciate that. Well, we've gone through 51 commenters and appreciate all that we heard here. Appreciate also the discussion that we had here at the dais at the top, laying out already some of the thoughts of some of the members, and appreciate those that address some of the thoughts and concerns that you heard from us here as we went through today's comments. Just really incredible appreciation to everybody. I know that these aren't uncomplicated, that these are matters that, again, are easily politicized, but I know in the rooms that we've been part of, in the discussion here within this room as well, everyone's been very professional and productive. You know, I think for me, collaboration is always brought up, and it's an important theme that you've heard from this institution. Certainly we're here to explain, communicate, and collaborate. But I think, collaboration is one component. It is really the three C's for me. It's collaboration, it's coordinating with each other so that we're really understanding our needs. But importantly, it's cooperation. And I think that's been part of a theme that I heard from a lot of the agencies, where part of what we're really all dependent upon is the cooperation of Californians writ large to say, yes, we see the benefits. Yes, we see the need. Yes, we're contributing. And the important part on that cooperation component is that Californians are there. You see that in, again, the statistics that water agencies bring out as to the amount of conservation and efficiency that we've seen, the responsiveness of communities here through successive droughts. And so just thank you. I think that there is a lot of positive that can be communicated. If you stay in the papers, you may not hear that as much. But I think that here on the ground, in the close discussions I know we've all had, it's actually a lot more positive than not. And importantly, we're narrowing. On that narrowing, I'll bring up, I know that 15 days is a tight timeline on some of the adjustments that were made. We're also within the general year calendar that we have to complete the regulatory work here that we're looking to be able to meet. I think we can. I'm concerned that if we provide additional days for public comment here, if there is a need after folks go back, listen, we're not deciding anything right now, importantly, go back, listen, and adjust, that if we come back out again, we may find ourselves quickly, not having enough time to complete the package. And it's not that we start from scratch and somehow but it definitely does then start to further extend, and we have to renotice, we have to start going through all of our processes again. And so I'm really desiring to make sure we move forward. I want to be able to provide people more time so that they bring us their best as we move to finalizing this. So I'm open to thinking of what an additional 5 days looks like for the public comment period, knowing that that may start to, compress the ability for even us to come back out with a further adjustment for another round of comment. And that's the tension there that we're balancing with providing everyone enough time to make sure, yes, you contribute your best to this, but that we're not just kind of delayed into on and on. And importantly, that we continue to narrow, which I feel we are. In that, so general feeling on extending another 5 days. If you want to provide, if folks want to provide comment on Ms. Seeley and those in the program around what that does it start to jeopardize the ability to go back out for another period, et cetera?
It would be, I think, quite perilous, I think, in terms of timing to extend by another 5 days. That said, we understand that there are some sort of, a lot of changes here, especially in certain areas. And perhaps what we can do as part of the conservation team is hold another staff workshop where we go into some, deeper dives. We did a pretty high level overview here, but to the degree that stakeholders might find that helpful, that way we can be available to answer more detailed questions and get even weedsier than we've been in the weeds here, because we can go there. So hopefully that would suffice. But yes, extending the deadline, the comment period timeline, I think at this point would be putting us really in a even tighter spot with regard to the 1-year rulemaking timeline, especially if we're hoping to make room for an additional 15-day public comment period.
I appreciate that. I know right now there's another 7 days. I think it's the 27th that the current public comment period closes. So, we'd need to make some decision here, certainly at the more front end of those 7 days. Again, I'll want to hear from other board members here, I think, about it. And importantly, we don't have to decide this moment, but I'm very much open to figuring out if that is a possibility. Vice Chair, did you want to make comment on that?
I concur with what you're saying. I think we need to move quickly, and I know that we took a lot of time with briefings, and I'm looking to reduce that amount of time. And so I think however it's noticed, it should be noticed in such a way that we can, I don't know that I personally don't feel that I need to participate, but I want to be able to spend my time in following that session. So to coordinate with our calendars, because I think we can learn a lot just by listening, and then that may reduce kind of the additional number of briefings that might need to occur.
So I think looking at a calendar, I think if there was an additional staff-led workshop, it would probably be Monday.
Yeah, we only have a week, so it'd be next week. You're all ready for that workshop?
We're ready.
I appreciate, Mr. Nachbar. Again, I think it speaks to, these are, tight timelines around what we're doing, open to some additional flexibility. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. Just with regard to the comment period, I don't have all the details on the calendar and how perilous it is to extend the comment period any further. But I will point out that every comment period, the only comments that are accepted are on the changes that have been, that last round of changes. So in this one, I'll just say that this was a pretty substantial number of changes that everyone's having to process. So to me, it's understandable that stakeholders are looking for a bit more time to digest all that. And I would expect that if there is another round, that it's going to be a lot more specific and targeted. And so just keep that in mind as you're looking closely at the calendar and what might be possible or not possible.
Okay, thank you. There was just a couple of things that I just wanted to flag and for kind of where I'm at, and then let other board colleagues as well. On the 0.63 and moving it back to DWR's recommendation of 2030, again, I'm open to figuring out, okay, what, if there's a little further balancing that we're needing to do in that so as to create just that smoother glide path on the outdoor standard for folks and not kind of have sudden drops or huge delays. And I know 5 years is a moderate delay. It's not huge, but I think it is an important points were brought up ultimately on kind of what that means for the way that this regulation eases folks in and doesn't kind of create shocks later on or create incentives where folks aren't kind of steadily trying to make their progress. On data, I know that it was the reporting and the data components were brought up several times. I don't think that's something we're going to be able to completely fix in this regulation because the reporting that I think folks are kind of frustrated with overlapping and additional are from other sort of efforts and other things that are out there too. I think what there is an opportunity to have continued discussions around conservation data, how to better ensure that it's getting reported out, that it's usable, that we're improving our processes around it. I'm thinking some resolution language that further directs what is already a very robust discussion, I know, at the Water Data Collaborative, or rather the consortium, and there are two, but the consortium and at the collaborative more focused on, I know, water agencies and implementers in that conservation space, and the consortium are more around the policies, but bringing those together, bringing us all together and say, how do we continue to better report, not just to the board, but other state agencies around this critical information and make it easier and lower cost, I think is important. So I'm interested in making sure we continue to have a discussion around that. On I&I, so can you clarify, is the statute say irrigated or irrigable? And an irrigable area, like I have side yard that is not irrigated, right? I don't have things there. I can bring a hose to it, so it's technically irrigable, but it's not currently irrigated. So I know folks are like, you got to stick with, the legislation, but it creates challenges there on how we're all actually talking about what we're talking about. And so, my feeling with the I&I is really where we are now is the legislation doesn't have a irrigable, not irrigated category. So let's do away with it. Let's refine it. Let's make it based off of what is being irrigated. And there's your budget. But I think the challenge we all know is a single snapshot doesn't give you a sense of is that parcel, that piece just no longer being irrigated, or is it just a factor of a dry year and somebody let their lawn go brown? That's why for me, I think, again, going back to the importance of the data around all of this, on that issue especially, it is a matter of just trying to stay easier and true to what this regulation wants to do, instead of saying, hey, the data is kind of fuzzy, we're going to have a fudge factor that kind of sits there for the rest of the regulation.
So you said a lot there and asked a lot about the I&I, but to start with, the statute uses the word irrigable. It wasn't until DWR proposed the categories of II, irrigable, irrigated, and INI, irrigable, not irrigated, that we came into this distinction. I think that the current draft and the prior draft are consistent with statute in that you are setting standards for irrigable areas. It's just that at some point, the standards for irrigable areas that are not irrigated is that they don't receive water in a budget. It doesn't mean that individual landscapes don't receive water. It is at the service area level, there is a budget for the supplier with all of the other factors that are considered. So certainly, I think that the proposal is consistent with statute. How you choose to address that particular data uncertainty, which, as you noted, is based on a snapshot in time from DWR's data. DWR proposed 20% INI as, they wouldn't necessarily categorize it as a buffer, but this is, I think, one of many data uncertainties. There are a lot of data uncertainties with respect to a lot of different components in the statute and the proposed regulation, and they go in different directions. So yes, it is very understandable why you're grappling with this one, because it is large. But certainly the current proposal does we think ties that specific uncertainty to an opportunity to have that uncertainty reduced or eliminated. If DWR is still going to ultimately update landscape area with a snapshot in time, it won't go away completely. But if DWR revises its categories, for example, to have them be somewhat different, such that they are less exclusive between II or INI, then INI doesn't have the same standalone buffer utility. So there are unknowns in how that will be updated, but that's why the current proposal has shifted from automatically sunsetting DWR's initial proposal was automatically lasts forever. The staff proposal for the regulation was automatically sunsetting to now being based on that data update. So I hope that addresses your question, at least as to why and contextualizing that back in.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Can I just ask a question on that
Yeah, of course.
point? And I'd love to hear, before we go through all of our position or thoughts on all the issues, but just because we haven't been able to talk a little bit about the INI, and I'd love to hear from other board members on that. One of the, this was a really helpful workshop for me, and on this particular issue, what I'm understanding at this point now is that what we're doing here is addressing inadequate data. We don't have the right data yet, and we all want to get it. And the way that DWR defined and categorized things was based on the data that they had available. And so, and they recognized there was error in that. And so what they suggested is let's create this category of INI and build that error, that data error in by adding this 20% INI. It seems like what we're seeing, and I think this is what you were, part of what you were communicating, is that when we say, you can use that INI of 20% while we still have this inadequate data until we get better data. And then when we have that better data, there still will be some error. Like no data is going to be perfect. And so whenever DWR or whoever we're able to get updates that data, they can build into that kind of error bar that maybe reflects the statistical errors that are inherent in imperfect data, rather than just adding a whole category of irrigable, non-irrigated as part of the structure of this. And I think that, Chelsea, that's what I heard from your comments, was that there was a way that we could build, that we could still acknowledge and address that what our current proposal is to acknowledge there's an error, right? There is imperfect data right now. We're building that in until we update our data, and then that update will include statistical analysis of error in that new thing. Now, we're not going to be necessarily in charge of that, and so if there's things that we need to do to help communicate that, I would want us to. I don't want to. I'll just say from a structural standpoint, I think if INI is an error in inadequate data, then what we're doing here is the right approach. If we are saying that we think water budget should be based on irrigable land that's not irrigated, I think that would be enshrining inequities and disincentivizing the very kind of green, the incentives to green spaces that aren't currently irrigated. I think it would create really perverse incentives and be the wrong structure for us and actually incredibly inequitable. But I don't think that's what our intent is. And I think what we're doing here in this proposal is exactly right. I think we hit it on this and saying we'll do the error until we'll acknowledge that data error and inadequacy until we can adjust that into better data, and then we'll be focused on having the right structure in place. But I just wanted to be able to discuss that a little bit and hear from other board members, and also just make sure I'm understanding this correctly.
I would just make one flag that I think I heard loud and clear about the importance of wording from a lot of commenters. I think it's probably better to characterize the data issue as a limitation than an error. But we'll try to do better on all of our wording for lots of things. But yeah, I think that if it's based on a not on you, but just it is a limitation that currently exists, and I don't know that it will go away, but the current proposal, we think, does build in at least giving to others the opportunity to lessen that.
If I may, I just want to chime in quickly to do what others have been doing and sort of go back in time a little bit to 2018 when this legislation was being conceived, right? We were on the heels of a major drought, and there were a lot of Californians that had made brown the new green and had stopped irrigating their lawns. And from what I understand, there were a lot of folks while negotiating this that wanted to make sure that a lot of those lawns that had been let brown, wouldn't be sort of counted against them in the calculation of sort of irrigable, areas. And so that, as I understand it, is one of the major concerns that was, at play then. And so when the department was looking at this classification of irrigable, not irrigated area, it really was trying to narrow in on not the sort of entire universe of things that could be irrigated, right? I mean, theoretically, we could irrigate every square inch of California, right? But rather, what are the, the lands that, look as though they were, previously irrigated or potentially could come under irrigation for the first time, right? And it was very different for each urban retail water supplier throughout the state. And that 20% factor, and I will turn to the statisticians if you guys want a description of how exactly this was done, is just supposed to represent what it is across everybody statewide. It's not a very nuanced recommendation as a percentage, right? So that said, I also wanted to just revisit like what we mean about sort of errors and, what it means for something to be correct, right? When the department was doing its analysis, they were aspiring for a certain degree of accuracy. And so when it came to the irrigated area, what they found, and working with a lot of suppliers, many of whom were in the room earlier, was that it seemed, at least at the service area scale, that the irrigated area was accurate to a 95% degree. So maybe there, within that irrigated area, there was a 5% factor. And I think that that is perhaps where Aqua sort of got their 5% data error adjustment factor. And yes, okay. So there was some uncertainty, on the department with regard to irrigated area as well. And it does change over time. And I think that's one of the things that we are struggling with here is how do we account for change, right? How do we predict the future? We can't, right? So how do we accommodate, change that will accrue over time? And so in addition to the sort of the I&I that is in place until, new data is provided, we've also tried to, within the regulation, include other mechanisms where suppliers could better account for change. We haven't talked about, the addition of new landscape area, right? But there are, within the reg mechanisms for any agency to do that, to help to capture these new areas of new construction, both residential and commercial, industrial, and institutional. So that is a way that we've also tried to account for change. And then we also have these temporary provisions for climate-ready trees, and then also for certain qualifying landscapes that are added to a supplier service area. So there's a number of different mechanisms that we've tried to build into the regulation. So as more areas come under irrigation, a supplier would be able to add that into their landscape area, and that would be reflected in their overall budget. And I think the last point that I want to make, and I'm sorry for being long-winded, is that these categories that have been established by the department are not like, absolutely concrete. Like they're fairly porous. What is irrigable irrigated? What is irrigable non-irrigated? They don't. They're not specified in law, but also like what the department included as irrigated includes areas that are not actively being irrigated as well, right? I mean, so Karina mentioned earlier, that irrigated area includes like all the mulch, surrounding plants. It includes the row spaces between crops. It includes everything under the trampoline and the car, right? So there's a lot of things that, arguably should be in I&I, right? But the department included in II. So I think there's a lot of accommodations that are within the reg to take into consideration that we can't predict the future, that change does happen. And then from what we're hearing from, experts who are working with water suppliers throughout the state on measuring sort of irrigated area and how it changes over time, the changes are generally not that big from year to year. An increase or decrease of 1% from time to time. So from what I'm told, by these folks that are involved in this work on the ground, working with agencies, they're not seeing big changes like that. They're seeing much more modest change over time. But anyway, thanks for listening.
Nope, thank you for that. And, yes, hearing the percentage of change may not be a lot, but they're very dynamic landscapes, right? And I think that that's ultimately what we're here, but somewhat challenged is limited data, dynamic landscapes, and a need to just figure out what's good enough for now, especially because in implementation, all of this will start to refine itself. And I appreciate the leadership of a number of agencies that have just taken on themselves to say, we want better data, we want a more refined snapshot so that, and that ownership means a lot. Okay, I went over a few things. Those were really my main ones and wanted to look to my other colleagues on what they heard or things they want to leave folks with here, knowing again that we won't be, this is a workshop, we'll still have further discussion, but I want to make sure that we all get out our best thoughts on this right now so that importantly our folks in the program here have something to be able to start to balance and come back to us and everyone else with here as well. Who would like to go? Board Member McGuire.
Well, this has been another epic day of lots of really helpful input. I concur with Board Member Firestone on that. This has been really helpful for me. And I just want to say we're in the midst of a comment period here again. A lot of changes have been made. And one of the things I'm committing to do is to take all those, everything I've heard today and sort of process all of this input as well as the written comments, which I understand will have more detail and other suggestions. So I want to be able to have an opportunity to take all of that in. These are very impactful decisions. So even just the I&I discussion we were just having, and actually, Board Member Firestone, I think you put it very, very well, almost exactly how, I couldn't even say it as well as you did, in terms of how I've been looking at I&I all along. That is exactly how I've been looking at it, in terms of it does address some uncertainty in the data. It's a tool that's been used, and I agree that we should transition past that. And how it won't be the water board directly updating the landscape area data, but how that's done and the assumptions for any either errors or just unknowns and uncertainty that are just inherent in any data set that's going to be a snapshot in time, that should be addressed somehow. Whether it's a 5%, acknowledging that, that's what they found prior, or some updated way of assessing that. I think that's a conversation and a discussion that needs to happen. So I appreciate that, but it's a big deal. And, as are all these timelines, the timeline's a big deal. If the I appreciate the flexibility of not having this specific sunset date, but let's say the data is updated by 2027 or 2028, that's before 2030. And actually that would trigger potentially significant additional reductions by a number of water systems by 2030, on top of what we're already contemplating. So all of these different knobs can translate to meaningful impacts on water systems. And what I'm trying to figure out is, where is that, as one board member, is where is that sweet spot? What does that balance look like? We've done, and I think made a lot of great progress, and I think we're close to that. But I have an open mind if there's and I heard a variety of input today about different views on that right timing and the glide path and what that looks like. And I was trying to come up in my mind what that kind of curve of investment looks like here. I think the original regulations to me look like most of it had to happen up front, and that there was a huge investment. And I was looking at the original cost impacts that were estimated for the regulation. They were $10+ billion. Today we saw a dramatically revised estimate of the costs. I'm looking forward to seeing the complete analysis and kind of taking all that in as well when that work is done, to really kind of weigh the investments that water systems will have to make, the investments that community members, individuals ultimately will rely on making to help all this work, and then the time it takes to get there. So that's the sweet spot I think we're trying to find. So so when it comes to the 0.63 and the right timing for that, at this point I'm mostly comfortable with where we're at, but like I said, I have an open mind. I'm going to look at some of the information that's been provided to me recently, as well as the comments that come in, and go from there. And then lastly, I'll just say I appreciate the offer staff for an additional staff workshop, because a number of my other notes were on the reporting and data streamlining and trying to be as efficient as possible. I think a lot of the changes that you've made speak to that already, in 5-year updates on variances and things of that nature. But to the extent there's any more opportunity there to align our various regulations and expectations for water systems to support, to submit data, I'm always interested in that opportunity. So thank you for that, and that's all I had right now.
Thank you, board member.
But if I might just jump in on that, board member McGuire, I think, yeah, a workshop could be a nice way to, like Ms. Ely mentioned, get people able to discuss more of these details. Given the time frame, it would probably be more of like a Q&A session than like an extended structured workshop, but we could go into more detail in some of these areas. But yeah, I guess it's up to the suppliers to decide, or any interested person to decide whether they'd want to spend an hour or two with us, or whether they'd want to spend that hour or two reading the reg, or writing their comment letter. But yeah, we can make ourselves available.
Yeah, I think folks should. And again, what's I'm still interested in is, what additional time can we give folks amongst that? But I think, having a staff workshop for sure is a good opportunity for folks who have already been reading through it, to come through, ask some clarifications, and, narrow in on maybe what they feel may need to be more focused on than not, after a little exchange with staff and some clarity maybe on intent on what different things are. So I support certainly having something a little more structured and convened, and know that I'm sure you're getting outreach individually from a lot of systems as well, and we're here for that on top of it. As folks, we're here to help work through, I know what it can feel like, some tight timelines across all this. So, we're being candid. Vice Chair.
Okay, so first off, I think there's probably consensus around this, but just keeping it on the list, the backsliding SBX 7 addressing that. Enforcement policy, I support a capital P, not a small p on that. I think that we can look at resolution language that looks at maybe broad categories of areas that we might be concerned about. The not wanting to perpetuate ongoing inequities. For example, some communities that are struggling with that want to open up opportunities for green spaces and providing discretion for that. Also, affordability, and the tree health continues to really plague me. And so, Board Member McGuire talked about, the different knobs. And so I'm really worried about the 0.55. I still am. And, having been over at Santa Margarita, where you see an entire community that's not able to meet the standard that was designed at Mwello, I just haven't heard or seen contrary information other than, on an individual parcel. basis that convinces me that that is achievable. And then again, spending time more than once at UC Davis looking at the in practice. And so I'm going to want to spend some time with you on this, but encouraging you to look at where there are other knobs that help address that. For example, just reading through the alternative compliance sections 966I for the MHI section on 20%, and then the 966J. There is language in both sections that reference 2041 or a different date approved by board staff. So I need to better understand what that different date might look like and what would justify a different date. I'm really concerned about the one and done. I think that if we had the opportunity to make correction, I'd feel a lot better about this. So I'm looking for areas where we can provide discretion. I don't think that any of us are going to want to see that tree mortality occur because of this. There were good points made that, trees are going to suffer anyway. Maybe they're old, they've, windstorms, that kind of thing. But in terms of impacts as a result of this regulation, I think we are going to want to course correct. We're going to want to allow for the discretion. Where can we embed that in the regulation? And so I think there might be some places where it's already embedded, but I need to, have an increased confidence level in that. And these are, just those communities that already have that higher amount. Even if it's Beverly Hills and they can afford it, we don't want to see a lot of tree mortality in Beverly Hills because of this. So again, just looking for how we can address that unintended consequence and trying not to, overcorrect for it. The other area is, well, on affordability and, just looking at, including that I'm jumping around here, but on the enforcement policy, I think coming up with some language that incorporates that as well. And then on the inability to come back and make changes, I don't know why DWR can go back and make a change on I&I and we can't make a change on an alternative compliance. So I am just really going to ask OCC to look at this very carefully. I think it's one thing to adopt a standard. My read of the legislation is we're directed to adopt a standard, and that is one and done. But I don't read into this that we are restricted from coming back and making adjustments to alternative compliance or, a variety of different areas. And I'd like for OCC to take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate all of that. And as well, plus up the desire to have an enforcement policy here for this that makes, specific what is certainly, I know, a desire from this board to be in a posture where we're certainly expecting everyone to meet the standards, but we're providing flexibility because we're going to be learning some. So.
I'm sorry, pardon me, but just one more thought, because I kind of started to go down that path and then neglected, completing the thought. But with respect to the alternative compliance, it looks like there might be opportunities for communities to come in and say, look, we have a lot of trees. We think that's part of the challenge as well. And, what I'm reading in this is that they may be able to bring in that concern as part of whatever that different date is, but it's only for the alternative compliance. And so just looking at the tree health issue, that we could wait until it's a problem for enforcement, but I'd rather not just have that be the only tool that we have. Looking for, whether it's an additional credit or some way to get additional leeway on that 0.55, where you can demonstrate with specific information, and a bar that would have to be met. We're not looking to, I wouldn't look to open this up just to any community that says, gee, it's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult. But those communities where they can show that like Sacramento has been so good because they're a tree city and, they've done a lot of work on this. They have a lot of information. And so for those that can specifically show that this 0.55 is going to be a challenge specifically to the trees and some additional leeway within the 0.55, whether it's additional time or some type of credit.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. This has been very helpful. Really do appreciate everyone coming today and all the comments that I've heard today. Just really do appreciate also just the discussion regarding the limitations of the data. And this is the data set that we had that we're able to start with, to use, to to form these regulations. And so I think that it's good to recognize the limitations and also at the same time recognize that it's the data that we have and that this is what our starting point is. And so just, with that, the landscape efficiency factor, recognizing, it is a design factor and the change that happens from design to actually using something and how those changes occur. And then also that part of that is the education of the homeowner, the person that's using the system, and making sure that how that comes into play over the long time, and that in order to really continue the efficiency, education is going to be critical. And so that was a great discussion. Just wanted to make to mention that again. And that the comments from California really just, again, I think that goes into just the education that is needed, the collaboration and understanding of how environments are changing and how each area is different. So we've been talking, on a community scale, but then also looking and not, when we've been talking about community scale, we're really talking about a system. And within the system, there are communities and there's red line communities, there's other communities. And so just how there could be shifts within a larger system that is going to make a change. And, that really does go into, what I believe some of the INI discussion and the limitations of that data and how it was a snapshot in time. It is, what we have for that time. And this is how DWR decided to handle it at that point in time. Moving forward, maybe there is another way to handle that data and to look at, as Board Member Firestone was mentioning, another way of looking at those percentage bars and how we really want to, how we want to push this regulation and really look at healthy communities and what the larger overall goal is to make sure that we aren't disincentivizing healthy communities and that we are really incentivizing those as we move forward. And so, and that goes, also for me, the 20 by 20 goal and making sure that, that's a goal, that's something that it's there, it's in place. I don't believe that there are many that are going to try to move away back from there, but there is some that are out there. I'm totally okay with just making sure that is reiterated, that is that's a baseline. We should be going from there, not looking backwards. This is a moving forward of how should we be looking forward from this point. And so, that is also, to me, while we call it an enforcement policy with progressive enforcement, I don't want that to only scare everyone saying, oh my goodness, they're only looking at enforcement. Within enforcement policy, and the reason why we say progressive enforcement is because it really starts off with compliance, getting everyone in compliance to meet a goal and making sure that everyone is coming up to speed to be in compliance, because that is really our end goal. And we take enforcement on those that just really aren't moving along. And so, that is, something that, the board has done and, I believe will continue to do on all of our programs, but just really making sure that we are able to bring everyone along in my mind, as quickly, as efficiently as possible, and really utilizing our resources, which are not a lot, and the agency's resources also, which are not a lot, as efficiently as possible, and really focusing on the areas that we need to make sure that this, however we land, this regulation can be effectively implemented, and we reach the goal.
You're here. Appreciate that, board member, and agree that we're not all of us, all collectively, are not over-resourced in all of this work, and that's really where the yes, collaboration, but the coordination and cooperation, I think, come in with a lot of this as well. So I appreciate that. Board member Firestone.
Great, thank you. So I think I wanted to just reflect at the end here for me that I think we all have three common goals. We're trying to, the whole reason that we're all putting the time in here and all the work and effort is to make sure that we're adapting to our changing climate. And that's why this is a vital piece of the water supply strategy, because we don't have a choice. We have to change to the new climate that we have. And water conservation and importantly, transitioning to climate, to an appropriate climate adaptive landscape and water use efficiency is key to surviving that. So I think we all have that common goal. We also all have the common goal of setting ourselves up for success at the local and regional levels. I think that is what we are all here trying to do, and any of the efforts and disagreements are just disagreements in terms of concerns about how best to do that. We're all trying to do that. And then I think also addressing equity, both in terms of the structure and the implementation of this work. So I think everyone's working to those three common goals. The role that we have in adopting a regulation is that we have a tool to address some of these perverse incentives or economic structures in order to protect the public good and help drive towards that. I think certainly all the water agencies here, their mission is not to make money. Their mission is to provide safe, clean, and affordable drinking water. And unfortunately, the economic and structural incentives aren't great for figuring out how to maximize water use efficiency unless there's a regulatory structure that enables that. Additionally, it's providing the backstops, and at a minimum, it's supporting, if not helping to drive the change that we need to do to be able to address climate change transition and address equity issues. The other thing for me is that there's a lot we don't know. This is the first time we've done this. We don't have perfect data or even close to complete data. And so we are going to learn a ton just in the first couple years. And I agree with Vice Chair on just, concern. Usually when we adopt a regulatory program, we can come back and amend it. And it's not as clear cut that we have that ability in this situation. So there's a lot more anxiety around that. And I agree. But I think what we need to do here is set this up to provide as much guidance, understanding the limitations that we have, and again, trying to set us up for success there. And then lastly, I think just implementation is everything, and I agree with everything that's been said. I think I'm unclear whether it should be an enforcement with like capital P policy or how exactly we do it, but I definitely think that it's clear that we need to give guidance on our expectations around how we expect things to be implemented. We talked about tree canopy, we talked about affordability, and again, setting people up for success for compliance, not penalties, and also just some of the key unknowns that Board Member McGuire, you said on that really will make a huge difference on data uncertainties and updates. And so how do we plan if there's, how do we expect implementation to work? We need to give clear guidance on that. And so I appreciate the other board members' direction in that. You know, I guess to sort of end, I think we got a lot of things right in this draft. I really support the alternative compliance pathway. I think it helps address communities that are further behind and need additional assistance. I think the additional time for the long-term efficiency goal, it allows for good decision-making and planning and investment. It gives time to get better data to inform those decisions at the level for each supplier. So I think it really sets us up for avoiding unintended consequences and supporting achieving that goal. I don't think we hit the mark yet on the right balance on the near-term timeline for outdoor standards, as I've said. I think that we need to send a signal that we need to invest in outdoor standard work now, and that work is when we look at when we look at the amount of effort that's going to go into this work and the amount of savings that is going to happen, if we wait a decade to have that outdoor standard come in, we're going to see it's going to feel like a huge cost of compliance with very little water savings for a decade. And I think that's not what we want. It's also going to have people focus on reporting rather than focusing on investing in those long-term landscape changes that need to happen and do take time, which is why we're considering this. So I think we need to get that right. I don't think we have that balance quite right yet at 2035. And so we'll look forward to getting comments and more discussion on where that right timing is. I think we've talked about the other things. I really support continued dialogue to refine CI&I and data reporting. Want to look at how we can reduce cost of compliance and get as much savings sooner as possible. I think that helps really maximize the benefit for all the people in California and sets us up for success. And appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you, board member. Much appreciated. Board member Morgan, please.
I apologize. I forgot one item.
Yes, please.
I forgot just on data and reporting. So I agree, and thank you for helping me remember, Board Member Firestone, of just really looking at data and reporting and streamlining it. Is I know you guys have done just a great job of really taking a look at it and doing a lot. And just as you're going back through, I just asked, take a look and see, are there places where we have perhaps we're reporting in, and I agree with the chair of where there's the overall reporting for multiple agencies, and that's a work in progress. There's places where there's duplicate reporting where they're reporting to one system at the water board, and we're asking for them to also report it here. Are there ways where we can not have that, where there's ways where we can further streamline that ask? And so that was my comment I forgot earlier. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. I'll just comment on that. What we tried to do at this stage and this level is by regulation require the things that we want coming into this portal, and then have a lot of the work, if we can, happen behind the scenes to have them talk to each other. But because we can't require something that we're not requiring by regulation, and until they can talk to each other, that may put us at a disadvantage with compliance assessment, assisting suppliers. But I think that we'll pay close attention to that and see what we can do, and whether something is already regulatorily required in the machine readable format to make sure that we can go through it, and in a way that it's the same number, right? The same type of thing being reported, because if it's something slightly different, then it serves a different purpose. So we're definitely going to pay very close attention and have been, but will continue to, as to how to minimize things that are slightly different or the same coming in multiple times. But I just wanted to flag that as a starting point. We did want to make sure that all of the categories of information or data that were needed to look at what's in statute, that calculating the objectives and showing the actual water use and creating the whole picture of it in a closed loop do come in and are required by the regulation. So we'll see what we can do, but I just wanted to flag the starting point.
Okay, so if I can ask a follow-up, so is this partially because of we have one opportunity to get everything there, and so we're putting everything we need?
Less so that than regulation versus underground regulation. We wanted to make sure that anything that is necessary for the objective or showing the actual water use that's compared to the objective comes in and is required by the regulation. And so we did look closely at what might be coming in from elsewhere and tried to minimize those things, or allow for, if there's a single reporting in the first instance, that it could pre-populate. But at some point, we're really quickly getting into what kind of tech fixes we can have so that things either talk to each other from another system or don't need to be reported annually if they don't change. So we're exploring both sides of it, but that was the impetus wasn't the single rulemaking opportunity. It was a closed loop of the data that the regulation was using also being reported.
Okay, so there may be some data that's asked early on that may not be asked later as we are able to get systems talking to each other. Is that correct?
It might still be required in the regulation to be reported, but the supplier would not have to input a number on that.
Yes.
So we couldn't have it on our form without the regulation saying that it is required to be reported. But it doesn't have to be inputted by a supplier if we can take it from somewhere else.
Okay.
I hope that makes sense. That's really what we're aiming for as many areas as possible.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
I really appreciate that, board member, and for the responses here, further showing what the flexibility currently is. And again, as I said at the top, I'm very much open to that as well. So really appreciate that. I have about 30 minutes more of comment. I really appreciate everyone's time. Truly, we will have a lot more comment and discussion, I know, because this isn't the end. We're in the middle of our process. I know I meant to correct Mr. Resnick. He said, you had adopted a previous one and now you're relaxing. And I've read some of the coverage too. I think there's sometimes some confusion that we're actually in the middle of a regulatory process. The board hasn't done anything to anyone yet. And importantly, we're listening in this moment. So thank you, everyone, for being here, for participating, for providing the basis for good decision-making here at this board. This work is very critical. It is part of the water supply strategy. It's meant to be here balanced amongst all of our other work as well. So just thank you, everyone, for the patience, the long day, and I look forward to what will be further discussion. So with that, much appreciated. This meeting is now, two-day meeting is now adjourned, and we'll look forward to seeing you all here, not at the first April board meeting. That will be, we don't have any items for it, so we will be canceling our April 2nd, 3rd, or 3rd, 4th board meeting. It means that we will then next see you all here on, I think it will be the 15th, 16th and 17th. Thank you all. We'll see you April 16th. Until then, have a good time. Be well. We'll see you soon. This meeting is adjourned.